I mean, you got a bunch of low price nothing.
They got a crap ton of money is what they got.
Yeah, according to Baseball Reference, they've spent $92.2.
Even with the Jock deal. So who cares? They've got to go spend a ton of money. They've got to be in the top 10 in the payroll. And every single fan out there has a right to be terribly angry if they don't get that done.
So positionally, we're looking at a first baseman, right? You're looking at upgrading at first base.
Maybe.
As a spot. Right now, according to WAR, wins over replacement, Jose Abreu's out there, 36 years old. Second on the list is Rizzo. He's gone. Josh Bell at 30.
That's an interesting one.
Then Brandon Belt. He's fourth in WAR among first basemen. So, and he's 35.
That would not go over well.
Yuli Gurriel, who's 39.
Yeah.
Not a lot
of great. Is he really 39?
Next year he'll be 39.
Good Lord.
Do you need a second baseman?
I don't know.
Second base don't have a lot of great candidates. Gene Segura is your leader in the WAR in terms of free agents. Adam Frazier, Josh Harrison. These are just guys.
I still don't know, and I know this gets both baseball and emotional at the same time within their clubhouse. There's a little bit of a sort of could Klay Thompson come off the bench? Is a similar question to could Brandon Crawford play somewhere else?
I was going to get to the shortstop, right? Because that's where you can make
where you can make some hay, right? So if
Turner, Correa, Bogarts, and Swanson are all major stars.
If you can get Correa and Crawford and Estrada can platoon second base, I'd be fine with that. I have no idea if that would work. Can Brandon do that? Would Brandon do that? I have no idea.
It would be weird watching him work the pivot from the other side of the second base.
So weird. Do you think he would ever grab a ground ball and then just throw it over toward the bullpen, old bullpen mouse? He's like, damn it. I thought,
my bad.
I throw to my left. I don't throw to my right. What are you doing?
Third baseman, you probably don't need. You got a crap ton of third basemen.
Yeah, but you don't have any answers.
Justin Turner is the leader in WAR. He's 38 this year.
Yeah, they'll probably bring him back on a one-year deal.
Brandon Drury, he's just a guy.
I don't hate him.
No,
I don't hate him.
30 years old. He's a good little player.
Yeah, but they're not going to do anything long term at third base because they got people down on the farm.
Right.
Casey Schmidt, whatnot. So,
and the more I look at this list, and shout out MLB.com, a great list of free agents by position and by WAR, wins over replacement. Brendan Nemo is probably a major target. 8.7 WAR, by far and away the best among center fielders who are free agents.
Very, very good player.
Right.
Not box office. And I get that. The box office for some of those free agents is going to have to come after the fact when you're like, oh, they're winning and he's good. It's not Brandon Nemo.
Agreed.
Right?
But if it's Judge and Nemo, you're stoked.
That's a great offseason.
Right. If it's Nemo and
Correa,
that's great.
That's great.
Sure.
If it's
Even
Nemo,
if it's Trey Turner.
If it's Nemo and Josh Bell. How we doing?
Nemo and I'm just going to pick on.
Which, by the way, when we went through those SI predictions last week,
Cole Calhoun.
No. When we went through that,
Michael Conforto.
Didn't we when we did the SI predictions, the top 50 free agents?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Nemo and Bell?
It was Nemo, Bell, and Brantley, I think.
Correct. Well, that's down the list.
Yeah.
That's down the list. But it was Nemo and Bell. And you poo-pooed it.
Yes.
You flicked it.
As we
like a lime through Corona bottles.
Wow, I could go for a Corona. Don't miss me, Mad Dog in the Fog. Tuesday, Mexico takes on Poland, 7 a.m. I'll be drinking.
I really that's a fun remote. I really would like to watch you get wasted before the show. That would be fun.
Yeah. It's Mad Dog in the Fog on Haight Street is one of the great soccer bars.
So good.
Great for soccer. And so 7 a.m., it's going to be packed. Mexico and Poland, these two countries, I don't even know if they know each other.
Yeah, throw the records out.
Yeah,
the records are 0-0.
Robert Lewandowski.
Will Mad Dog in the Fog be going off for any World Cup match or just Mexico? How about for Team USA the day before?
Oh, it'll be going off.
It'll be going off.
For every tavern will be going off for every USA game.
Yeah.
Monday and Friday next week, USA, Wales, Christian Bale on the pitch, or Gareth Bale.
Yeah, Black Friday.
I always say Christian Bale. It's Gareth Bale.
Mall or bar?
Yeah, Batman.
Black Friday.
I got
Mall or bar?
I'm going to be neither.
Mall or bar?
I got other plans, Mark. I got other plans.
What? You got a leftover turkey sando?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
You got a burp. It's just not going to be yours.
Right. Yeah. I got a busy Friday, so I'll be recording USA England.
Ooh.
Oh, trust me, this is not. It's not.
No, I know. It's
a bad beat for your boy. I'm like, can we any other day? Any other day
plans
on the calendar? Can we do this?
Oh, the best laid plans.
I mean, good Lord.
Speaking of plans.
Good God.
The plan was not for James Wiseman to be at the G League this year. That was not the plan. And I'd like to disagree with something I heard earlier today on 95.7 The Game.
Morning roast, or was it the pregame show with Joe Spadoni?
Morning roast.
Okay, because I will not have you turn on Spadone.
Two people I respect very much. Two people who have a lot of insight into the Golden State Warriors. One of them goes by the name of Bonte Hill. The other one goes by the name of Tim Roy. And both of them.
You're going to go Shasky.
No. Both of them said the same thing.
Man.
Wiseman to Santa Cruz, not a big deal. Players go down to the G League all the time when they're young.
They do.
Not in year 3 when you're the number 2 overall pick. I'm sorry, it's a big deal. This was not the plan, okay? This was not the plan at all. And in fact, you can look at something that Monty Poole said to Damon Ratto yesterday, and I quote, "It's going to look bad at times. That's the way it is. That's what they committed to. Before last year, they decided to go all in on the future. I don't think it's going to lead to a championship this year." End quote. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, dialed in with the Warriors. All in on the future. And that number 1 future piece, the number 2 overall pick, finally with health, could not get through the first month of the season without heading south. I'm sorry. I hear all the reasons, and I get it. I'm not going to use the B word. I'm not going to dismiss the rest of his career. I'm not saying it's over, but I'm also not saying it's no big deal. This is a huge deal, and yes, it is a demotion. It is not simply, he needs minutes. That is part of it. He needs minutes. He's got to play. And the reason that he needs minutes is because he can't get them here. He's not good enough yet to even be an NBA player, let alone stand up to the number 2 overall pick in the draft. This is a huge deal for James Wiseman that he's in Santa Cruz tonight.
I only think it's a huge deal if he goes down there and struggles and stays there. For him going down there right now, I don't think is a huge deal yet, but I think it could be a huge deal. Something I mentioned to you yesterday off the air, and it's an article from thesportingnews.com, the curse of the number 2 pick in the NBA draft. It's a real thing. And, thoughts and prayers to Chet Holmgren, taking number 2 overall this past year, and he's yet to play in an NBA game, and he won't this year because of a foot injury.
Right.
James Wiseman was taken number 2 overall. If you look back to 2000, Mark, only one player taken at number 2 is ticketed for the Hall of Fame. The Slim Reaper, the Durantula, Kevin Durant.
Yep, that was a good one.
Yeah, taken number 2 overall in, 2007. A long time ago, KD.
Yeah.
Look at you, KD.
No, he's been through major injury.
Yeah.
That thing on the back of his head is doing like a little bit of a LeBron thing. He's got a little, right?
It's a recession.
KD, he's been around for a minute.
LaMarcus Aldridge, taken in 2006.
He's a good
Very
player.
good player. And they did tiers on this article, and I love it because tier 3, on the way to greatness, you've got, where is Ja? And Brandon Ingram. Ja was taken in 2019, Ingram in 2016. Both are on their way, I think, to great careers. Good potential, but injury problems. Lonzo Ball, D'Angelo Russell, Victor Oladipo, Jay Williams, who barely played with the motorcycle accident.
I thought Oladipo was going to pop, man. He was amazing. He was looking so good.
And then the injuries really got to him.
He can still be something. He's not going to be what he was.
Tier 5, and this is, there's a bunch of tiers. We'll get to the busts in a minute, but Tier 5 is the jury's still out tier. Jalen Green, who was drafted number 2 overall in 2021, so 2 years ago, and James Wiseman. Wiseman, the jury is still out. And will the jury come back with a verdict over the next, couple of weeks even? If he goes to Santa Cruz and he 12 points and 5 rebounds in the G League, then the jury will come back with a verdict, and the verdict will be guilty.
Dun, 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 dun.
The charges are felony bust. Totally.
Yeah, I get it.
The bust list, by the way, just as we roll through this: Marvin Bagley III, Michael Kidd Gilchrist, Derek Williams, Hashim the Beat, Emeka Okafor, Darko Milicic, maybe the most famous number 2 of all time.
Love Darko.
And Stromile Swift.
Yep.
So the curse of the number 2 pick.
They should call those the tears of a clown.
Yeah.
Is
tears
what those
of a down to Santa Cruz.
So I find this to be a big deal. I find this to be very, very unfortunate development that James Wiseman going into this year ends up in Santa Cruz this quickly. We can get into it, 888-957-9570. That is the number. By the way, those of you who love to bring in the show on YouTube, our feed was down for a hot minute. It is back. Get back to YouTube right now so you can watch the show. Cleared to play, Dr. Brian Feely. We're going to get into Josh Allen and Kyler Murray and Eric Armstead and more. Cleared to play coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
You gotta be kidding me.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Were you abused by a priest or clergy member? You're not alone, and we can help you hold the church accountable, regardless of your age, and even if your abuser is no longer working or even living. Thousands of victims have filed claims and been awarded significant compensation, but the deadline is quickly approaching, so call Stop Clergy Abuse right now. Your call is free, private, and confidential. Even if you don't remember the abuser's name, we may be able to help, but time is limited, so call now. Catholic dioceses have paid more than $3 billion to victims, with the average national settlement at $268,000. In parts of California, the settlements are much higher. Call 800-230-5678 now, or soon you may forever lose your chance to file a claim. You can't change the past, but you can be compensated for it. Call 800-230-5678. A representative is standing by to help. Call 800-230-5678. That's 800-230-5678.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs, and high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
49ers superstar tight end George Kittle joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Garoppolo off the play action. Finds Kittle at the 35. Kittle with a stiff arm. Throwing the right hand.
Hey, Dibble, don't miss George Kittle today at 5.
Woo!
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Sorry, I'm just over here with a white man's overbite. Rick Astley, 35 years ago today.
Man.
And apologies to the recovering YouTube audience as the live stream is back because they think we're just dancing to nothing.
Right, because they can't hear the music.
Correct. But Rick Astley, 35 years ago today. Never going to tell a lie, Dibs. Never going to tell a lie.
I'm never going to give you up, Mark, and it's not only because I have a 11-week-old baby and I need this job. I actually like it. And
That's good.
I talked to Supper. If I would have won the $2 billion Powerball, I would have kept working.
You know what? I always say the same
For a
thing.
day.
Right. You're like, I'd have showed up so that I could say bye-bye.
Say a lot of things.
No, I do have a dream.
Blow this thing sky high.
And I'm not, like I say, this is real now. This is real. And Dr. Brian Feely, Cleared to Play, is here. We'll jump in here with the good doc.
Are you going Mark Luther King? You have a dream?
I do. I have a, like, for real. Everybody does the if I won $1 bajillion thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not kidding. If I took any time off, first of all, I would still work because, like, I'm way too young to be that bored. I don't want 40 years of, like, well, what are you going to do today? Like, I would.
Stand in the mirror and do your boat
yeah.
Exactly.
What do you want to do today?
We, as billionaires.
I think I would still come in here. We could do this. Like, 9 to noon. I got this. That's fine.
I'd work from home.
Fine.
For sure.
You're like
dragging me in here.
First purchase, the Lucy app.
Totally.
Okay. No, but I would cruise around to people who meant a ton to me in life, just be breaking off envelopes of cash.
That's cool.
So I would come in. Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
Spadone, you'd get one. Kyle, we'll see. Yeah, Dibs. I'm not telling you how much is in each envelope, but yeah. I would go, I'd take a month off and go on a tour of the country and just surprise people. $1 million for you, $1 million for you. Dr. Brian Feely, if you do a good job today, maybe $1 million for you too.
I'll take it, man.
All right, fair enough. So it's time for Cleared to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF, Dr. Brian Feely. Doc, there's not a whole lot. This is great. There's not a huge Bay Area list, but there are some interesting things out there. And for instance, I was convinced, based on every doctor I listened to, there's no way Josh Allen is playing through that UCL injury. Man, he played, and he played the game of the year. I know he turned the ball over 3 times. They lost. What was your reaction to what he did?
Yeah, I think when we think about UCL injuries and, the proverbial Tommy John injury, it's very different in football players than in baseball players. So in football players, it tends to be a lower-level sprain. In fact, Josh Allen had a UCL sprain in 2018. He was able to come back from it. It tends to be a contact injury, so it's less you pitched through a elbow that's kind of degenerating and then popped your UCL. This is more usually a contact injury where you sprain things, and if you look at his injury mechanism, he was throwing, he got hit. It isn't like he can't necessarily throw after that. And the reality is that surgery for football players is really rare, especially in quarterbacks. And you have to look back at Jake Delhomme and Carson Palmer were the last 2 quarterbacks that actually needed surgery for this. So even though it sounded like, gosh, it's a UCL injury, he's on his way to Tommy John, most of the evidence suggests that he's probably going to be able to keep playing, hopefully throw a few less picks and have fewer goal line fumbles.
Yeah, I mean, you can hope, and I don't think you can blame the UCL for the dropsies at his own goal line. But functionality-wise, is it being able to put pace on the throws? Is that where he'll most likely be affected?
Yeah, I think pace and a little bit of accuracy. You don't put nearly the same amount of torque on your elbow as a quarterback compared to a pitcher, but you're not going to be probably quite as accurate. You may not be able to get things into the seams that we know he's able to do. He's still going to be able to run. He's still going to be a great, effective runner. I doubt you can tell somebody like Josh Allen, hey, we're worried about your elbow, so stop running the football. So I don't think you're going to see a huge drop-off in his performance. I would, all things considered, I'd much rather a quarterback that I was cheering for have an elbow injury like this than a thumb injury where you just can't grip the ball.
Dr. Brian Feely. Dr. Pandy will be back next week. Dr. Brian Feely cleared to play today here 95.7 The Game on Willard and Dibs. Okay, Doc, Kyler Murray, we just got word about an hour ago that there's still very much a question mark for him on Monday night. When you're dealing with a hamstring injury and you use your legs as much as Kyler does, what are we looking at in terms of his return to play?
Yeah, to be honest, I'd be surprised if he comes back this week, and if he does, I'm not sure how effective he is with his legs. I think a couple things with hamstring injuries is we talk about hamstring injuries a lot in the NFL, but they tend to be something that takes players out for 4 to 6 weeks. I think you combine that with playing at altitude and his general running style, and the fact that Colt McCoy is 3-1 as his backup, I'd be kind of surprised if we see him play this week.
Eric Armstead had a chance to play last week, didn't, and now he's got a chance to go again with the plantar fasciitis and the ankle issues. How difficult is it to return from the myriad foot injuries that he has?
Yeah, I think it's really tough, and I think one of the things that we forget is when an athlete has one injury, that second injury is exponentially harder. And if you look at Armstead's history, it's a little bit sad on Google. If you look up Eric Armstead injury, it goes into, is Eric Armstead even playing anymore, as one of the other searches. And I don't think that's fair. He has 2 separate injuries. That stress fracture is probably on its way to healing. But plantar fasciitis, if you've ever had it, it can be the kind of thing that comes and goes almost on a day-to-day basis. If it's flaring up, you can't put a step down without pain. I don't see how he plays through that. Now, that being said, he's had a lot of rest, so hopefully that's given his body enough time to recover. And I think being conservative when he's had multiple lower extremity injuries is the right way to go.
Doc, the 49ers and Cardinals will be playing at very high altitude on Monday night. We know the Niners are in Colorado Springs preparing for that, but what are they looking at? And what kind of a challenge is this, if you will?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a challenge to play at altitude. How much of that is mental versus physical is up for debate. I was hoping you would ask this because I think we know for endurance athletes, it is a big deal. Like if you're going to go do a 1-month cycling adventure up at altitude, you need to prepare by being in altitude. There really isn't that much evidence that you're going to perform any differently for athletes, for essentially sprint athletes, but you're going to feel more out of breath. You're going to feel more tired, and depending on your so-called mental fortitude to understand you're going to be okay, you're just going to be a little bit short of breath. I think it makes all the sense in the world to prepare yourself by feeling that differently at Colorado Springs, but I don't think your performance actually suffers.
Doc, great stuff. We appreciate you hopping in today.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, you too.
Thanks,
there
Doc.
it is. Dr. Brian Feely. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And what's up next is your Wiseman calls. And then Steiny and Guru are going to jump in here. Willard and Dibs also brought to you by ChooseChange.org on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Dibs, and you know how big of a football fan I am, so naturally I can't wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog, Tuesday, November 22nd, starting at 7 a.m. until halftime, as Mexico takes on Poland. Then I'll head straight back to the studio for the great Willard and Dibs show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog in the city at 7 a.m. on November 22nd.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more, like our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data, all on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. Eco bill and auto pay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Mostly clear skies in Mountain View, highs near 66.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibs.
All right, JP, and back to the bench with you.
Seriously. Sorry,
right?
JP.
I mean, right? But you can still do your thing. You can do your dance, make a little love. Get down tonight.
Pool party's over.
Okay.
Everybody out of the pool. It's Adult Swim. That's what that is.
Dookie! Everybody out of the pool.
Yeah. Pool party's over.
Yeah.
Adult Swim. It's time for Klay to come in and do laps. Back to the bench, Pool.
Well, you're making Klay sound like an old guy, which leads us to Steve Kerr said what? Hold that thought. Also want to mention again, George Kittle, 5 o'clock today, Damon and Ratto. And if you're just joining, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reporting Kyler Murray is very much a question mark, sounding almost like a probably not for Monday night's game against the 49ers in Mexico City. Also want to mention Cardinals have opened up the practice window for Marquise Hollywood Brown.
Okay.
He is eligible to play as quickly as Monday night, but might be playing with Colt McCoy as his quarterback. Willard and Dibs, we were talking Wiseman. I think it's a big deal. I think it's a big deal that he's getting sent down to Santa Cruz. To say this is as simple as, he just needs some minutes. This is the number 2 overall draft pick, and this is year 3. So the idea that the Warriors are all in on the future and James Wiseman's in Santa Cruz, these two things don't match right now. So to just sort of dismiss this as, a moment in time, maybe it's that. I don't see it as that. Let's go to the phone. Sophomore in Pacifica with Willard and Dibs. Hey, sophomore, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Well, I started collecting Social Security while I was on hold, I think.
Look, man.
Get it while you can, because it might be going away.
Busy around here, brother.
It's cool. Say, I think this thing with Wiseman, his trade value now is really low, right? Because he's not playing well at all or even regressing. But, I've been there when I was a young man trying to learn some skills. And when you have a boss, which is us fans, looking over your shoulder and criticizing everything you do, you can actually get the yips and regress. So I think he may be down in Santa Cruz for months. like Poole was. I don't expect him maybe to get to be as good at what he does as what Poole did. But, watching the Warriors and Wiseman, you see how hard what these guys do is. It's just frickin' difficult.
Well, there's no question. Yeah, no, sorry. Go ahead, sophomore.
Just a last point is, look at Looney. Like, he was a solid NBA player a couple of years ago coming off injuries, but look how much more fluidly he moves now and how much he seems to be enjoying the game. And he's, 28 years old? It's taken him until now to really kind of show up as a baller.
Absolutely right. Look, nobody is saying, and I want to keep saying this, and thanks, sophomore. No way, no how does this mean James Wiseman's career is over or he's a bust or it's not going to work. However, this is a saying in the English language that we use a lot. Hell, there have been songs written about it. Timing is everything. The timing for James Wiseman may not work with the Golden State Warriors, okay? Unless you're willing to say, look, the last few years of Steph Curry's career, oh, well. And I don't think they're willing to say that. So do you want to hang on to Wiseman in the hopes that 2 years from now or even 3 years from now he's like a really, really good NBA piece? You could do that, and it may happen. But would you rather forego taking that chance and maybe turning James and other pieces into something that can help the remainder of Steph Curry's career? I don't know. That feels to me like something most people would pick. Let's go to Ricky in San Jose. Hey, Ricky, what's going on? What are you doing?
I am working and not working at the same time.
You're not working right now?
Yeah. So I'm kind of on the opposite end on the James Wiseman of Santa Cruz.
Meaning what?
Meaning that it doesn't really make sense that we have ideally the best developmental system in the entire NBA that's developed concrete and core players for multiple NBA teams. So for us to use the best support systems regarding a developmental system, I don't see that being an issue. Not just that, this boy needs some runs. He needs some basic runs. We were just drooling over him during the summer league. That doesn't go away. That talent doesn't go away. He just needs some confidence, a little bit of build-up on that. I don't see him being there very long, a couple of weeks. I can see him dominating and coming back home.
Okay, so Ricky, let's talk out a couple of things. First of all, the Warriors being great at development. Yes, they are, but where are their developmental people? Many of them are in Santa Cruz, and they don't want to spend all of their time at the NBA level at development. The other comment, we were just drooling over him at Summer League a few months ago. Right. And this is a familiar story in basketball and, quite frankly, all sports. We drool over people at lower levels, and then it doesn't translate. Again, not saying this isn't going to translate over the long term, but you can drool over the Summer League all you want. We watched James Wiseman in 13 basketball games, or however many they actually had the courage to stick him in. He can't play at the NBA level right now. Like, that's my issue with James. It's not, oh boy, they want to tighten some screws with it. He can't even play.
Until they were up 41, Mark, they didn't put him in.
He cannot play at an NBA level in year 3 after being the number 2 pick in the draft.
That's a problem.
Stop telling me that's not a concern.
And Summer League,
that's huge.
Summer League is Summer League, and you're talking about either rookies, and the best of the rookies might only play one game, and then they're taken out, and the rest of those guys are players who will never play in the association. So I hope you can go to Summer League and dominate. And we've seen players dominate the Summer League and come out and not be able to do it in the regular season. And the thing that strikes me about James Wiseman is they couldn't put him in until they are up by 41 points against San Antonio. So
and then and then he came in and the lead started to dwindle.
Yeah, and they had to all right, Steph, don't put ice on just yet. We may need you.
I mean, I've drooled over Marco Luciano. We've drooled over Trey Lance in practice. We do this. Even in the Kyler Murray, Jimmy Garoppolo conversation we were having with Bonte and Joe earlier today, and Lincoln Riley's name came up. I don't care what somebody does at Oklahoma. Why would I care what somebody does at Oklahoma? This got nothing to do with this. So whatever Wiseman did in the Summer League, I get it. I understand his skill set. It's amazing. He's 7 feet, and he can do things that very few human beings on planet Earth can do. doesn't mean it's going to translate to NBA success.
Well, especially this team's
Correct.
NBA success.
Good
because
point.
the Warriors play more of a unique style than any other team in the association. And so James Wiseman might be able to be an NBA player for a different team that plays in a different way. But the way the Warriors play on both ends of the floor, switching everything 1 through 5 defensively, you need defensive awareness, lateral quickness, and all of the other things. And then offensively, you have to be able to play the pass and move kind of game. And right now, James Wiseman doesn't have that in his repertoire.
Colin Spadone brought something to us here just a couple of minutes ago. Ramona Shelburne, our good friend who's been on the show many times, and we'll see if we can get her on this week. She just dropped a huge feature on Klay Thompson. She just dropped a huge feature on Klay Thompson earlier this morning with regard to the comeback, everything that's taken place over the last 2 to 3 years of his career. And a nugget in it from Steve Kerr. What exactly did he say, guys?
So this is on the current Warriors core. So
Okay.
you were talking about Steph, Klay, and Dre, right?
Sure.
That's the core. This is his quote to Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. Quote, "We know this isn't going forever. This could be the last year. Maybe next year's the last year. We're in the final stages. We know that."
That's a crazy thing to say out loud to a reporter.
Yeah. He's basically saying that either at the end of this year or the end of next year, Steph, Klay, and Dre won't all be together, and that this thing, and maybe he's even intimating that he'll be gone or Bob Myers will be gone. He's basically saying that this thing that they have, 4 titles in 8 years,
The dynasty.
6 visits to the finals in 8 years, it's got 1 year, maybe 2 years left in it.
Well, and I know so there's a few reactions right off the bat. There's some people that hear that quote and go, maybe last year was the last year, for all we know.
Right.
So there's that. Here's the second part of it. Part of it is, well, that's obvious. They're getting older. But I think what Steve is saying, and it's an admission of what many of us have talked about, especially just in this last month, this idea that there is some sort of sunset and the 3 amigos are on horses and they walk.
Chevy Chase, Martin Short,
the 3 amigos.
Who?
Yeah, who was the third
Steve
amigo?
Martin. Steve Martin, of
Steve
course.
Martin, exactly right.
Billy Crystal. That's City Slickers, but you hang in there.
That's a different one.
Yeah, Martin Short.
Yeah.
Steve Martin.
Billy Crystal. He's behind me, isn't he?
I knew I had it, too.
Yeah, you had it. Martin Short, Chevy Chase, Steve Martin.
There was a funny scene in there where they were on the horse and Martin Short had a
Yeah, horse.
canteen. They were so thirsty and he poured and it was sand.
It was all sand.
Poured sand.
Exactly. That was great.
I just
great
remember that
slapstick
video.
Not
movie.
pound sand. He poured sand.
Look. I mean, I don't know if it's Draymond Green next year. Klay Thompson right now is sitting here with a couple years left on his deal, shooting 30%. Like we just got Steve Kerr is talking to a very trusted NBA insider in Ramona Shelburne and sharing what I think deep down we all know, which is that one or both of them are not going to be on the Warriors for much longer.
Wow.
That's just
Klay and or Draymond?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, both even. Steve's just basically saying that this thing,
Yes.
he says it's not going to go on forever. We know that. But
Right.
then to put a timeline on it and say it could be the next year, could be the next 2 years, that gives the finality of it. Because Draymond, okay, this year, fine. He can opt in next year. Great. Klay Thompson, he's got this year and then next year, and then he's up too. And, makes me think about Steve Kerr himself.
Yep.
And maybe.
Wow.
It's hard for me to not think about Steve leaving at the same time as Steph. But if you coach 2 more years, title or no title, Steve Kerr can walk away knowing he had a pretty good run here.
And then where does Bob Myers fit into the
That's
whole
what I'm saying,
situation? Bob's had, there's been whispers that he could, after they lost in 2019, the story was that he was thinking about stepping aside and the Lakers' job was there or something, but his brother-in-law said, you can't leave now after the 19 loss to the Raptors. And apparently that did strike a chord with Bob, and so he stayed. But I think both of them are going to be gone by 2025, maybe. Because
You're talking about Kerr and Myers?
Yeah, because what can Kerr What can Kerr do after the dynasty here?
It's the same thing Popovich did.
Yeah, what does he want to do? I mean, these guys have reached a point in their career where they get to answer that question.
Nothing to prove.
What do you want to do?
Yeah,
what do you
just
think?
Coach the thing I
That's
love.
what I'm asking. What do you think he wants?
But you're both incredibly young enough to do whatever for a while. Like, it's not like retirement is looming. So what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And maybe they don't want to build a new core, and maybe they do. Maybe it's back to broadcasting. Maybe it's up further for an executive branch for Kerr. Maybe Bob Myers does want to go back down to L.A. I don't know. I mean, this is the conversation we have on so many levels in sports. Hey, Aaron Judge, what do you want to do?
Right.
I don't know.
And you kind of take it for granted because, again, man, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a sports romantic. I just take these chips that the Warriors won for granted. Giants won 10, 12, 14. Look now. Been a little while.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, man, maybe last year was why Steph was crying. Obviously, they're going to give it their all. But to what you said, this thing ain't – life changes, Things change.
Everything is temporary. Everything. Nothing in life is permanent. As much as we all want permanence,
no.
Everything's temporary. So
profound.
If you're Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, maybe privately you're thinking 2 more years. We don't have to worry about Draymond and Klay's contracts. If they want to be here, we're out. Those two are out. I mean, Steph would be left holding the bag, so to speak, but it's a pretty nice bag to be holding.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Draymond Green talking to Sam Amick.
Yep.
Quote, I think the struggles are real. Like, I don't think our struggles are just like something we can ignore.
That is scary.
Well, he also said, though, that he's not losing sleep over it yet, and they have, there's time here, but that right now it's not a crisis situation, but they got to figure some stuff out, obviously, right?
Can I tell you how I take that?
Yeah.
We don't have the necessary, something needs to be done or is going to happen or jump off. If he said that, the junkyard dog, that tells me right now I don't feel like we got the oil change we need.
I mean, if you are, by data, the best starting 5 in the NBA, and you go sit down every night in the second quarter and watch your lead dissipate, there is no way with the competitive fire and the egos that are sitting on that bench that they are going to sit there and idly go 0-41 on the road this year. Like, that's just not the way this is going to play out.
And you know what, Mark? I get it. It's early, and it is early. They've played 14 games. But if you have another 6-8 in the next 14, well, now you're 12-16, and you're getting toward the half. I mean, it's not that, like, you can't keep falling behind. I mean, if you want to let it go till, January, that's fine, but you might not have that luxury if you're actually not a good team. Like, the idea of the Warriors being
that early.
Well, exactly.
I mean, we're almost at the quarter pole.
The idea of the Warriors being 15-21, let's say. I can't,
No.
I don't think they're a 15-21 team, I really don't. They're better than that. They just have to figure out some things, but 15-21, what do you do?
With Curry playing this great.
Right.
Are you going to ride him this hard? You expect this? He's been fantastic.
I think.
And you're 6-8.
Right, or 15 and whatever.
Yeah, 12-16.
32-46 on the road last 2+ years in the regular season. And I think when you look at what you said, they know, the starting 5, we're good. We're the best.
When they sit down.
We're the best 5. Yeah, you sit down and it's a mess, but how do you fix it? Either these guys or you bring in better players, and that's where you look at it, and it becomes a puzzle. And if you are at that point, 18-24, is Joe Lacob going to spend the $10+ million to bring in a vet min guy to try to save this thing?
So think about this like bullet points and tell me where they all sort of mesh. Because Monty Poole, just yesterday on this radio station, reminded everybody that this team a year ago already decided they're all in on the future. Okay. So if your front office says, we're all in on the future, right? We're going to re-sign Jordan Poole, and Joe Lacob loves James Wiseman, and we are all in on the future. Okay, and then you've got the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation that we know about. You have Steve Kerr on ESPN saying, we know that this is almost over. You've got Klay Thompson struggling sideways. You've got a great starting five that can't win games away from home. Blend all of this together and tell me how the veterans wouldn't be almost, I don't want to use the word livid or angry, but how would the veterans not be a voice in Bob Myers' ear right now saying, you have got to give us something for the rest of this cruise. If this cruise is only a year left,
about it.
You have got to give us what we need. And meantime, the executive branch is like, but what about the next decade? Man. How is that not the only thing that we're all thinking about right now?
Here's a way not out of it, but here's what, it kind of happened last year. Could their bench simply become DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green, Poole, Anthony Lamb, Iguodala? Like, that's 10, and we can laugh at Iguodala, I get it, but those are 10 guys, and that's now a veteran bench.
Yep.
Is that good enough?
No, not even close.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with you.
I agree.
Iguodala can't play.
And
so now
see,
you're down
now
to 9.
you're tearing off the Band-Aid now,
I
Dibs.
agree that
I got a COVID shot yesterday.
I mean, the answer, we haven't seen it, so
Right.
the only true answer is I don't know. I agree with you that
I don't know.
That on paper doesn't sound great, but I would challenge everybody to go just look at a bench. Look at any team in history, they're 6 through 10. It never sounds good on paper. Go to the Warriors championship teams, and you're like, who the hell, man?
But last year it sounded better with Porter Jr., GP2 after a month when we were like,
I
wouldn't have been like,
that couldn't hold a job in the NBA.
Also,
couldn't hold a job.
But after 30 days of watching, you were like, oh, we got something.
Well, we weren't gung-ho about them this time last year. Because remember,
but they were 18-2.
And kind of without the young guys. I mean, I would say Iguodala was a huge part of that.
Was big, yeah.
Now, I can't remember offhand what Porter and Peyton and Bielitsa were doing during that first 20 games.
Bielitsa had a good start.
He
right?
did.
Morning Roast,
and he can rebound.
Morning Roast was rapping for a week.
Right.
Bielitsa had a good start.
That was a great
and then it went away. I do remember the first 2 times we saw Bielitsa, I'm like, oh my gosh, the Warriors found stuff. And then he never really had that many moments the rest of the way. So,
but even a guy like Bielitsa, there's a trust factor there that the young guys can't even touch right now. That's the scariest part.
No doubt. And that quote is, he said, Draymond said, this is real. It's a JD, it's a problem.
Right, and there is a way to fix it, but it's difficult. It's either the young guys get better or the veterans Steiny just named play like the veterans did last year, and you get help in the 15th spot. You need a lot of those things to come through. And oh, by the way, God forbid you get anybody hurt.
That's the
Don't say it.
Draymond missed 36 games last year. Klay didn't play till January, and Steph missed about a month.
And you know what? That's the one thing that I think it's kind of unreal that Klay missed 50, Draymond missed 30 plus, Curry missed the last 11. And they somehow came together.
Timing is everything.
It's amazing. But because I'll tell you right now, this year, if if they all play what they played last year, this might not be a playoff team now.
You're in the play-in, I think. You're probably in that 8-9 seed spot.
I mean, if Curry or Wiggins miss time.
Well, take Steiny's point there. If Draymond misses 36 like he did, if Klay, let's say Klay doesn't miss 50 because he was held out, but Klay's not playing 15 games back-to-backs. They have 15 back-to-backs. He's going to miss them all. And I know yesterday Captain Semantics got you. He's not going to miss both.
He got me.
He's not going to miss both.
That was great.
In a second half, a
little math.
Give myself a Steiny 3. But if Curry misses 15, you're not going to be in the same spot you were because you're already underwater.
Right.
Now,
and that's where the
start.
They
haven't even started thinking about resting Curry here and there.
Man, all those injuries he talked about last year happened after they were 18-2.
Yeah,
right. So you had all of this.
Jordan Poole's emergence. Yeah, because Klay wasn't around and he was a starter.
They could mess around and play a little bit over 500, and it didn't matter.
Speaking of which, I mean, there was I think it was a fatality that on the road today as I came in, so I was late. Blow the whistle.
A couple of them, Vallejo and Highway 4.
Yeah, that's where I was at. This guy, man.
You
got your ear to the street.
I miss my calling. This sports
that's
talk,
where I was at.
Sports talk is a cute little sidelight. I'm a traffic guy.
This guy's life is planes, trains, and automobiles.
That's the
first text that we get every day. Today, it's not planes, trains, and automobiles. He's like, I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Yeah.
Took the ferry in.
A good hard look.
Ray Ratto. Yeah.
Ray got me on to the
ferry. The scenery is just beautiful.
And you sit down. First of all, I'm not hanging a strap on Bart with somebody next to me with BO and a bunch of mask holes. I saw urination 2 weeks ago on Bart. Yeah.
Sensation?
Yeah, that's a buck. Actually, the fine is much more than a buck. Ferry, you get a seat. It's only it's 90 cents more round trip than Bart. And I'm not sitting at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza watching a bunch of carpool jumpers like yourself.
I've interviewed Ray. Like, how is
Jack
it?
London, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where?
It's
right there by.
It's a validation sensation, is what it is.
Oh my!
You know where the
bowling alley where we went to bowl.
No, it's across from the theater. And what's the name of that bar where you and I went on that double date? It was the last date I went on as a married
Fat lady?
man. The fat lady. Remember?
Yeah. Look at Willard.
We went to the Warrior game.
You body shaming people here on that.
I don't like that name either.
Remember after we
Unless
took
you're
the
singing
ferry
at the
that
end of a
day?
Giants game.
We took the ferry that day. We came back, you and Susan.
That's right.
Me and now the ex.
Did we? Wasn't there it was Christmas time? There were lights inside.
It was, yeah.
Hey, we walked.
It was January.
Was there anything,
we just became best friends.
Hey, let's go check it. And it is jumping. It's jumping.
Jumping, bro.
Jumping.
I'm talking about.
What was jumping?
The fat lady.
Jump.
Music.
It's a classic old bar. Jack London.
Look at everything. Look at him.
This was in January.
You know what, though? Let's stop talking about this because I don't need Willard shaming.
Yeah, Willard
about going to a bar.
We've been talking about you, Will.
You shaming?
Yeah,
you
gave
took
us
a
all
shot at us
the
with the
other
old
day.
ship. We
I'm
haven't
like,
forgotten.
Can he see from the window where we're at?
We're very sensitive.
Seriously,
but the way you said it, Willard,
exactly.
I'm like, does he have eyes over there?
I'll tell you what.
The shot and it was gutless.
Yeah, I mean, look,
my favorite.
Those things only hurt when they're true.
Well,
that's all I'll say.
Real quick, you did a Steiny, but Shasky Steiny was a 4 this morning.
I gave him a 2.
Bonte doesn't need me. I told Steiny he don't need me to defend him. But you guys, Malachi, crunched him today. You about that he was giving Jimmy love,
Happy
and I know
days.
he's been a Jimmy hater, but y'all wouldn't let him just give Jimmy love. And then Shasky with his great Steiny about you can't do that. Y'all was hard on me this morning. I was like, whoa.
Shasky was too loud and too forceful. Although Steiny's more like resolute.
You can't do that. That was great.
You can't do that, dude.
Like, what if
do that?
He's
am I
reacting
allowed?
to new information.
No, right. And so, am I allowed? Like, let's say the Giants just get nobody this offseason. And I come in here and I just
you better not
rip Farhan an absolute
you can.
new
No
one.
chance.
You react to new information.
When you say no chance, you mean I'm not allowed to, or you don't think I have it
now,
in
why
me?
is he not allowed?
You don't think
Dibs?
I have it in me?
Because
that's how relationships don't last, is when people want to be a know-it-all and admit when they're wrong.
Yeah,
he's been Team Farhan with his pom-poms and his cheerleading outfit.
Can he be disappointed?
One says Far, the other one says Han.
When I say Far, you say Han.
Far.
I say Zai, you say D.
Totally.
That's a 2.
Yes, new information, but
he can be disappointed.
Yeah.
It has to be a full capitulation sensation.
Let me tell you about changing your opinion about somebody. It happens in life.
Me?
You're not going to believe. You're not going to believe.
My fault.
You're not going to believe where I'm at on the Giants. If they, let's say, strike
Are
out.
you going to go Bonte on me right now?
No.
This bothers me what he's about to say.
I know it does, but Farhan's going to put a team together.
Yep.
Whether they get Judge, he's going to put a team together, and you know what? They're going to probably be competitive because he can do that.
Jock Peterson thinks so.
So
I mean, no, seriously.
I mean, they're not going to have the excitement on day one of a Judge or somebody like that. But they're still going to have the opportunity to win over the first half of the season and get people involved.
They'll win everybody over if they win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to want to hear
aspects
from the minute they lose Judge till mid-season.
What about stars?
But, okay, to that point, you're right. But outside of Judge, does
Bogarts?
Does that do that?
Trey Turner? It'll
Okay.
be what Steiny's talking about, though. There'll be a competitive
do
team.
you have neighbors who are like, so now I'm losing season tickets because they got Xander Bogaerts?
You're right.
Like
it's judge or bust almost.
In terms of the business aspect. In terms of the business.
Man.
But I don't really care about the business aspect. That's winning the offseason. And I don't care about that. I'd love to get Aaron Judge. But here's what people in professional sports can do that people like us fans can't do. They are here for the battle. They're okay, right? Like, you're down by 6 with a minute to go in the finals, and we can't even sit on a couch. And they walk out on the court, and they're just like...
That's wow.
Right? They've got the stomach for this. So the San Francisco Giants have the stomach for, we're going to get ripped in April, and then we're going to go... Start the season 20-12, and then everyone will be like, okay, never mind.
Steiny did bring up the 107 because nobody saw that.
By the way, what if you win the offseason? Oh, yay! You got Aaron Judge, and then you're 12-20.
It was a great timeout.
Now what? So
I hear you.
They got the 49ers have the stomach for, you know what, we're bringing Jimmy back.
But they went and got McCaffrey too.
Right. But like the noise, they got the stomach for it.
Well,
they get the stomach for it.
And Farhan obviously has the stomach for whatever trade he made with Tampa Bay, whatever no-name Rule 5 40 man. He does.
They gotta close something.
I give Farhan credit
Jock
for this,
Peterson.
Steiny, like you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Farhan's gonna find a 25-man roster and he's gonna put it out there and he's gonna be able to justify every move he makes based on his analytics and his math, and that's his job, is to do the best he can. But if he doesn't sign a big name, a big boy, you're going to continue to see that attendance plummet.
I'm looking for
who that was.
Here it was. So this is so great. If you want to have fun, go to JP Morosi and his Twitter.
Bubba.
21 hours ago.
Nobody calls him other than the morning show.
Don't do that, Goo.
He writes news, : Rays trade Brett Wisely to the Giants.
I like Wisely.
Okay. Now click on that.
Is he in the G League?
Click on that and read the responses. Who?
There's got to be an order the rings
shout out
in there.
Temple.
No one cares. Announce Judge. WTF. Rays chill. LMAO.
Dude.
Bro, we don't know who that is. Who? What a trade.
Comments are the best.
This is the comments.
No, not the best.
Like, for that to be the first Giants move of the GM meetings, they're like, yep, we got Brett Wisely.
And how perfect is this? A Farhan player. He can play second. He can play third. He can play a little first base.
He can play in Sacramento, too.
I think he'll be the number 3 catcher also.
Can I fire off my Jimmy take real quick?
Yeah, fire it off.
Now that he's been here 5 years.
I honestly believe I'm going to give you a 3. There's 2 scoreboards to me, guys. If they go on a run, let's just say NFC Championship again, I think Jimmy's playing to come back.
Oh, that's definitely.
I don't believe Trey, and it's no shade at him. You don't have the equity. We see what. Hey, if you got to wait another year, you got to wait another year.
Trey
But we got games to win. If they go to the Super Bowl or NFC Championship with Jimmy, if Jimmy was here, I'd be like, you playing for something.
Yeah,
we thought it was over, but you got reprieve.
It's
you
over.
got a chance.
So if you bring Jimmy back, say bye-bye Debo, say bye-bye Christian McCaffrey, say bye-bye Eric Armstead.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Oh, no, Dibs, that's too much.
How much is Jimmy going to command if he leads this team to the Super Bowl? $30 million a year?
Salary cap gymnastics are all.
They'll work something out. Wow, Dibs.
But somebody's got to go.
Well, we think something's up with Debo and the overlap with him and C-Mac.
Someone's just got to restructure. Watch the Rams.
Well, you can't restructure C-Mac.
How'd they fit Matt Stafford?
What about
already done backflips?
That's incredible.
With every big name in the NFL: Jalen Ramsey, Odell, Cup extension, Aaron Donald extension, Brandon Cooks, boop, money, and they're like, Matt Stafford? No problem.
Yeah, and where are they now?
Yeah.
Well, it's
bottom of the table.
Defending champs.
That's injured, no doubt.
No, I'm with you, but Jimmy Garoppolo, if he does what you're saying, he's going to get $30 million, and that's assuming that he even wants to come back.
But the Niners got bread. And what about Debo and this overlap with C-Mac? I'm not trying to start anything. We talked about it, but there's some merit to. Hey,
like the lake.
Yeah,
it's a 4.
Is it bye-bye Debo? Bye-bye McCaffrey? Bye-bye Armstead?
No
couple
way.
of them for sure.
Bye-bye Willard and Dibs.
That's a 4.
Quickly.
Yeah.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steiner.
What's up, my man?
What's up, baby?
Oh, man. I'm getting... You know what's fun? One of the good things about the changeover is they'll stoke a little conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. And I listen to Odyssey, other stations do the changeover. They got nothing on us. The morning and us with them too.
Don't do that because then you're just inviting criticism from them later.
Yeah, might be on to something.
Well, and I try to. I mean, my problem, Goo, is I think of the station more than I think of myself. And I'm the only guy here that is team first.
Move to Los Angeles.
Well, man,
what an actor.
Nice. Oh, I'm going to say it. Tonight is a legacy game for Klay Thompson.
Mm-hmm. I'm rooting for Klay, Steiny. It's bigger than one game.
You know what I am, too.
Yeah, but it's bigger than one game. I just don't like that Dre comment. Like, what else if it's real? What Willard just talked about. Like, that's telling you all you need to. They're worried.
What do you think about this quote?
Okay.
By the way, there's 3 great pieces out there right now in the Golden State Warriors. One is on James Wiseman in The Athletic by Tim Kawakami. The other is by Sam Amick in The Athletic. He talked to Draymond Green after the Warriors lost to Sacramento. He talked to him on the car. Yeah, it's good stuff. He talked to Draymond Green as Draymond was driving back to the Bay. And then lastly, ESPN, Ramona Shelburne. Oh, my goodness. What a piece on Klay Thompson. Very, very thorough. She went on the boat.
She was up.
Yeah, she went on the boat. But there were some quotes in there that made me just take note. How about this one from Klay Thompson? This is from Klay.
Give it to us.
And this one stuck out to me a little bit. The best I ever felt was in 2019. I know I can't get back there. But even if I get to 90% of that, I'm still a hell of a player, and it's still a hell of a championship team.
I love that.
Like I say, he's never going to be the player he was.
Okay,
I mean, even that for Klay must have been hard to say.
No doubt.
Well,
can you be 75% of that?
That's not good enough. I don't think 75% of Klay's good enough. I think
if you had to put
90.
a number where he's at now, I'd say 59.
Okay.
So
now, where'd you come up with that? Most people use a round number.
Just with 59.
Yeah.
But Steiny, I don't think like you're saying that, but 75 might be good enough. What was he in the finals?
It's not going to be good enough to win a title.
What was he in the finals last year? Or just the playoffs? 75, maybe, Steiny? He was better than what we're seeing now.
Oh, much better. Do you think he can get back to where he was in the postseason last year? Because that's the one thing he said. He watched a lot of last year's playoffs, and he's like, you know what? I wasn't bad.
Right.
Well, he's right. Can he get better than that, though? At this point, hopefully. But tonight's game against Phoenix to me is a big game. It's a big game, and the reason it's a big game, not only is it Phoenix, but it's Devin Booker and Klay Thompson. And we know what happened the first time.
I forgot about that, not to cut you off this morning. That's a whole nother aspect. You're right.
Yeah, so Klay's going to probably want to play well tonight, I would think. They're 6-8, the Warriors. If they, again, it's an 82-game season, but you lose tonight, now you're 6-9. You're
0-8 on the road.
Back to 3 games under 500. And the thing about a 6-9 team, those are the kind of teams that aren't likely to rip off 8 in a row. You know what I mean? Because if you're 6-9, you're not a great team. So it's harder for you to put a winning streak together. So I think the Warriors, believe it or not, they got to get to 500 sooner rather than later. I really believe that.
you don't. I don't want to speak for you, but you don't seem too concerned that they're still winless on the road.
No, I am.
To me, that supersedes. They got to be road warriors. But if this is what it's going to be, and Dibs giving us those numbers, or you pointed out 32 and 46 over the last couple of seasons on the road, now it's a problem because you're not winning handily the way you did at home, and we don't know if you got the right guys. But Steiny, they can't go 0-8, and Chris Paul's a game time decision, right?
Yes.
So hopefully, I want him to play. But if he doesn't, you would think they could. That would help their chances.
The other part of the road losing that I think is a factor is look at the teams that beat them. I mean, the three worst teams in the East beat them. Like, to me, that's one of the first tells of a team that's just slipping a little bit. And that is that there's not a fear factor when the Warriors come into your building anymore. There's just not. Not until they can start winning games on the road and get that mojo back.
Who would you fear? And there's no shade. Who in the Warrior? That's what I thought Wiseman would be at this point had he not got hurt. He's still family. But, Steiny, athletically, that's why you lost. The Warriors right now, and I love them, but it's okay. They're beating you with their IQ and their pedigree, but they're me at the gym. That's why Detroit beat them. That's why Orlando. It's apparent to anybody watching. And Steve Kerr saying maybe the end is near. But right now, they don't have those youngsters outside of Wiggins jumping out the gym. And I know it's more than just jumping. Loose balls, Matt. And even Draymond. Sabonis. Old Draymond probably would have kept him in check. But, again, they athletically don't have that prowess to where we got what you got.
They were never athletic.
But they were.
Were they athletic last year? Who was athletic? How were they more?
GP2 was athletic.
Okay, there's a player.
I can't throw Porter Jr. in there, but
I don't think he's athletic.
Yeah.
So they've never been overly athletic, but maybe they're paying the price now because they're getting older. They're getting older.
To that point, you keep going, and rightfully so. Willard talked about it. The starting five, if you're into plus minus still, is number one.
Yeah,
so they could be Guru. What you talking about,
That
Willis?
doesn't do much for me, to tell you the truth.
But
because you can't play those five guys. You can't play those five guys 40 minutes a game.
But you could keep two out there with the other team.
Right, and then they stink. See, that's the issue. That five-man unit is great. The minute one tinker takes place, it's not great anymore. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, Phoenix Suns. Don't go anywhere because JD will have the pregame show, Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. And 7 o'clock tip, live from Phoenix. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And here's the other thing. We may get into a little 49ers on the other side. Goo. We got to do some math on the other side, and you're not going to like it. On 95.7 The Game.
49ers superstar tight end George Kittle joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Garoppolo off the play action. Finds Kittle at the 35. Kittle with a stiff arm. Throwing the right hand.
Hey, Dibble, don't miss George Kittle today at 5.
Woo!
Bang, bang, Niner gang. On 95.7 The Game.
Were you abused by a priest or clergy member? You're not alone, and we can help you hold the church accountable, regardless of your age, and even if your abuser is no longer working or even living. Thousands of victims have filed claims and been awarded significant compensation, but the deadline is quickly approaching, so call Stop Clergy Abuse right now. Your call is free, private, and confidential. Even if you don't remember the abuser's name, we may be able to help, but time is limited, so call now. Catholic dioceses have paid more than $3 billion to victims, with the average national settlement at $268,000. In parts of California, the settlements are much higher. Call 800-230-5678 now, or soon you may forever lose your chance to file a claim. You can't change the past, but you can be compensated for it. Call 800-230-5678. A representative is standing by to help. Call 800-230-5678. That's 800-230-5678.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Jermichael Green, he's back in the rotation. Steve Kerr said he's been unfair to Jermichael Green.
And that's
he has
why I
not
love
put
Kerr.
him in a situation to succeed. See, I never get you. I don't get you. I never will get you. I love you, but I don't understand you. Steve Kerr says, I blew it with JaMychal Green. But you hate when the NBA says, we made a mistake in the last minute of the game.
Two different things.
No, they're the same.
One's a call.
Let me make it clear. I love you. I just don't get you.
Yeah, but my point is, a guy as accomplished as Steve Kerr has the ability to step back and say, you know what, JaMychal Green, you didn't earn not getting DMPs. And I kind of want to, if we could, well, I know we got Zaza coming up at 1 on the executive show.
Thank you for teasing that. Zaza Pachulia, half hour, executive show.
Does Moses Moody kind of belong on that list a little bit? And again, I'm not telling you Moses is Allen Iverson.
No, he's certainly not.
You got a couple DNPs you didn't deserve.
I disagree. Let me ask you a question. What's Moses Moody do?
Play the passing lanes. He's confident. He can create his own shot. If
No,
he's
he
open
can't.
Steiny,
He absolutely cannot create his own shot.
He'll go by you, Steiny. He will certainly try to go by you. He is.
We're not
you
sure.
Know what?
We're not even sure if he's a starter in this league, in our league, down the line.
Not that Steiny. Now we're talking about what team. Is it a team that's won 60 wins or a team like the Rockets or the Magic or Detroit? He's got a great future in this league. And like, what's his glaring weakness?
He doesn't excel at any one thing. See, I'm a firm believer, and I could be wrong, that you got to be able to do one thing really well. I'd rather have a guy who does one thing really well than a guy who's just, he's okay. How's his defense?
And he's so
it's
young
okay.
still, Steiny.
No, you're right. You're right.
And he got some run in the finals. He don't look overwhelmed.
Yeah, but
and even
I
if
just
he
don't think he's.
Tell me,
he doesn't make an impact. He's just look. He's only in his second year.
Level. Yeah,
so he's going to get better and better and better. Right now, I think he's just out there. He's just out there.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not saying he's terrible at all, but when's the last time Moses Moody put an imprint on a game?
The Dallas series last year.
He did?
Yeah, on the road. They were in Dallas. He was going to the bucket. He made some big plays. Those, again, it's not Rome wasn't built. No, I stole this yesterday. Rome wasn't built in one day, but Steiny, I see nothing.
He's a role player.
Out of Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, Moody is ahead. Now, you can say, well, what does that mean? But I think they like what they see from Moody.
I do, too. I like what I see from Moody. He's made an adjustment to playing for the Warriors that many other players have not made right now, like Wiseman and Kuminga. So the fact that he's smart enough and competent enough to get playing time on this team, yes, it's an absolute solid sign, but I think he's got a ways to go before he contributes, consistently. He played the majority of Game 5. Okay, he had a good Game 5. That's great. Yeah. And why did he have a good Game 5? This is where you got to look in. He has a good Game 5 because nobody guards him. Nobody guards Moody. Why? You can't guard Moody if he's out there with Steph and those guys.
But I've seen Steiny. This is just
so that's why he's been. That's why he went to the hole that game.
But if he's open, he'll let it go. He thinks he belongs, and that's what I like. You could. He thinks he ain't thinking. Oh, I'm gonna get taken out, and you very well may, but he lets it go. And then Steiny, I think you're selling him short on his ability to go to the rack.
Okay, I've never. I
ain't telling you all
I don't think
right
he
now.
Beats guys on the perimeter. I think when he gets the ball, he's got an advantage because guys are chasing him. Nevertheless, I mean, we don't need to talk too much about Moody because he's not that big of a factor. The big factor tonight is Klay Thompson.
Spray Klay.
Sorry, but this is a Klay game. They played the Suns earlier in the year, and he lost his poise
at the same venue.
So. I get it, it's a regular season game, but I got to believe Klay wants to play well tonight. I mean, is there any doubt Klay wants to play well? I know he wants to play well every game, but this would be the game to turn it around.
And everybody's watching.
Klay with about 27, and the Warriors win.
How many shots, though, Steiny?
Oh.
See, that's what I think. He's hunting shots. I love that. He's hunting them. I get it. But I think he's hunting them to the point to where it might hurt him. Let it marinate that you hit 2 shots in a row.
But that's not who he is.
Yeah.
We love Klay with no conscience.
But he's never had this on his mind of what he shared and opened up with on the boat with Ramona, trying to get back to 2019 Klay.
Klay's averaging more, and this is thanks to Whitey Gleason. He'll be in with Ray Ratto at 3 o'clock. Klay's shooting the ball. Klay's shooting more threes this year than he's ever shot before.
So he's chasing.
And he's shooting as poorly as he's ever shot from three-point.
You think anybody sat him down or said, hey, you need it? No, that's what it's the Warriors culture. We got this built in that your brother gonna work it out, that you need to just keep firing. And maybe that day will come, Steiny. I don't think it will. Him coming out of the starting lineup if it doesn't get better, but even somebody whispering to him, hey, why don't you cut it back, dial it back just a little bit. What you mean? Well,
exactly.
Taking 19 shot, maybe 14 for a little bit. Nah.
Why would he do that? He's never done
Shoot
that.
or shoot.
Exactly. A couple things I wanted to just mention. One name that I keep hearing for the Warriors, maybe can we get him? Can we get him? Jay Crowder. Why would the Phoenix Suns make a trade with the Golden State Warriors and send Jay Crowder to the Warriors?
I'll give you that. But they're letting them just rot at home.
Well, they're not trading him to the Warriors. Please. Why? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
It's not that, at all. I like him, man. And he's a glue guy.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about. When's the last time we said this about the Warriors? This is a measuring stick game for the Warriors. Usually when the Warriors play, it's a measuring stick for the other team. This is a measuring stick for the Warriors tonight. They're 0-7 on the road. They're trying to figure a bunch of stuff out. Question becomes, can they?
Let me defend OGs with that take. What if they were right here in the studio? Hey, Steiny, this is who
are you right now?
Dre, Steph, and Klay.
Oh man, all right. Hey, what's up, guys?
We're doing our part. Everything else around us has changed.
Klay, you really think you're doing your part?
Well, I'm trying to get back.
I know, but you've been poor.
I should have done
what grade would you give yourself, Klay? Because I don't want to be that guy. What would you give yourself?
Physically, I'd give myself
for you players.
A C.
Yeah, it's more like a D. It's more like a D because you're not making shots and you're not guarding.
But what about my minute usage, Steiny?
What about it?
Physically, that's an A in my book. The fact that I'm able to play 30 minutes a game after the minute restriction, so that's a win.
Sure. If you just want to go out there and play, that's fine. But we're a championship team here. Going out and playing ain't going to cut it.
Why are you so hard on me, man?
Because I think you're a great player and I love you.
Wow. I hadn't heard those words said to me.
I only criticize and yell at the people that I care about, Klay. I love you, Klay. You've got to get it together. Just let the game come to you. Filmo Mike wants to be cool on Moses Moody. Come on, Filmo.
No, but Steiny, I think you're selling him short on his athletic. I feel like this is an IU conversation, but it's Moody. He's got a little wiggle and bounce. I'm not telling you he's Vince Carter, and he can shoot. Here we go. But Filmo Mike, Steiny, the real ones know.
The real ones know what?
When somebody has some game, what they got in their repertoire. Now,
do you think he's ever going to be better than a role player? A role player.
You know what? I'm keeping it real. I think he could be a starter in this league.
Like, I'm just thinking, okay, let me seriously, this guy comes to mind as a 3. Karan Butler. He ain't going to be as good as Karan Butler was.
He don't got that body.
Well, Karan Butler never even made an All-Star game.
Yeah, but he was a bad dude. Okay. Yeah, Karan Butler was a bad dude.
Right, and he's not going to be that good.
And that's no shade at Moody.
No. And if he's that good, you got to take it, right? I got no problem with Moses Moody, but I'm not going to say...
Could Moody be Avery Johnson? And that might be a slight, because he's got more of an offensive repertoire and a bigger body. Steiny, he can defend. He's got reach. He's got length. He can... I'm just telling you, I like what I see from
41% overall this year. Okay. 36 from 3.
Well, damn.
And last year he shot 36.
All right.
Listen, I just don't want to talk a lot about Moses Moody because I don't really think he's part of the problem. I don't really think he's part of the solution.
Well, when you say that, then you're not blaming him. And now you can't blame James. I can't wait to see the next 10 games because we're going to come in and hear people in the back. You can't blame Wiseman.
Yes, you can.
What would you say?
We need you here, and you're not good enough.
Right.
Really? 2 calls on Moses Moody?
I knew it, Steiny.
Okay. Filmo, what's up, buddy?
Talk to us.
I just don't get this. I never said he stunk.
Yeah,
I just am like, I don't think he's contributing as much as everybody thinks. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I totally agree with you on that point, Steiny. I don't think that he's, hurting the Warriors or gaining to him, but I think you cutting him short on his overall potential going forward. Two players I want to mention. I'm a Warrior historian. Remember Gilbert Arenas, Steiny?
Wow. Gilbert Arenas.
Exactly. Remember?
Wow.
Hold on. You remember Jordan Poole? My 2 points are Jordan Poole is not as consistent as Moses Moody is 2 years into his career. As you feel me, Jordan Poole was very erratic. He didn't look like a potential player. Moses Moody reminds me of Spencer Dinwiddie. That's who Moses Moody reminds me of.
Wow.
I think he could be a very key clog off the bench, almost sort of like what Sean Livingston was, but a younger person. I think Moses Moody has a great future, and that's why he plays a lot, because of his basketball IQ. And like everybody say, he was a college player. He played 2-3 years as a role player, and when he was coming up.
All right, Philma. Appreciate the call.
I like the Gilbert Arenas.
Is Moses Moody a point guard? Am I missing something? He's now been compared to Avery Johnson and Gilbert Arenas. I didn't know Moses Moody was a point guard. And you know what? I'm sorry.
I'm
Gilbert
sorry.
Was bad. Moses Moody is not nearly the athlete Gilbert Arenas was. Please.
You know what? And
Come on now.
There's no shade in that.
He's not even the athlete Jordan Poole is.
But he's an athlete, Stein. He's athletic.
He's average in the NBA. Athleticism. That's the way I feel. What's Evan, did you want to jump in?
Oh, Moses Moody also plays defense. I don't know if Spencer Dinwiddie or Gilbert Arenas really play.
Yeah.
No, but Gilbert Arenas on his best day was a bad dude.
By no means a stopper.
Yeah, well.
Moses Moody. He just, the reason everybody likes Moses Moody is because he could come onto a championship team, and he's smart enough to get minutes.
Yeah, no doubt,
but he's just getting minutes.
Yeah.
He's not impacting the game.
But I feel like he has a skill set, Steiny, to where
in a couple
think
years,
of life outside of Golden State. He could go help a team.
Sure. I just don't know if he's a starter or a 7th or 8th man.
And he's got a swagger about him.
I don't think
it's like a confidence. Yeah, Steiny,
most NBA players have that.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't. The big ticket. And
who's the big ticket?
James Wiseman.
Don't you dare.
That's his Twitter handle.
That's KG.
But no, it's his at the big ticket, 22.
Nick J. Moody doesn't stand out. He's just a guy.
Because he's playing.
That's the way I feel about him.
3 Hall of Famers.
That's exactly
right. So that ain't going to manifest right now.
Dude, the fact that Moody can play on this team is a great sign.
Upstairs, IQ.
Exactly.
Okay.
But that's kind of who he is. He's a smart player who's going to fit in.
But what about when he gets relaxed and maybe those guys transition or not around?
20 a game?
Hey, I'm not putting it past him.
He's not.
But Steiny,
I'll bet he'll never average 20 a game.
I wouldn't take that bet. But if he has 16, he could if 16 points, he could still be impactful. I'm talking about when Moses Moody gets to the point to where, I'm part of it. I can hoist up 15 shots, and I'm not coming out. Things like that help you get to the next level.
Why would you want Moody taking that many shots?
Because I like what I see,
He's on the court with 2 of the greatest shooters of all time.
And he's a young pup, but he's got the stuff up between the ears, man.
Yeah, Adam T. I'm with you, buddy. Adam T. on YouTube. Moody wasn't drafted to stand out. Moody's a perfect role player. Okay. Dynamite. I'm with you there. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know about perfect, but he's a good role player. I'm not going to take anything away from Moses Moody. Is he impacting their winning right now?
No.
Okay. But he's young. Don't box me into a corner of not liking Moses Moody.
I love it. I'm not doing it. But
just because I don't think Moses Moody's going to be Julius Erving doesn't make me a hater.
And I'm not telling you he's going to be. But it was like me Monday, real quick with the Niners. I came in and I wanted more. I was still happy with the win.
You blew it.
I was still happy with the win.
No, you weren't.
Yeah.
It wasn't flashy enough for you. And we're going to get into the Niners. We're going to get into the Niners.
All right.
Because I'm finding some stuff out about the 49ers. And I think I actually like where they're at right now. I know you won't like where they're at, but I'll tell you why.
I'm a shock.
They're at 130.
Yeah.
We got John Dickinson at 2.
In AZ. What do you think he's at? A shoot around?
I hope so. John Dickinson in Phoenix. Zaza Pachulia, executive show.
Easy.
Executive show at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Let's go to, oh boy. All right, Polo. Moses Moody taking over the show.
Uh-oh. I like it.
Hey, Polo, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Man, hey, Guru, this is for you, man. Hey, Moses Moody, man, I think that was an accident dunk that he did. He wasn't expecting to dunk on somebody. And one more thing about Moody, too. I feel like he was in Steve Kerr doghouse because I think he was playing against the Kings or Pelicans where Curry was running down the side and Curry was waving him like, run.
Oh.
Where's that energy? Yeah, we don't see that energy. I don't see that in Moses Moody right now like I see in Lamb. Lamb's not thinking on the court. He's letting his instincts take over. I don't see that in Moody right now.
Appreciate the call. This is from the Not Again 90 on the YouTube text line. By the way, you want to watch us on YouTube. I'm about to take my sweater off because it's getting hot in here, so you see what kind of T-shirt.
Shout out Nelly.
My T-shirt game is, I think I have the strongest T-shirt game in the office. I don't think there's
the
any
streets
doubt.
were saying you doubled up last week with the...
I never double up.
Who's your favorite artist?
I never double up the same week.
They were trying to say...
they're wrong.
I didn't let you know what was happening.
They're
I had
wrong.
your back. Dylan, the Dylan T-shirt.
What about it?
Bob, they thought you wore it like
I have
twice
two
in a week.
Dylan
I
shirts.
see that. And that's what I was trying to... I defend you, man. You don't even know it.
Not Again 90 says, say what you want about Moody, but he gets in there and gets it done when given the opportunity.
Man.
See, here's what same can't be said for Wiseman. Here's what I think. When Wiseman gets in the game, he's a negative. That's been overwhelmingly
the case.
Obvious.
Yeah.
When Moody gets in there, he doesn't help or hurt.
But Steiny, he
hasn't helped that much. Hey,
well,
good
I
shirt.
think he's selling them short.
I mean, good little player. Good little young player. But
and that's what he
this
is.
is what I mean. I mean, you can't, not everybody can be a superstar in this league. And if they don't become a superstar, doesn't mean they failed.
All right, you watch.
To me, Moses Moody's playing to his expectations. Mm-hmm. Schlep Rock. San Leandro. What's up, Schlep?
On the dynamic duo.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
well, real quick, I told the producer I want to get in and get out. This is for Goo and Steiny. You could chime in. Right now, hypothetically, like we were speaking yesterday, you had a chance to take JTA over Moody right now for this team right now. Would you do it? And I'll listen to you guys off the air. You guys are awesome.
Hey, listen, I'm going to say something to everybody listening. I wouldn't. I love JTA. He's gotten some I don't want to say super run in L.A., but what made him special was the way that the Warriors played.
All right.
And what I'm seeing and expecting from him in L.A., not bad. It's un-JTA-like. So the answer to that question is Moody all day for me. I'll let you go.
Right now.
And maybe I'm watching too many Laker games and I'm watching JTA, Steiny.
You're going to hate my answer. Go ahead and ask it.
JTA or Moody?
Who cares?
But see,
who cares? They're 9th, 10th men. They're both the same. Give me either one, and our fortunes will not change drastically.
And this is no shade at JTA. Moody will be greater later than JTA.
He better be.
Yeah.
He better be. He was a
that arenas
14th
count.
round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, 14th pick in the draft. JTA wasn't even drafted, was he?
No doubt.
Better be better than
From
JTA.
9,500.
That's overblown.
It's the town.
I know it.
East
and it's
Oakland.
my town. How about that?
It's not your town.
It is my. It's as much my town as JTA's.
Steiny, Reading, PA is where you're from. But you live in the town.
Reading, PA is as tough as Oakland.
I'll tell you who else from
if you get into the
Reading,
real
PA I
interstate.
like.
Who?
Walker the third.
Lonnie Walker.
Dude,
by the
he's
way,
an athlete.
By the way, Oakland's a tough town.
Yeah, please.
I better say.
Yeah, Black Panthers.
What do you know about the Black Panthers? See, this is
Rutherford's dad was in it, Mr. Rutherford, and I know I wish we could get back to that, man.
Back to the Black Panthers?
Yeah, that era where we stood for something.
You want to have Bobby Seale on?
Oh, man.
He's around.
Angela Davis.
She's still alive.
You ever read the
no
book?
Huey Newton. Yeah, Soul on Ice.
Oh.
You break, Goo. You know who you're talking to.
That's why I fool with you.
Yeah, man.
I tell Big Dex and AP about you.
I mean,
he's hip.
It's not hip. I just have respect for my history. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton.
The Big O.
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Hey.
Hey, man. I was going to talk about Moses Moody, man.
Okay.
Moses Moody, man, you guys are selling him short.
All right.
I'm from the University of Arkansas. My people's is. I'm born in Arkansas. Ronnie Brewer is my people's. And you got to understand, Moody is not like Kaminga them. He understands the game.
Yes, he
like
does.
you said, that last game when he wasn't running hard, he understood why he was on the bench. And you can tell in his pre-conference when he in his conference, he said that. So he gets it. He gets what he needs to do. Not that just scoring is everything, but when you play with a veteran team, it's the nuances of the game. The
I'm with you.
And running the floor. You have to run back on the floor. And that's what gets the youngsters off the floor. That's why they sent Wiseman back down. I'm telling you guys. But I'm going to tell you right now, Moses Moody, watch out for Moody.
I'm with you.
Appreciate it, Oscar.
Yeah, I did too much, but I'm with Oscar. I see it, Steiny.
But what you see is not like you got to be more specific on what you see.
I could see him taking it up 2 to 3 levels to where he could be a poor man's Gilbert Arenas. He will be in somebody's starting lineup in the future.
Right.
That's real, Steiny. And those long arms for his body, he defends, he can finish.
Why isn't he making an impact?
I'm keeping it real now. I think you're asking too much on a championship team. When you look around, there are the Splash Brothers. When you look around, there's Draymond Green. No excuses.
See, that's why he's playing in the first place, because he's smart enough to play with champions.
Which is just better than any
if he
other
doesn't play
attribute.
with champions, what's he got?
Oh, Steiny, I think that's when he could just be unplugged.
Why did he play the last couple games?
See,
he's in Kerr's doghouse for some reason.
I didn't see him not run on that one. That's 2 callers that pointed that out.
Don't get me started on the Black Panthers.
Man,
I get
we
fired
need them
up.
now, Steiny.
Biggest crime of all time was what happened to Fred Hampton.
Oh, man. She's speaking my language.
That's serious, man. Like, I don't mess
we
around
need a
with
podcast. We got a show. But no, it'd be political. We talk about what's going on in the streets, the bippers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what that is.
I do now, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Hey, we got Zaza Pachulia on the other side. And it's all sponsored by Save Mart. It's the executive show. Pachulia on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Lucky California makes hosting Thanksgiving easy with delicious complete holiday meals that serve 6 to 8 people. Just buy online, pick up in store, or order at the deli counter. And you can get incredible deals to make it yourself. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Dell Technologies' Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7.
All righty, this is The Executive Show. We welcome in Zaza Pachulia, and he comes in every other week. Zaza, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
We're back. It's always great talking to you guys. You know what? It's an awesome way to start our conversation, hearing us. Nothing easy, sharing memories, amazing memories to me. So I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Zaza.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Zaza, we may let's try to get you on another line here because it was a little. We'll call you back in a minute. You know when Zaza came into the league? You know how old he was?
No, I don't.
19.
Wow.
James Wiseman's age.
So he knows. And he was thick. He was a big boy.
Yeah. So I wonder, I'm going to ask him about that. I'm going to ask him about Moses Moody.
He was in a good mood.
We're looking at a star in the making.
Yeah.
Moses Moody. Look, I don't want to get on Moses Moody's bad side.
No, but
like
you're
He's my
really
kind
not.
of player,
Steiny,
actually.
I'm telling
He's more
you,
my
I
kind
like
of player
him.
than Kuminga or
I think
Wiseman.
a lot of people are excited about his future.
Good.
Yeah.
They should. Yeah, nice 9-point per game player.
So
we got Zaza back. Hey, Zaza, thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, let me ask you this, because I'm looking at your career right now, and you came into the league at 19. You were on 3 different teams your first 3 years, but you had established yourself in your second year. I know you're not the same kind of player as James Wiseman, but as somebody who came into this league at 19, what can you help him with, if anything?
Yeah, it was different era, guys. I mean, totally different. Right? The teams were stacked with centers because everybody's goal was to stop Shaq in the middle. And you need a lot of centers to keep following him, for him to beat you for the foul line. And it was different challenges that I had. And it was not easy, especially back then. We didn't have a G League, right? And having 6, 7, 17, couldn't even get a 5-on-5 on them during the practice. Right? But
all right, Zaza, I hate to cut you off. We got to get a better line because we can't understand.
Right, that's all.
Zaza. I'm sorry about that. Wonder where he is.
Yeah.
But anyway, he
had a lot to say. I want to hear it too.
He's
the
great.
fans want to hear
He's
it.
Great.
Man.
He brought up a good point that back then in 2004
That
or whatever
talk
it
to
was,
us.
teams were just stockpiling big men because they needed the fouls on Shaq and other big men who were good players. So
speaking of Shaq, he's got a doc coming out.
Oh my God!
Why would you run?
That is the ultimate.
Are you kidding me?
Name me one thing about Shaquille O'Neal that's compelling.
His heart.
There's one. That's it. That's it.
Okay,
His
but
heart.
That man.
Okay,
that's
so it's going to be a 2-hour show on him buying sneakers for
the
poor kids
and the relationship with Kobe.
No interest.
Did he
hated him.
But now he
There's
does.
the doc.
He loved him too.
I hated Kobe.
No,
you don't like it.
That dude was so dominant.
Who?
Shaq.
Yeah, left a lot of game on the table. You hate when I say that, don't you?
He sound like Kobe. Rest in peace to the Mamba.
Kobe was right. Kobe was absolutely right.
He went and got one with Miami.
Shaq did, yeah. Well, was Morning on that team?
I want to say he was an executive then.
Yeah, it was after.
Was Haslam on there?
Of course. I don't know if he was or not. Well, yeah, he must have been. He must have been, right?
The Iggy. We need you, Iggy.
He must be.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, by the way, I thought it was interesting. Like I said, there were 3 big stories. We got Zaza. All right, one more time, Zaza. You were talking about... Yes, you were talking about how your era was different because they were kind of stockpiling bigs.
Yep, and the goal was to stop Shaq, and, it was the center-dominating league back then. And, he had its own challenges. And, we didn't have a G League or D League back then, right? And I couldn't even play 5-on-5 in the practice because we had 6 big men. Only 4 of them could stay on the court, and nobody wanted to get out. So you have these own challenges, and it's never easy, honestly, for the especially 19-year-old coming in and try to establish yourself. But you got to keep fighting, and you got to keep, looking for the answers and try to make it happen. And I always say that to make the league is hard. To maintain your spot in the team for years and years, it's even harder. It requires so much on and off the court for you to do the right thing, continue to working and getting better, and just proving every single day that you deserve this spot. You belong to this place.
Wow, Zaza, you know what? I'm late to the party because, I'll throw Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. And Moody, I know he played in college, but he seems like the basketball IQ was there. And my question to you is, because you lived it, you're talking about it, the Warriors play a system. It's not like watching Detroit, Orlando, and where they're up and down, Houston, and they're being able to just play ball. How can these young players improve on that IQ part of it?
It's an everyday thing. It's every day. Fortunately, they have a really good, and we do have a really good coaching staff. From Steve to Kenny to everyone. I'm seeing those guys every single day, just being on the court, working on the game and fundamentals. And also, once the practice is over, they always watch the clips from the night before, right? So continuing this, obviously success doesn't come overnight. Continuing and believing the system, right? Believing into the system, believing into the coaches, trusting your coaches, because they're there to help you. And they're very fortunate. We all are fortunate to have this kind of staff, honestly. And we believe the player development, and we take it very seriously.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every other week on the executive show. Zaza, let me ask you about Klay. Where's he at right now? Is he a little bit down? Is he discouraged? Is he determined? Kind of where's Klay at right now? Because his game's struggling, but he keeps plugging away, saying it's going to come.
Well, physically he's in Phoenix right now, but mentally, obviously that's not the Klay we've seen before. And I had a conversation with him 2 days ago, and to him, actually, it's the most important thing is to have fun. But get his mojo back. Get that, for him to start enjoying it, because life is not easy. It's difficult. In any stage you look at for anyone, it's full of challenges, right? But it doesn't mean that we just hang our head down, especially a leader like him, because he's inspiring, and so many young guys are watching him, right? How he reacts to adversity, right? And they are going through the adversity because they want to play, and they want more minutes. It's very normal, right? So. Yep. I think one most important thing for Klay is while he's getting back in a shape where he can play 30-plus minutes, back-to-back games, etc., and put a full load like he was towards the end of this last year, for him to enjoy the moment.
You know what? I cut you off, Zaza. My bad. I stepped on you. Go ahead and finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I mean there's a light under the tunnel, and for him, he has to understand. And I know he's working because he admitted that for him to get back the joy is his most important thing.
Now, I think of you. I think of Bogut, JaVale McGee to that extent. Zaza, what are the biggest challenges a big faces in this Warrior system?
It's the hardest system honestly for the big man. It's very hard because it's. Not only defense, but on offense as well, or vice versa, right? And you can't hide it. And you're always in the center. You're always one of the key players that requires the IQ, the right decision, right? Not necessarily you have a ball a lot, but once you have, you're going to make the plays. And if you don't have a ball, you cannot just stand. You got to set the screen, the roll, and just make the right read. So it's pretty hard. I remember when I came for the Warriors first, I was, even though I had 10-plus year experience and played pretty good teams and pretty good for pretty good coaches, it took me a minute actually to really understand and to really, feel the system. And but once you feel it, it's so much fun, right? And you feel like what I was doing until now, right? So because you're moving and you're making the plays, and yes, you're called the center, but so many times you're initiator to the offense, right? Or defensively, there's so much that depends on you. So I love Steve's system, honestly, the way we play, where it's so much fun. But at the same time, to really, really start understand the system and then feel good on the court, it's going to take some time for the big man.
Yeah, Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. I look at the centers that you guys have had over the last 8-10 years, and the Warriors never needed the center to score. So I guess what I'm asking you is, if you were 20, if I could turn back the clock and you're 20 years old on this Golden State Warrior team, like what's the most important thing a center could do on this team to get playing time?
Start with basics. I'm a huge believer of start with basics, right? Keep it simple. Understand what coaches are asking you to do, Understand who your teammates are, what they like to do, right? And obviously it starts with setting the offensively, setting the screens and roll, especially. Our center's pretty athletic, right? Besides Looney. They can finish above the rim, it's such a privilege, right, for them. So start with basics and, don't look at, making the things happen in 1 year or one season. It's got to be every year getting better, adding something to your game and, just providing to your team. And you can look at the big picture. You have to look at it as a big picture, right? I understand, media and social media is a huge part because you keep getting compared as a top pick or lottery pick or first round pick to the others, right? To your friends and to the other players. But I don't think it's fair because I'm a huge believer of everybody his own path to the success. So you have to search and find and make it happen your own path to the success.
Zaza, last thing about Wiseman, because you came in the league as a teenager. Me and my partner were talking about hands and learning how to rebound. Do you think that's something you're kind of born with, or can you go to the lab and improve those things?
Well, absolutely. It's a fundamental thing where hopefully once you come to the league, hopefully you know those fundamentals, because growing up in Europe, that's what you learn the first thing, right? Fundamentals and how to box out and where the ball's going to bounce and how to grab the rebound and etc. So I'm pretty sure our guys know that. But consistency is one of the things that as a young guy, the last thing comes. And once you get the reps, the NBA court in the game or in the G League game, doesn't matter, or practices, right? You start feeling more comfortable and it's becoming more natural for you.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, is there any connection between Jordan Poole scoring 36 and him having a bobblehead night on the same night? And then secondly, is there a Zaza Pachulia bobblehead out there?
I got a couple bobbleheads.
Do you?
Throughout my career. And that's actually sad that you guys don't have in the office. I'll make sure they have.
Well, I hate to say this, but Raymond Ritter told me that your bobbleheads are very difficult because your base is so big, and it's it's a hard bobblehead to scale down to size, according to Ritter.
We remember what we're talking about. Nothing easy, right? But we'll make it happen. But so happy for Jordan. He deserves it. It's a very special moment, guys, and I'm pretty sure as a young man how much appreciated you feel. And that's why Warriors is amazing, to take care of the players on and off the court, make them feel special. And this was a special day. He seemed very excited to see his bobblehead. And I'm pretty sure as far as this guy continues playing like this and growing, he's going to have many other bobbleheads.
No doubt. Let me ask you about the team's psyche tonight, because I know through 14 games they're 6-8. That's not ideal. But Zaza, they're 0-7 on the road. So tonight they get a chance to go get their first road victory. What you think we see them come out with reckless abandon?
Guys, I understand that numbers are not pretty, right? The 0-7 as you mentioned, but it could easily be 3-4 or 4-3 or 5-2. Easily. I mean, we had so many close games, but at the same time, we gotta keep reminding ourselves how winning is difficult, and especially after the championship, and everybody remembers the championship run and previous year, and the expectation is high, but at the same time, it's kind of reset button, for many ways. So, I think tonight's going to be a great game, a great test against a really good team. And we've been playing better. We've been playing better. It's definitely an improvement. Now, is it enough? I don't think so. I think we got to continue to get better, especially our defensive end, and keeping consistent minutes together, right? So, but it's a process. It's a process. One thing, actually, once I retired, Joe Lacob told me, if you don't have patience in this business, you're not at the right place, right? So, patience, not only, there's a long term, but short term as well. Because I know we're anxious to start playing Golden State Warriors basketball, for 48 minutes and winning games, and start talking about, well, this is a championship contender team. Trust me, we all want to hear that and do that. But at the same time, it's only 14 games. We got more games to go, and we're working hard. Every single coach, every single person in the organization working very hard to get to the point, and we will.
Zaza, thank you so much, as always. Really appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you in a couple weeks.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Zaza Pachulia. That's the executive show. You know what? He started to resonate with me at the end.
How so?
I'll tell you how so. They have a championship hangover. That's one of the things that's absolutely positively going on here. You can't expect four-time champions I'm sorry. People may disagree with this. You can't expect 4-time champions who just won a title in June to be raring to go when they're in their 30s in October. It's like unrealistic to expect a player to play as hard as they're being asked to play for 9 months. It's hard. That's why, whether it's Bogut, who kind of got it ramped up around January, or like that to me is what's going on with the Warriors right now. They're trying to not hold on, but they're just trying to get to January intact and then kind of get moving because the season obviously gets a lot shorter.
I'm surprised you said that, Steiny, but all we can go on is the actions. And if Curry was maybe not at his normal career metrics and they were down, we could say that he's averaging 34 minutes a game, 32 points a game, arguably playing some of his best basketball. So that goes against him. That don't sound like a hangover. Draymond seems emotionally invested. Yeah. His motor on 1,000. So
no, it's not.
Those two guys are bringing it every night.
Draymond Green's motor is not on 1,000 right now.
What is it on?
It's on 80.
But so you watch him and you feel like there's another level.
Do you think he's playing like he was playing in March and April?
He don't look like a lazy ass by any stretch, nor does Steph look like he's in a hangover. Now, Klay is different because we understand. Now, Porter might be in a hangover.
I mean, Draymond's what, 7, 7, and 7 or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was 6, 7, and 7, or 7, 7, and 6, yeah.
And I know he's not about numbers.
Right. But the energy's there for me.
Okay, the energy's there. What about the defense? Is the defense there, and to what degree?
Okay. I'm going to answer that. And I've been thinking about this. Okay. He's playing as great a D as he was when this season started off last year. The components around him are not, so it's making him look less impactful. I'm watching this guy go up and down. He's invested. Now, you might throw some numbers at me, but he's invested. But the things around him have crumbled to where, okay, the team scores. He can do so much. Is he perfect? No, but Curry and Dre, to me, are not the problem, and that's why I'm a little nervous.
All right, well, let's go through this.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney starts. Draymond Green plays power forward. Wiggins, good athlete, at the 3.
Okay.
Steph Curry. Why are they not a good defensive team?
Well,
why are they not a good defensive team, even though Looney, Green, and Wiggins are supposed to be above average NBA defenders? I'm going to say this
about that, Steiny. They got the best plus-minus together of those guys you just named. That they're plus. They lead the league in plus. So the defense is there.
It's not there because they're outscoring teams. Yeah. They're outscoring.
So you think it's defensively is where the hangover is?
Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God. They're the 25th defensive ranked team in the league. And that tells me that nobody's really playing up to their standards, right? It's
when Draymond said what Willard read that he was like they got a real problem. That to me is signaling he knows it ain't him. It's things around him and Looney, and if that means that other people got to come in, we'll see. But can the youngsters get it? But I thought the majority of this early season, you and I have kind of gone back like, hey, the glue guys outside of the starting 5 have changed, and that's who's having the problem with the adjustment. And that's why when one of the 2 or the 3 of the 5 go out, the leads just go away. I feel like those dudes are dialed in early.
And I always hear fans say this, and I'm going to press you on it. They'll be fine. What is fine? And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Draymond Green's defense has been fine. That's not good enough. He's an elite defender. He's not a fine defender. He's elite. So, to me, how's Wiggins' defense been? It's been fine. Well, guess what? He was better than fine last year. He was good.
Yeah.
And Draymond was very, very good. Well, they're not Stop saying like these guys are defending like they're defending last year. They're not.
Okay, well, those two guys played with Porter Jr., Bielitsa at some juncture, and GP2 on the court. So what if those replacements aren't holding their own?
Nobody's holding their own. I refuse to believe that the starters are playing great defense.
Remember you had that metric?
I refuse.
There's a website you went to for defensive efficiency for the players, and
Draymond's as low as he's ever been.
Yeah, and I was like, the eye test says different, but
what was the eye test looking like on Sunday with Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah, no, that was a physical. I've gotten a little older, and I can't stop this man by myself.
And you know what else?
Sabonis was a beast. That game.
Draymond last year at this time was taught as a good point from the.
He was on fire. He was doing it
from the
18-2.
My family. Dre was going for the Defensive Player of the Year award last year. Like that's what he was trying to do, and then he got hurt, so it was no factor.
And he was balling.
The guy says I haven't heard him mention Defensive Player of the Year this year. He ain't even close. I mean, he's not even close. No. First of all, he's not close because they're 6-8.
Well, got to the award. This ship may have already sailed, but I'm telling you, I watch these games. I'll go to bed with him, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like,
who, Draymond?
Yeah, and he's biting his tongue. He's biting his tongue at his own players that maybe are in the wrong place or went the wrong way, and they gave up a bucket. Not saying he's perfect, but I see him biting his tongue.
Why are they 6-8? Why are the Warriors 6-8?
Jordan Poole has regressed some.
Okay.
And Klay Thompson is regressed some. So I mean that's not helping. And the guy and the bench is porous. Like that's why I appreciated what Dre just said. Like I'm gonna watch the game tonight. Like, nah, this is a real problem. Like this ain't the hangover year. Like if it was just I'm half-assing it, Willie, I'll be there. I would be okay. This is like, no, this is structurally something ain't right.
You know me, Goo. It's never one thing. I'm not saying they're 6-8 because they have a championship hangover. I'm saying they're 6-8 because part of it is a championship hangover. You know what? Can we put a rat on the table? You know how to do that? Jake, you know how to do that?
Look at it.
You better. You can't. He can't do it.
He's doing it.
Fire Jake right now. Yeah, never mind. Now I forgot what the rat was.
Well, Curry goes against for you anybody. You didn't.
Oh
see
yeah,
this
you can't touch him.
No, you didn't see this start from him. I did.
Why not?
Not saying he was all the way to April. This dude is playing out the shoe.
Why are they 6-8?
That I don't have those answers.
I do.
Defense stinks.
Okay, there you go.
And athletically, it don't matter the team you're playing. I'm starting to believe 7 out of 10 games, the other team is more athletic. They can get to the ball, the loose balls. They can tip the ball up in the air and get the rebound and have some. Looney, I love Looney to death, Steiny, but what about when he gets it, but he can't go back up and get the bucket? He's got to wait, throw it back out to somebody that may not be having their best season early on from the outside. I'm about to look at this team's three-point percentage outside of Steph Curry collectively. I bet it stinks.
Okay. I bet you're right.
Do it during the break?
I'll bet you. You going to do it during the break? All right, when we come back. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm calling it. Tonight's a big game. You don't want to go 6-9. Then you got that,
0-8 on the road.
Exactly. They got to win a road game. Then they play the Knicks. And then they're at Rockets, at Pelicans. And you know what? I know, at the Rockets. Okay. When you're 0-7, there ain't any easy road games on 95.7. The Game. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Mm-hmm.
49ers superstar tight end George Kittle joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Garoppolo off the play action. Finds Kittle at the 35. Kittle with a stiff arm. Throwing the right hand.
Hey, Dibble, don't miss George Kittle today at 5.
Woo!
Bang, bang, Niner gang. On 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Were you abused by a priest or clergy member? You're not alone, and we can help you hold the church accountable, regardless of your age, and even if your abuser is no longer working or even living. Thousands of victims have filed claims and been awarded significant compensation, but the deadline is quickly approaching, so call Stop Clergy Abuse right now. Your call is free, private, and confidential. Even if you don't remember the abuser's name, we may be able to help, but time is limited, so call now. Catholic dioceses have paid more than $3 billion to victims, with the average national settlement at $268,000. In parts of California, the settlements are much higher. Call 800-230-5678 now, or soon you may forever lose your chance to file a claim. You can't change the past, but you can be compensated for it. Call 800-230-5678. A representative is standing by to help. Call 800-230-5678. That's 800-230-5678.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that.
we'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
This season, get low prices and great deals at Target. Find low prices on popular gifts, holiday decor, gift wrap, and so much more. Plus, order today and get it today with free drive up, free order pickup, and same-day delivery when you shop Target.com or place your order on the Target app. Holiday shopping at Target is easier than ever. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way, only at Target.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, Moses. I like you.
But you think there's a cap. Put it in the cap.
He's a nice little player. All right. I'm going to throw you a curveball.
Uh-oh, Doc Good.
Before I throw you the big Uncle Charlie, though, don't forget, 6 o'clock tonight, Warriors Live with JD. He's in Phoenix. He's going to join us at 2 o'clock also, JD. So 6 o'clock, Warriors Live. Tip-off, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock against the Phoenix Suns. Chris Paul, game-time decision.
His heel.
All right.
What's the curve?
Can we do some math real quick? You know what? I wanted to squeeze some 49ers in, and I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because we got JD at 2, and then who knows what's going to happen after that. Okay. You need to change your expectations of the San Francisco 49ers and who they are. Because I did some math.
Okay.
All right. And this is why fantasy football should be basically gunned down.
I'm going to say banned, yeah.
All right. So how many playmakers do the Niners have? I think 5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mitchell.
Yep.
McCaffrey. Debo Samuel.
Go ahead.
Ayuk.
Go ahead.
And Kittle.
I appreciate you.
All right.
That's 5.
Haven't even talked about Ray McLeod.
Jennings.
Or Jennings. Or Dwelly. Or Juszczyk.
5 is perfect.
So I'm looking at the yardage. Total yard leaders for teams. Okay? For teams.
Okay.
49ers right now are 10th in yards per game. 360 yards per game.
All right.
There's only 2 teams over 400, and that's the Bills and the Chiefs. And then it drops down to Miami at 390. I'll tell you what, though. Let's say the 49ers offense, I'm going to give them 40 more yards per game.
Wow.
Which is, I know, it's a boatload.
Okay.
So now we got 400 yards to play with. Okay? 400 divided by 5, all right, is 80.
Yeah. Jerry Rice.
So if Christian McCaffrey runs for 40 yards and catches for 40 yards, that's 80. If Elijah Mitchell runs 15 times for 80 yards, that's his 80. If George Kittle catches 5 balls for 80, that's his.
I got you.
Yeah, guess what? That's not enough for you. That's not enough. That's not enough for the fantasy crowd.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And I got
There's not enough yards for everybody on the team to have 5 good games in the same game. The only way this can work is Debo doesn't do much this game, then he does a lot the next game, but Mitchell doesn't do a lot the next game, but McCaffrey does. And Kittle only has 4 targets that game, but that's okay because 2 weeks from now, he's going to get 7 catches for 92 yards. So the math doesn't work if you want the 49ers weapons to have big numbers game in and game out. We need, and I'm dead serious, we need to start talking about the 49ers like who they are. They're a running, grinded out football team. They're not Air Coryell. They're not Buffalo. They're not Kansas City. They are a running football team. Period. Why don't we start looking at the 49ers as a team? They're not going to score 35 a game. They're going to win games 24-17. That's who they are. That's how Kyle Shanahan likes to play.
Okay.
They want to run the football.
You like that?
So
you know
don't,
what?
So,
Go ahead.
so don't take Niners on your fantasy team.
Okay, well, yeah. PSA, listen, I appreciate that math, the effort, and I'm on record, and my producer, Evan Giddings, can back me up. You can, my partner. I've said the Niners can go win the Super Bowl before they made this McCaffrey deal. This ain't about fantasy, Matt. This is about when I watch a game, I will shut the hell up if you're maximizing your points, your opportunities. So you mock me left and right, and I've retreated and I've taken some steps back about the boy genius. I think he could make a high school team score on pros. But now reality's setting in that it's not the players, it's him. And again, Sunday night, and you know what, Matt? I don't do this. I drove home like, Goo, you were negative. I wasn't negative. I know the Niners are trying to make the playoffs because I believe they can beat anybody in the other conference. But 2 of 5 with a new weapon.
They won.
Yeah, they did, Steiny, but that's going to bite you in the ass if you don't fix the problem that you have.
I don't think they have a red zone problem.
You don't?
No, they're 16th in the league in the red zone.
So you
would they
think
like to bump up? Yes, of course they would. But why are you picking out one game?
I'm telling you why. Let me tell you why. Because you're throwing the yards. That math is great, but it's about sequence. When are you throwing to the guys? And why didn't Kittle get a damn touch or one pass attempt in the red zone? And Ross Tucker said it. So don't make me crazy to think that. It's not about
everybody
the yards,
can catch 100 yards.
It's not about that. It's the point.
Kyle Shanahan on the red zone.
We had a drop touchdown. Another, we had 2nd and goal from the 8. I thought we should have scored on a run. One we threw a bubble when I think we shouldn't have, which got us in the 3rd and goal from the 8. That was the one that we dropped. And at the very end of the game, I wanted to make sure they used that timeout. Probably would have had a better chance of scoring if we threw it from the 2 there on 3rd and goal from the 2. I didn't think that was worth the risk. I wanted to make sure, regardless of what happened, that they had no timeout. So that was a decision there. But I'll say those 3 things. There'll always be a reason. There's 3 times in there that we didn't score. So, I mean, it'd be a lot easier with film, a tape, and to show you exactly. But, I mean, that's when you ask, like, what's going on with an offense, why we're not clicking. I mean, that was the answer when I think it comes to points. I mean, I think when you're over whatever we were on 3rd down, which is 50% or something, I think that leads the league by a ton. I think we ran for 150 yards. I think we threw for 250. I'd love to have that turnover back that we had, but I do think there were a lot of things clicking. But you're not going to get points if you move it and can't score inside the 10. You're not going to get enough points.
Right. So, and I hear your coach.
Your boy dropped one.
He did.
If he catches that, they get 20. That's 26.
Yeah. But you think I come in here and if Debo got 2 receptions and they won 35-17, I would be mad.
You were.
Steiny, I'm not.
Well, they won 22-16.
Right, but they had opportunities to cash in, and for whatever reason, I feel like that, whatever it is, a drop by whomever, it's going to bite you on the most important and biggest stage.
The guy you think's great, Ayuk, drops a ball in the end zone.
Okay.
How's that Garoppolo?
Okay. All right, I got something for
Shanahan or red zone issues. That's a guy got to catch the ball.
Okay.
He's supposed to be your best receiver.
Here I go.
Fault
and I'm going to be quiet after I ask you this. What about last January where you had enough points and you were up 10, but you went conservative in the NFC Championship game and lost? So I'm giving you that scenario to talk to me about.
They are conservative. It's a conservative offense. Like that's kind of
You know what?
That's kind of what I'm sick and tired of people thinking that they're a throw it around 300. He doesn't want to throw for 300 yards, Kyle. He wants to run for 200 and throw for 180.
I want to rip my mic out.
Get used to it. You know why? Because their strength is in their running backs. McCaffrey and Mitchell.
What about when they get in the red zone? And we're going to see another game, obviously, Monday night.
So score in the red zone.
Right.
Like I don't get what you're saying.
That Mitchell slip, I thought that was a bad play to begin with. He didn't just fall down. Like, is that all you got? Okay, it didn't work.
Mitchell averages 6 yards a carry.
Except when you get in the red zone.
Oh, please.
That's all, Steiny.
Okay.
I'll be watching this.
So you're picking. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
You're picking one game where your boy dropped the ball and Mitchell slipped, so they have red zone issues. I don't think they have red zone issues because they didn't push it in for a touchdown 2 or 3 times in one game against the Chargers on Sunday.
The Chiefs at home game.
They got blown out against the Chiefs.
That was close.
They're not
before it got out of hand, Steiny, it was close. Jimmy threw a pick in the end in the
they
red zone.
Got blown out by the Chiefs.
But that was a byproduct of the interceptions in the red zone. But that game was close going into the fourth quarter. That game was close.
What was the final?
I get Steiny, but you got to read the book to know.
What was the score at the end of the third quarter?
They won 1 point. They were like 3 points down.
No.
And the Rams, they got it in. They got the ball in the end zone against the Rams.
All right.
But Steiny, don't you want to win easy?
No, it's not. It's the foot. It's like that's the thing.
Why so
don't you
quick to
see?
Say it again?
Because you can't win easy. The Chiefs don't win easy. The Bills aren't winning easy. The Bills are losing now. Who wins easy? Nobody wins easy.
But they're 18th in red zone offense. Do you think that's with Kyle Shanahan, the genius, and the 5 weapons we talked about? That's not idea. And you could say, I'm waiting for you to say, hey, Goo, I told you a couple days ago, they don't got a dynamic quarterback.
They don't.
But I'm not blaming Jimmy. I'm blaming Kyle, Steiny. Maybe, if you're going to throw it to Kittle twice, maybe in the red zone,
this is
give
what
me something.
See, this is what you
Use
can do.
Use that big body,
this is what you can do.
Box him out,
right.
And let's see. Hey, it might be incomplete, but let's try it.
Yeah, you want to play that game, you're going to be able to play it. Because we can play with the Warriors, too. So after every game, we're going to be able to look at the box score and say, Debo only had 2 catches. Uh-oh. Well, yes. You know why? Because 5 guys can't have 8 catches each. The math doesn't work. They're not going to be the 49ers are not going to have consistency in terms of every week. Guys are getting about the same number. Kittle's going to get about 5. Debo's going to get about 7.
I got you. Okay.
Ayuk's going to get about 8.
Right.
And it's going to be Kittle might only get 2.
No doubt. But but my thing to you is the bigger picture. 18th in the red zone.
It's halfway through the year.
But
it's halfway through the year.
But that's
they just added a running back that they got to figure out how to implement him right.
But 18th, I feel like that. I'm not about everybody got to eat, especially if you're winning going away. But I'm watching that Charger game, and I'm like, what if Hufanga falls down on a pass from Herbert at the end of the game and they score and win?
Okay, what if?
And I'm like, the Niners outplayed them left and right. That's why you want to get points.
Goo. You can't win every game by 3 touchdowns.
Okay, but why are you? Okay.
Why? The 49ers came in to Sunday's game at 4-4.
Number 7 seed.
I don't care what they are. They're 500. They're playing a team that's 5-3? A good team.
Yeah.
They won at home, 22-16. They allowed a touchdown on their first drive.
Okay.
No more. They didn't allow a touchdown after that.
That's the defense.
It's not good enough. I guess it's not good enough.
I'm like, what are your standards when I say
they're a 500 team?
I'm not talking about the record. I know their record. They're the last playoff spot. And they've lost 4 games for a reason.
Right.
Games they should have won.
So stop thinking that they're a Super Bowl team.
No, why don't you care or giving any, why are you not meeting me halfway? You know what? Forget McCaffrey just came to town. Why are we 18th in red zone? Why are you not being Steiny, the Steiny I
they're
know?
They're 5-4.
I didn't
because
ask
they're
you
good.
about record. They're 5-4 because maybe their lack of efficiency in the red zone is reasons they're not winning some games. Why are you not giving that? It's just due. That's not idea. And you can't tell me that Kyle Shanahan's staying up to 2 in the morning to be 18th in red zone. Why don't that bother you?
Because, I get it. You're fixated on the red zone. That's fine.
That's
I
the
get
money
it.
zone,
You're
Steiny.
fixated on the red zone.
That's how you win
the Chargers
games.
They beat the Chargers, who came into that game with a better record than the San Francisco 49ers.
They played 9 games to get to 18th in the red zone. It's not just about the Chargers.
They're 5-4.
They were 2-4 too. What would you say then?
I'd say they're on a 3-game winning streak. If they were 2-4, I don't think they were 2-4 though.
No, but you're painting me to this, everybody got to have 100. No, why are you not? I'm looking at Kyle. Make this offense now, especially Steiny, productive when you, and I know you ain't going to score every time.
This is their 10th in total yards. All right, with that quarterback,
you're going
with
fantasy.
That quarterback,
all right,
with that quarterback, that's about as good as they're going to do.
Okay, well,
sorry, that's a fact because you have Jimmy Garoppolo, quarterback. You don't have Mahomes. You don't have the guy from Buffalo, Allen. Come on. Seriously,
18th.
like they're 5-4. They're 3-0 in the division, and we're gonna like. This is where I'm at. Like, can they win a Super Bowl? Yeah, I guess they could.
And
but
I
like,
swear, I
so
told you that.
we're nitpicking a home win against the Chargers.
No, I'm not.
I'm out on that.
This is 9
they're
game
not
samples.
That good.
Yeah.
Like if
they were just in the NFC Championship,
right? And they almost missed the playoffs.
But which one is it? They fixed themselves.
It's both. I just like what. What'd you think the 49ers are going to go this year, record-wise?
11-6.
Okay, they might.
Okay,
and they're 5-4 right now.
But they got all the ingredients to win it all. Like that's why I'm saying I got standards, and maybe it's my relationship, my fandom of the boy genius that you got everything now. Now the offensive line is porous outside of Trent Williams, but you're running up and down the damn field until you get to the money zone. Come on, Kyle. And then if you're going to come back, Steiny, and I know you don't like 85, and you're not going to use them, that's fine. But then somebody can say, maybe if you featured or tried to call one play for him in the red zone.
And you know what? You call a play for Kittle, and he drops the ball. You say, why didn't they go to Ayuk? You throw the ball to McCaffrey, and it doesn't work. Why didn't you throw to Debo? It's like, I can't stand that game.
And I'm not playing it. I'm just telling you, I want you to say, hey, that is shot. Even before McCaffrey, I thought the weaponry was better than what you thought it was. So I still was holding them to that standard. But 18th, you can be better.
They're 5-4 and 18th. So if they get better in the red zone, chances are they're going to be 11-6.
Yeah.
What's up, Shaka?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man? Hey, man, Bill Parcells said you are what your record is. So if you're 5-4, you're 5-4 for a reason. You got a great athlete like Kittle and don't use him. That's
hold on.
terrible.
He's the fourth best athlete over those playmakers. Ayuk's a better athlete, McCaffrey's a better athlete, and Debo's a better athlete than George Kittle.
He may be a better athlete, but he gets everything going. He is the adrenaline. He's the juice. He's what makes them great. And when you got a piece like that on the board and don't use him,
they use him.
You can't do that.
All right, thanks, Shaka. They use him. They use him to block.
And I'm gonna go Shasky on Bonte this
he does
morning.
well.
You can't claim Ayuk.
Who, me?
You can't claim him. You just
why would I claim him?
You put Kittle
I
behind
said your
Ayuk.
boy.
Yeah.
Ayuk's a better athlete than Kittle. We were talking about an athlete.
Yeah, but still.
George Kittle is not the athlete that Debo Samuel is, or that even McCaffrey. And certainly not Ayuk. They're a running football team. They don't like to throw it. When they throw it, that's when they're, to me, dangerous in terms of, that's when you turn the ball over. Jimmy Garoppolo is not a great thrower of the football. But they have a hell of an offense, a running game. Let's run. I can't believe it. If the 49ers win the Super Bowl 17-14, how pissed are you going to be?
No, see, now that's the part that, I ain't falling for that because all that matters is the dub. I'm just telling you.
Well, the dub didn't matter Sunday.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this, Steiny. Timing is on your side. And it is.
What's that mean?
Because when this team was 2-4,
were they even 2-4?
It was holy hell. We had no idea. We didn't know what was going on. My whole thing is bigger than the record. And I'm telling you, they got the ingredients to be powerful and win easy. But
with their running game.
But is the running game when you get to the 20?
You gotta figure out a way.
Right, and whose job is that?
That's the team's job.
It was Kyle Shanahan's.
Oh, Kyle can't score touchdowns. Kyle can't call plays for Jimmy Garoppolo that he knows he can't execute. Gloria. Hey, Gloria, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm with you, Steiny. Yes, Shanahan can't call plays for a quarterback that's inaccurate. Like,
yeah, she was. Yeah.
We're watching Ohio State under Woody Hayes and Bo Schembechler at Michigan. What's wrong with that? They won.
I'm just telling you, nothing wrong. But when you got McCaffrey, I'm like, boy, watch out.
Yeah, and they gave him the ball 20 times last week. Is that enough?
But the whole
don't you get it? Don't you get this?
It still was
let's say they have 60. Let's say they have 60 offensive plays a game, and last week they had even more.
Yeah.
Last week they had 70 offensive plays, and you were upset that Kittle didn't get his numbers and Debo didn't get his numbers. So if you have 60 plays in a game, McCaffrey runs 15, maybe 15. Elijah Mitchell runs 11. That's 26. McCaffrey catches 6 balls. That's 32-40. 32-34. Yikes.
Hey, I never devised an offensive game plan, but Mitchell is not good. And I'm not saying you're saying this, but my 2 horses are the best 2 offensive players on my team are McCaffrey and Debo.
Okay.
So that's going to be the sequence.
I disagree.
And I'm telling you, I'm noticing something. I'm going to watch it Monday night. When Mitchell's back there, they're running between the tackles.
Is that bad?
No, but when McCaffrey's back there, they're going to the outside.
Okay.
If I'm a D coordinator, if this keeps happening.
Okay. Oh, you're going to lock that up,
No, you're going to be like, okay, we know what you're doing before the ball snapped.
Do you?
Just give me some more.
Do you know how good Elijah Mitchell is? He might be.
No, I'm not saying he's a
averaging
scrub.
5 yards a carry. You have to use him. You hand the ball to Elijah Mitchell on first down at 2nd and 4. You're loving life at 2nd and 4.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Jorvel. You can push back on me. What's up, buddy? San Jose in the house. Hold on. Jorvel, what's up? What's wrong? Okay, Jorvel in San Jose. Hey.
I got to push back on you a little bit on this one, Steiny. I got to go with Guru on this. I think what you're saying, Guru, because I understand, Steiny, you're like the 80 yards that everybody got to get a piece. But in the red zone, I think like what Guru's trying to say is, all right, we're on the 2-yard line. Kittle, if you got 1 reception for 3 yards in those kind of moments, you get those touchdowns. He does need to have 80 yards, but I think in the moment, certain players need to be looked at just like Mahomes. When they're in the red zone, you're looking for certain targets, and I don't think that's kind of what they're doing. But I think that's what Google is trying to allude to, But I do understand where you're coming from, Steiny. Normally give my man $100,000, so I kind of like to ride with you a little bit. But on this one, I gotta go with Google on this. But I'll take everything offline, fellas. You guys.
All righty. Fair enough. My point is that the 49ers are a running football team. They want to run twice as much as they pass if everything goes well. Their strength is in McCaffrey, and it's in Elijah Mitchell. It feels like we've been criticizing Jimmy Garoppolo, the way he throws the ball for 4 years, but we want him to throw the ball.
Sometimes you have to.
Huh? We got JD coming up on the other side. He's in Phoenix. What's going on 95.7 again?
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Rock out with your favorite bands, whether it's throwback classics or today's top hits. Sit back and laugh at stand-up comedy from well-known icons and tomorrow's legends. Plus, so much more. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Anticipation is building. The holidays are just around the corner, and at the Home Depot, we can't wait. With Black Friday savings all through November, you can count down to Christmas early with a Santa Countdown Inflatable Special Buy, only $69.98. Or anticipate when friends and family come to visit with an entrance full of LED lights that will welcome them and the holidays with open arms. Get the holiday magic started early. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Kevon Looney.
Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Dub Nation, the season's in full swing, and you don't want to miss a single home game. You can join them live at Chase Center for action-packed week as the Dubs take on the Knicks. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or go ahead and call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representative standing by. John Dickinson also standing by in Phoenix. JD, what's going on, man?
JD.
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you.
All right, you came in the middle of a debate between Guru and myself, and it's kind of it kind of goes like this. The San Francisco 49ers, I feel like they have 5 playmakers, essentially. Mitchell, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk. And they want to be a running football team first and foremost. We know that. So what I'm saying is, like, these guys aren't going to get numbers. They're not going to be a team where, you know, Debo has big numbers on the same day Kittle does and McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Like, all 5 guys can't have big nights in one game, right? Not that he's...
For the most part.
Guru will tell you what he's really saying. I shouldn't have spoken for him.
No, real quick, Jay, they were 18th in red zone, and Steiny's saying all I care about is the fantasy numbers, but I care about the 6 points. And 2 of 5 last Sunday night. I know it was against a good team, but I'm like, that's got to get better if they're going to go all the way.
Well, they got to score touchdowns more frequently. Yeah. I mean, I think I would agree with you there. As far as who's scoring the touchdowns on a week-in, week-out basis, I do think there can be some variance in that respect. Like, it may be, depending upon how the defense plays it, they try and make extra sure they take McCaffrey away. That opens it up for Mitchell, or maybe Debo gets his, but then Ayuk can't. And then Jimmy's going to want to throw it to Kittle, and that means that maybe Debo doesn't on a given game. So, yeah, I think there will probably be 1 or 2 games between now and the end of the year where everybody does get theirs, but they're probably going to be against, you know, a lesser opponent or a game that turns into a blowout. I think in the closer games or the games that are closer to being 50-50 kind of games, it is going to be more of 1 or maybe 2 of those 5 players that you mentioned that are having better games than the others. Yeah, it's not as if everybody's just going to get theirs on the same night. I think I would agree with that aspect of it, but you got to score touchdowns, period. The Niners got away with it, and, you know, it's something that they probably can't get away with if they're going to go on to win the division and make a run.
John Dickinson joining us from Phoenix, playing it down the middle because he likes both of us.
It's like
go ahead, it's your question.
I do, but I tend to lean. I'll say this, guys. I tend to lean toward not everybody can get their numbers
right
at the same time.
And the whole basis of the conversation was, I don't care who gets it, but you got to, at one point, like Kittle got 2 targets. JD, hey, maybe feature him in the red zone. It couldn't get worse, but man, 2 of 5 with McCaffrey now, that's got to get better. And 18th is not good enough in the red zone.
Well, the one thing we know about the 49ers is that Kyle Shanahan, with all the attention that the big name players draw, you know, that sets it up for Jawan Jennings, or that sets it up for somebody that
he can't get the numbers. Not Jennings. It's got to be Debo or Ayuk or Kittle.
Just get the 6.
Well, if you wonder why Charlie Warner's the one that's open on that 20-yard pass all the time, well, maybe it's because some of those other big names are trying to be taken away. But those guys have got to catch the ball and make the plays when the opportunities present themselves. Otherwise, you got to try and look elsewhere.
All right, I know what's going to happen. 49ers are going to roll this week against the Cardinals. They're going to score 45 points. Guru's going to say, but Juszczyk only carried twice. I'm messing. We're having fun today. Hey, you're down in Phoenix. Obviously, Golden State Warriors take on the Suns. Warriors live at 6 o'clock with you. Starts everything off. Tip off at 7. I think this is kind of a big game for the Warriors, to tell you the truth. And I get it. We're only 15 games in, but A, I think they got to win a road game, and B, just from a practical standpoint, you know what? You lose, you're 6-9. You're 3 games up. Like, I think it's time to get to 500 and start maybe putting some games between 500 and higher.
Yeah, it's a big game, and we'll see what happens as far as Chris Paul goes, who didn't play with right heel soreness, and he's questionable. He didn't play in the Suns' most recent game and at the end of their road trip in Miami, a game that they wound up losing by a point, and he's questionable on the injury report. That could change things, but yeah, it does feel like the Warriors are really thirsty for that win. And it's something that they are talking about. I know Draymond Green mentioned. I asked him about, a shoot around this morning. Does it sting that you don't have a road win? And he said, "No, I hadn't really thought about it until Kevon Looney brought it up." So Kevon Looney, I guess, brought it up that they need to get a road win and really finish games. I think is probably the more accurate part of it. They've played well in some of these games on the road for a quarter or 2 quarters or 3 quarters. And the thing that's really changed so far this year is I think we're used to, and I think they're used to, being able to play, whether it is a quarter against a certain opponent or 3 quarters against another opponent. They're used to being able to do just enough to come out on top, and it's felt like they've done just enough in a lot of these road games to not come out on top, right? They're just barely coming up short, whether it's better defense or more offensive execution or just attention to detail. The turnovers really killed them in Sacramento, especially earlier in that game. Maybe they could have had a bigger lead before the Kings made their run, but it's just kind of been one part of their game in each of these games that hasn't allowed them to finish any of them. And now they look up and they're 6-8 and they're 0-7 on the road, and they're still trying to be one of those final couple of teams to get a win away from home.
JD, good stuff. Steiny asked me a question. I'm going to pose it to you, but this Steph Curry we've gotten early on, I don't know if he's played better basketball, 50, 40, 90. When I watch Draymond, the eye test tells me he's all in, the motor's on 1,000. But Steiny asked me, Goo, why are they 6-8? How would JD answer that? Why are the Warriors 6-8 in your opinion?
Well, I think initially the starters collectively, my opinion is they wanted to be able to coast and be able to win with some of the championship hangover by just playing well enough on offense and maybe picking the spots to play good defense. And they haven't been good enough to be able to do that. And I think in part they haven't been good enough to be able to do that because they're not, when they are locked in, having enough of a lead to where the younger players that are also in the rotation can make that stand up. But I tend to go to the headliners. As much as the bench has been maligned, and I've talked a ton about it on the post-game shows, and it's frustrating to look up, and everybody's wondering, why is this guy now? Why is Kuminga not playing? Why is Wiseman not playing? Could Moody be playing more? And the answer really has been right in front of you if you've been watching the games. It's the fact that none of these guys really, for the most part, have played well at all. I do, though, set that aside, or at least try to, because, and you mentioned Steph, and I think Draymond's been pretty good. I think Wiggins, for the most part, has been really good. I think Looney's been solid. It really comes down to, and it's changed a little bit the last 3 games, and especially in the game a couple of nights ago, Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson really haven't done enough. I tend to look at the stars or the guys that are going to be out there and try and put it on them as much as possible, because I find myself thinking at the end of a lot of these nights, it's unfair to put it on Kuminga to be erratic, or Wiseman to be playable and then unplayable and then out of the rotation and then now sent to the G League. It's unfair to expect those players to really carry the Warriors on a night-in, night-out basis. So I look at Klay and the fact that there's just been an elephant in the room with his play. I mean, he just refuses, it seems, to accept the fact that he could possibly not be the player that he used to be. And I really think that it's caused a strain on the court when you watch this team play. And I know San Antonio stinks. I think San Antonio is the worst roster in the NBA. And I know they beat Milwaukee, whatever. They won some games. Warriors throttled them the other night. They got the worst roster in the league. I don't want to make too much of it, but I look at Jordan Poole go off with the starting unit the other night, and it just seemed like the Warriors were they were playing more freely. Poole was more confident. The offense itself was clicking. It freed up Moses Moody to go into the rotation. Moses Moody played better than he had really at any point this season. And it just seems like, I'm not saying Klay doesn't need to play or has to come off the bench, although I think it's getting less and less crazy by the game to start thinking about maybe flipping those two. I really believe that. But here's the thing. You don't have to take every shot, Klay. And you don't have to take 2-3 shots for every shot you miss because you're trying to prove to everybody that you still got it. And I feel like there's a defiance for Klay Thompson that's really wrecking the team, to be perfectly honest. It's wrecking the play of that group in stretches. And I know great rating between the starting five and they're all collectively fine, but to me there's just too many, and this really happened in Sacramento, too many times where he's kind of trying to get his to prove that he still got it. Steph is playing better than anybody. Wiggins wants to make sure he gets his shots at the ball, and it just creates these little patches in games where the Warriors are inefficient, and even bad teams have been able to attack them and take over the game enough to be able to win it. I think it really does start with Klay. The struggles for this Warriors team.
Jay, you just struck something with me because our discussion yesterday was, and I get the basketball reasons why you might swap Poole for Klay, but I went bigger picture and said he means so much. It means so much to him. He's part of what they built. It will never happen. Are you saying you could see it happening, or do you think, like me, they'll never do that to him if it didn't get better?
I think they're going to do everything they possibly can to not do it. Okay. They're afraid to do it.
Right.
That's the rat on the table. They're afraid to do it.
But just like with Draymond, the way they deal with him, you could say it's fear.
Why? And then I found myself thinking, as we were talking about it, why are they afraid? Like, what's he gonna like? And it just and I couldn't necessarily come up with an answer, but I think you're right, Goo. I think there is an element of, well, if you, it's not even that you're worried about his confidence. It's almost that you're worried, and then you read the report with the Chris Haynes interview where Klay's like, everybody's too hard on me, and I need to be getting more credit. And I'm thinking, well, damn, like that really is some Draymond level like defiance or belief that like. We're not talking about 2007. Like, you don't get credit for you can be appreciated for 2017, 18, 19, all of the things you've done, but that doesn't mean at some point, if your play is holding the rest of the thing back, at some point you got to be held accountable for the now. And again, I'm on record as saying I think Klay can still help this team win and maybe even win a title, although that seems very far away at this point. But the truth of the matter is he's got to just take it down a notch and keep it moving and quit. It's almost like, and Steiny, we've talked about this, it's like there's a little bit of Russell Westbrook. There's a little bit of Carmelo Anthony when Russ just refused to accept that he wasn't as good as he used to be. And Carmelo refused to come off the bench, even though we all knew as a starter he stunk. And I don't think Klay is necessarily that bad as regularly as maybe those two, especially Carmelo, were. But at some point, just take a deep breath and understand that you may be hurting the team and you need to do something a little bit differently in how you go about it. It ain't 2016 anymore, fellas. That was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, JD, we'll be listening tonight at 6 for Warriors Live.
All right, you got it, fellas. Thanks for having me.
All righty, that's John Dickinson.
Go ahead.
Well, I think that, you think they're never going to do it.
Because of loyalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a scenario where they would do it, and they'd almost have to do it. I mean, if this continues for half the year and he's just not the player that he was, you can't keep starting him. That's the way. And I'm not saying we're close to there.
Yeah.
And I fully expect Klay to get better, so then this won't really be an issue. But if this is who he is, he ain't going to be starting in March. How can you?
And
the stakes are too high.
You would be saying to him for the first time, we don't care about your feelings. And that's what I think they're trying to avoid. Because I'm going to flip something on you guys, the listeners. as much as I love Jordan Poole, I promised you, Steiny, I was going to send you a text. Like, I'm sorry. We just gave you the bag. We gave you the ring. But all these people saying, oh, him coming off the bench is so different than him starting. And I get it. But, and again, he had a good game. But if he continues to struggle, Steiny, I don't think that's...
He's not struggling like Klay.
Oh, no doubt.
The numbers are staggering.
But when we compare Jordan of last year to Jordan of this year, I don't think that's fair. Oh, he was starting and... No, we gave you the bag. You got to figure that out, too. Well, like, that's too easy for me. For him to say, oh, well, I was starting. No, we need you to come in and go gangbusters. Now, I know you got hit and all that, Punchgate. But, Steiny, I don't like that. You know,
I don't like that Poole's being asked to do everything.
Well, now DiVincenzo's out there running the point.
Hey, Jordan, you're starting tonight. Hey, Jordan, you're coming off the bench tonight. Wow. Hey, Jordan, we need 30 from you tonight. Hey, Jordan, what do you say you get everybody else involved? I got no problem with Jordan Poole.
Either do I. I'm just like, you got to get it when you can.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go back to Gloria. Hey, Gloria, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call again.
Sure.
Somehow I got cut off. Anyway, just to shore up that part about the Niners, as I like to touch on something about the Warriors. With the Niners, I was just saying with the time off, I would have thought that Shanahan would have had a lot more plays for his new for the additional pieces to the team that would have made them a little more explosive. I agree, Steiny, they want to be more of a running team. I agree that Shanahan only probably calls what he feels Garoppolo can handle. I wish that they would do a little more screen running, and I wish that they could shore up the offensive line where Kittle doesn't have to always be on the line to block. Call some plays for him.
Fair.
Then and may I transition for a minute to the Warriors?
Go for it.
I personally would like to see Klay come off the bench. It wouldn't have to be all the time, but it would just be, let's see if this works. You know how Steve mix and matches? Mm-hmm. And I know that they agree, they're trying not to mess Klay's psyche, but he's a professional, and he has to realize that they've been in his corner all this time.
Good point.
Trying to do what's best for the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean,
that's a hell of a point.
What do you owe to Klay Thompson?
And almost what
they paid him for $80 million for 2 years he never played.
Remember I told you we role played. Maybe he'll go up to Kerr and say, you know what? I'll come off the bench. See, but that's a great laugh. But Curry did it, but it wasn't. Listen, I know you love me. E loves me. I love you guys. If something happened to me to where I couldn't come in, you guys, I honestly believe, would check on me. And if I were to share with you, man, I'm in a dark place, I want to get back, that wouldn't just go away once I was able to cut. You guys would, I honestly believe, take that into account. But they have had Klay's back at every turn, right, including the pay. You would just think Klay would say, it ain't permanent. You know what? Maybe you need to start Jordan until I get my groove back.
Well, I would almost make it permanent. If you're gonna do it,
well, then maybe that's why he's not doing it.
Permanent. Yeah, exactly. I'm not for doing it right now.
It happened for 56 games. However many games he started, then he came right back in against Cleveland Sunday night. He started, or did he come off the bench?
He started against the Spurs.
Yeah.
Because Klay didn't play the game after.
And I love Klay, but damn, Steiny, you would think he would just say, hey, Coach, Bob, for the immediate future, I'll come off. But shooters shoot and starters start.
Right, and you're going to lose if you keep shooting 30%. Shooters shoot, but shooters also can help you if they're not shooting.
Over/under 25 shots tonight from Klay.
Under. That's an extraordinarily high number.
The Devin Booker
Plus, he
factor
cannot play more than 30 minutes.
Yeah. All right.
You want to make a bet?
No,
I'll take the under.
I want it to be under for him.
Django in Fairfield. Hey, Django.
Hey, how we doing, fellas? Thank you guys for taking my call. All right, I got a problem.
Uh-oh.
The caller earlier said that Kittle saying everybody's a better athlete.
That was me.
Kittle is the complete athlete.
No, man.
He gets his catches. He gets the yards. Yeah. He makes the blocks. I saw him running up the field.
He's a good blocker, like an offensive lineman.
300-pounders on their butt.
They don't have no action. He can't get those toes down.
Yeah,
keep going. I hear you, man.
He's a
competitor.
Okay,
he's a horse.
He's a complete athlete, though. How can you say that? It sounds like people are hating on him because he's not getting these big catches. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. He's making his blocks. He's getting downfield.
Yeah,
he makes the big catches when he needs to.
I appreciate it, Django. But yeah, he's just.
Hey,
I like my tight ends to be able to catch.
Do you know this?
And he can't throw
be
it
like
to
Guru
him.
the highlights. Mm-hmm. His 40 is the same. Kittle's 40 to the caller's point.
Careful.
Is Ayuk. He's a hell of an athlete.
Kittle
man.
can't beat Ayuk in a race.
Dude, check it.
Okay.
But
I actually just did. They both run 4.5s.
Not when they're next to each other.
Steiny, the dude is. I don't know what Kittle
Who can
did
jump
to you.
higher?
Steiny, your boy's an athlete, man.
Kittle can high point. He is
an
athlete, but he's not. Is he the athlete Debo Samuel is?
Okay.
No.
That's not what it's about.
Yes, it is. All I said was Kittle. Right. Is Kittle a great athlete? Yes, but they have greater athletes on that team.
Okay, but
I think.
Now, give me this.
I'm not denigrating him.
When you're 18th, and I know you're going to say, Guru, it's not reality now because you got McCaffrey, it's fair to be second guessed if you're not getting the 6, Steiny, and you had 5 visits in the red zone Sunday night. And if you're only getting 2 touchdowns and 1 to put the game away, why can't we ask for 85 to get 1 target?
He did get a target.
Well, no, I'm
and he tripped out of bounds.
I'm talking about in the red zone.
Why does it have to be Kittle?
No, just change it up.
They did. They tried different guys to get it in.
And IU dropped one. Y'all ain't never going to let me forget that one. But
707, again, Steiny with the dumb takes. How is Kittle not an athlete? I didn't say he wasn't an athlete, you dumbass. I said if we're ranking the athlete playmakers on the San Francisco 49ers, Debo's a better athlete than Kittle. Ayuk is a better athlete than Kittle. McCaffrey is a better athlete than Kittle. That means he stinks.
Right. But when you get down in the congested area, he's taller than those guys you mentioned.
Why don't they use him?
Let's use the big guy.
Why don't they use him?
Mark Bavaro.
He's
Jason Witten.
Yeah.
Those guys.
Yeah, don't put him in that category.
Gronk.
Don't put. He's
Kelsey.
not those guys. He can't catch like those guys.
You will not watch a Chief game to where they're in the red zone and Kelsey, they don't at least try to throw it to him, Steiny.
He's not Kelsey. What's so hard to understand?
Now, I'm not saying.
Dead serious. Kelsey is a pass catcher.
Because
Kittle is a blocker. And I'm not saying he can't catch. I'm not saying that. But, again, don't you get it? Kyle Shanahan wants his tight ends to block first.
I want to break my computer.
It's not a negative.
You're selling 85 short. And
I guess I'm not the only one because they don't give him the ball.
Well, I got nothing for that.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. Here's the other thing. Can the 49ers get better in the red zone? Yes. Of course they can get better in the red zone.
I was asking you to say.
But stop thinking that they're a 500-yard team and Debo gets 8 catches, Kittle gets 7, Ayuk gets 9, McCaffrey gets 200 yards in the. It's like, no, they're not. They don't have enough to give everybody as many touches as they want every game. So they're going to have to do it by the game. 510, Steiny, you're wrong. You're wrong. 195.7 again.
Lucky California makes hosting Thanksgiving easy with delicious, complete holiday meals that serve 6 to 8 people. Just buy online, pick up in store, or order at the deli counter. And you can get incredible deals to make it yourself. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
49ers superstar tight end George Kittle joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Garoppolo off the play action. Finds Kittle at the 35. Kittle with a stiff arm.
Dibble Dibble. Don't miss George Kittle today at 5. Woo!
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
On 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly.
See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net. It's time to savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Osh has great deals to take your decor to the next level. Save up to $30 on select illuminated yard art and up to $50 off select pre-lit artificial trees. Find perfectly priced gifts. Up to $90 off select Weber propane grills. Up to $30 off DeWalt or Milwaukee tool sets. And up to $250 off select propane fireplaces. Get deals on Big Green Egg, Traeger, Carhartt, fountains, pottery, and more. Stop by for all your needs and get help from Osh. Osh. Home, hardware, happiness.
At CDW, we get balancing disparate clouds can be messy.
Yep, it's like an ice cream cone. The more scoops you get, the greater the risk of failure.
Well, if you want 5 scoops, you should get 5 scoops. And with the Nutanix Enterprise Cloud Solution orchestrated by CDW, you can manage applications and data across all your clouds from a single point of control.
Is it weird that my mouth is watering?
A little. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Nutanix.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Find what you love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine and More. Delivery available. Drink responsibly. B21.
Were you abused by a priest or clergy member? You're not alone, and we can help you hold the church accountable, regardless of your age, and even if your abuser is no longer working or even living. Thousands of victims have filed claims and been awarded significant compensation, but the deadline is quickly approaching, so call Stop Clergy Abuse right now. Your call is free, private, and confidential. Even if you don't remember the abuser's name, we may be able to help, but time is limited, so call now. Catholic dioceses have paid more than $3 billion to victims, with the average national settlement at $268,000. In parts of California, the settlements are much higher. Call 800-230-5678 now, or soon you may forever lose your chance to file a claim. You can't change the past, but you can be compensated for it. Call 800-230-5678. A representative is standing by to help. Call 800-230-5678. That's 800-230-5678.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly.
See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mostly clear skies in Mountain View, highs near 66.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away,
Here
Steiny.
you come again, you say you want your freedom. Yeah.
I can't have those 10 seconds back.
No, you can't.
Oh, boy.
I shouldn't have picked on a fan favorite like George Kittle. By the way, guess who's going to be on with Damon and Ratto at 5 o'clock? The 4th best athlete on the 49ers.
Yeah, he's a bad
George
dude,
Kittle.
Steiny.
He's a very bad dude.
And he's a team
Very
player.
bad dude. Whitey's in for Damon.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
he's
great
a,
Whitey Gleason.
He's a Kittle's a great player.
I shocked you, though, with the 40 time. I mean, he ain't a slow dude.
I never said he was slow.
Okay, no, you didn't. But it
Do
just,
people understand English?
But it goes
Do they
back to the
understand
hands.
English?
What was that, about a year or two ago?
What about
Where
it?
You said his hands were okay.
They are just okay.
Why not do that?
If George Kittle had great hands, they would throw to him more, don't you think?
No, there's no way.
Oh, so why
This
aren't they
guy's an
throwing to him?
all-pro, Steiny.
As a blocker.
And he's a dude.
By the way, he's starting to finally call himself an offensive lineman, so he's halfway to playing guard.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Do I want to go to Dr. Pigskin? Dr. Pigskin has been AWOL for about 4 years, but now he wants to get on me for my Kittle take.
Oh, bring him on.
I don't fear anybody. What's up, Pigskin?
Guys, I retired and it kind of switched and then COVID and all that stuff. So, yeah, I have been AWOL, but yesterday, okay, here's what you don't know, Steiny.
Tell me.
I haven't been calling myself Dr. Pigskin when I call in. I just say Andy, and I called a lot. Yesterday I was on hold 45 to an hour about Klay.
We're very popular.
So I decided today that I better say Dr. Pigskin.
Not a doctor.
Come on, I love you guys. You were going to come to my retirement party.
I know.
Yeah, Doc.
All right, I don't want to jam you up about Kittle. Nobody's right or wrong. Here's what I think as an ex-quarterback. Thank you very much. What determines who they go to isn't just the great athletes, but what Kyle sets up with his play action and his run game. You can get Kittle open. He blocks so much. If you're going to do a play action, you know, and he blocks down for a second or two, and then you release him down the middle, he can catch the ball. He can be open, but they have so much talent. He's only going to get one out of every, what, 8 passes?
Yeah, they got better
But
options.
It's where you use them. It's where you use them. You're not... I agree. People don't hear what you say.
That's my line.
Thanks, Doctor.
Where you use them, Steiny?
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Pick.
Not a doctor.
Why don't we see George Kittle doing the old Brent Jones route? Right up the middle of the field.
You want my honest answer?
Yes.
I believe it has something to do with Garoppolo. That would like.
I don't know.
Really
and I'm not.
And they're good friends.
I'm done pulling people's legs. Why don't they throw that ball
That's
to Kittle
$1
like the
million
Brent
question
Jones
to me. I have no earthly idea. I just don't. And Uncle Looney on YouTube, Goo is not saying everyone needs to eat. Just a more dynamic offense and more creativity in the red zone.
Right.
That's
they
all.
had Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback.
Who's
Their
got
quarterback-
11 touchdowns to 4 picks quietly. But hey, is he Mahomes? No. But I don't think you got to be now that you added this superstar McCaffrey.
I don't know that he's a superstar. That's he's
Well,
good. I think he's
Debo.
good.
Okay,
I think,
no doubt. He's
I don't know
damn
if-
good, Steiny.
But what I'm saying is, how, like, for 2-3 years, there's been a good segment of the 49er fans that are just, Jimmy's not good. Jimmy's not good.
Has he earned
well,
that,
if Jimmy's not good, stop expecting him to put 38 points up a game. And see, that's what I think like Kyle knows. He knows they can't throw 30 up a game. Can they get to 27?
And they could.
And that'll be good enough.
catches that ball, they got 29 points last week, right? But
did they end up scoring at all on that? Did they kick a field goal?
The 18th in the red zone is bothersome, and you're going to say, anybody out there, I'll give it to you.
Okay,
that was pre-McCaffrey. My thing to you is, it goes back to the fat man, and he ain't even fat no more. Remember I fought you on Andy Reid before he got the Super Bowl? I mean this. I'm watching this Niner team now, and when Andy Reid came in and kicked the Niners' ass without Tyreek Hill, and I was like, oh, they're going to miss Tyreek. I'm not saying they don't, but they're clicking because they know who they are. I just wonder, Steiny, if we got a different set of eyes, a different playmaker, the guy I married and called Boy Genius, who I've served divorce papers to now, and that's why I'm this emotional. I'm starting to wonder, what would they do with Jimmy and this cast of weapons? It would be Kittle would be featured to not 10.
Okay, Kittle's featured, and then we say, why doesn't Debo get the ball? You feature Kittle, we're going to be saying, how come they're not using Debo? And what I'm saying is there is no, there's going to be two. There's 1.5 guys a game who aren't going to have good numbers.
I'm with you.
Okay.
But are we going to score maybe 4 times out of 5 in the red zone? Or is the thing that would
probably set an NFL
keep
record.
Following us? Who do we need? Justin Jefferson? You got enough good dudes, and more above average dudes to get past having red zone problems. And to put it on Jimmy, I'm not going to let you do it, Steiny. It's on Kyle now. Because you got a new toy and you still couldn't get in. And I know McCaffrey's not going to be on the field every play, and I know Debo's not. But I'm looking at Kyle. If this doesn't get better.
5-4.
Yeah. Okay.
They're a playoff team right now.
No doubt.
I
told you they could win the Super Bowl.
I don't think they can right now.
Would you say the red zone problems?
No.
Or why don't you say threes kill you, Steiny? Okay. Threes kill you.
You know what? What if I told you I think red zone rankings are mostly happenstance?
Oh no.
I'll bet you the Chiefs are pretty good in the red zone.
Oh, there's no Buffalo. Up until last week.
That's a surprise.
So you putting it all on the quarterback?
No, I'm not putting it all on the quarterback. But stop saying Jimmy Garoppolo stinks, but you want this team to be 40 points per game. By the way, Chiefs were up 28-16 going into the fourth quarter against the 49ers. Oh, the Chiefs are second. Who's first?
Tennessee, who has Ryan Tannehill, right?
He's in Jimmy's. That's him.
That's because they have Derrick Henry, probably, right?
Well, but still, you got
49ers don't have Derrick Henry.
You got Mitchell and McCaffrey and Debo.
Yeah. Oh, so now you want him to run like Derrick Henry? Oh my God, you'll be so mad then.
Tannehill. I'm looking at Kyle, man. I know you tease me. I've said it. People, the fans.
I don't know where you are, Kyle, hour to hour.
No.
I don't.
After this season, I'll tell you. I'm leaving.
There you go.
Bags are packed. I've moved out. Yeah, separated.
So what happens if they win it?
I come back.
I'm rooting for the Niners.
Stop.
Robert Saleh's better in the red zone. So is Mike McDaniel.
Dude. I love watching the Dolphins.
18 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Dude. 49ers don't have a quarterback with a ratio like that.
Who's his running backs?
Who?
Mike McDaniel.
The former 49er running backs.
2 of them.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Everybody left San Francisco doing good. Pettis, line 1. He's contributing.
Who he play for?
Chicago.
How many? Oh, they're 3-7. They're 3-7.
He's on the field. Sherfield on
your favorite. Here's the bottom line.
You, man.
If your favorite receiver catches a ball, you don't say red zone one time today instead of 60. But your guy can't hold on.
Okay. And you do. We watch games different. I'll leave you alone with this one.
You think people think we're really pissed at each other right now? Mm-hmm. I know they really think I'm this much of a dick.
The older women that used to hug me at Oracle, I'd be like, what? Remember I told you?
Who's Darlene?
No, it'd be a few of them. They just hug me, Guru. And I'm like, what's going on? And then they would say your name. I'm like, hey, I'm fine. Come on. Hey, listen. Give me this, man. That game should have
Which
been
game?
Last Sunday night. You you're right. The defense in the second half specifically, they didn't give up a point. That game shouldn't have been that close. But you keep living on the edge and taking 3 instead of 7, it's going to bite you in the ass.
You know what? Like, that's why I want to give you a Klay. No duh.
Oh.
No duh.
But no, that's all.
So one game. No, they struggled in the red zone.
It's 9 games. They're 5-4. Okay. They're 18th. Kyle Shanahan's better than that.
There's 32 teams.
Yeah, but that's less than half. He's better than that.
Why? They're 5-4. They're a little above 500, which makes sense that the red zone is about in the middle.
If the spaghetti sauce has a little too much salt, that's on the cook. If something ain't right, that's not on Jimmy. It's on the cook.
Right. Everything's right. They're 5-4. By the way, they weren't 2-4 this year,
Yeah, they
were
were 2-4. We were talking about them being 3-5. Coming out of it. Double check. I thought they were 2-4.
Somebody? Anybody? Were they 2-4?
No, they were 1-2, 3-4.
Yeah, they don't lose 2 in a row, this team. They only did it once.
First chance to win 3 in a row now.
I know this team. See, and that's why I get irritated. This team's won 2 in a row. They beat their division rival, the Rams. They blew them out, 31-14. They have the bye. They come back, solid win over the Chargers. I know it didn't satisfy everybody.
Yeah.
So now they're going to Mexico City to play Arizona.
Without Kyler Murray, maybe.
We're talking about them like they stink.
No, it's bigger than
that. And that I do think is not unfair.
No.
They're 5-4.
Do people still feel like the Rams are quality wins at this point?
I'm not necessarily saying that's a quality win, but they did what they had to. They blew out their division rival. Is anybody out there with me? And overall, right where they are, considering how they started, Lance, is there anybody that's not like, I think they're in a good spot right now. I think the San Francisco 49ers are in a very good spot.
I just told you they can win it all. You don't believe they can win. Well, you got to see more. But I told you, coming into the season, Steiny, this team can win it all.
I think that that's unfair because if they don't win it all, how can they ever have a successful season? If the 49ers finish 12 and what are they now?
Especially with this move
12 and 5, they if they lose in the NFC title game and they finish 12 and 5, I mean, I get it. Super Bowl or bust. There's going to be that minority of people, but like if we just talk about this team, Super Bowl or bust, we are going to be hammering them week in and week out. I think, and I'm like, damn, they just beat the Chargers at home.
No, they did do that.
Anybody out there with me? Anybody? Anybody?
I can't wait for Kittle. You should call in. Hey, George.
By the way,
why don't they use you more?
Well, Goo, I'm not a great route runner. My strength is blocking.
Yeah, dude.
All right, let's go to Vince in the city. Vince is in the city. What's going on, Vince? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I just wanted to say, since Jimmy's been the quarterback of the 49ers, he reminds me, like, I get the same feeling that Alex Smith would give me. He's like an Alex Smith 2.0.
All right.
That being said, why does George Kittle not get the touches that Vernon Davis was getting on a team that was very much run-heavy, and it was run the ball, red zone, field goal, and then defense won you the game?
When you find that out, call and tell me. I think I have no idea. You asked me about the Brent Jones thing. I ain't stopped thinking about it. I don't know. What's the coach saying?
Got to play to your strengths. And to me, your strength is, on this team, your running game, and maybe it's Ayuk. I mean, like, I know I give you grief about this, and I kind of do it to get a reaction from you, but, like, go ask Kyle. He clearly uses Kittle to block for a reason.
Do you that's what you choose to do. Is it fair to second guess when it's not working on the scoreboard?
But they won. Like, that's the thing.
Okay, they
won 22-16, so who cares?
Okay.
I don't care about I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah. Their talent
if they
is better
win,
than 5-4.
we'll never talk numbers. Why don't we do that?
Oh, I would have no problem with that. I'm just telling you, I got aspirations for this team to win it all.
They won 22-16.
Oh, no.
But you're saying Kittle didn't get enough targets. Let's not do that.
I wasn't mad. I was just saying I'm not going to celebrate a win where you just a quarterback, Justin Herbert, was out without 3 of his best receivers, injuries left and right, and had a ball on your home field with a chance to win. That game should have been over, but offensively you couldn't score.
I just think you're like
wanting 6 is too much. Is asking for too much.
But guess they can't win every game 40-10.
Yeah, they don't win any games.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, they did win a game 37. They blew the Rams out, and they blew out Carolina. 37-15 against Carolina. Let's go to Jay. He's in the grocery store. Picking up some stickum for George Kittle. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, boys. First of all, I love it all. You guys are great. And I do think you guys are actually friendly.
There you go. Especially when I'm buying.
I believe. yeah. You know how it goes. You're everyone's friend when you're buying. So, hey, Goo. I want to just say one thing. You are confusing fantasy football with real football.
He's going to get mad.
I'll give you that heads up.
He's going to get mad,
I know. It sounds harsh. But Kittle is a monster for blocking. Yeah. And there's too many weapons on this team. And also, maybe, just think about it, you may want to just kind of let Kittle block and kind of just sit there and be a stud blocking for weapons, and then later on in the season, I don't know, playoffs, you unload.
There you go.
And that's what I want you to know. You're confusing fantasy football with real football.
Okay,
thanks, Jay. You know what, Jay? Thank you very much. Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger in the grocery store.
Okay, Jay, why are they 18th in the red zone?
Okay.
That's not what you strive for.
No, it isn't. That means they have so much room for growth. Hey, Jay, you're the best, man. They got room for growth, baby. We know that.
And you know what? There's something else.
What is it?
People outside of the Bay, the pundits, they look at this weaponry. It's A1.
They don't talk about the weaponry first. They talk about the defense.
But now with the addition of McCaffrey, Steiny, they're like, this team as a whole, this team is loaded.
Oh,
Happy
really?
Hour.
Why weren't they loaded before McCaffrey?
See, I thought they were.
Well, why don't the national pundits, when they say, how can the 49ers, why are they dangerous? Great defense, unbelievable running game. Get used to it. Quit asking them to be somebody who they're not. Quit.
I'm not.
Next time you say let Jimmy cook, I'm going to walk out of the studio because he can't. You know how Jimmy cooks?
11 and
handing
4.
the ball off to McCaffrey.
11 TDs, 4 picks.
Yeah, nice little
There's
quarterback.
There's a bunch of other quarterbacks supposedly better than that, Jimmy, and they don't even have that on their resume for this season.
Well, how come they can't score in the red zone then?
I think it's a coach's problem. It's like just Kittle. This is my best ball.
Brandon IU, you're done. He's done.
What happened?
He said, let Jimmy cook on the text line.
It's like having a great 3-point shooter, but you're asking him to set screens. That's how I look at Kittle. No, that works. It's like you got a great 3-point shooter, but you're asking him to set screens.
Yeah, I look at it like you got a
Use Kittle's body.
He is, to block.
Yeah.
He's a blocker.
To not get in the red touchdown.
Nope. Yeah. You can't.
It's Christmas time.
It's not even. We're not even at Thanksgiving.
That's Christmas time.
No, it's not.
My wife put lights up yesterday. I was mad.
Mia.
Dude, I was mad.
Oh,
Steiny, is that too early? That's too early. I
would never tell your wife.
You can.
No. I like her.
It's got to wait till Thanksgiving, right?
But I guess Thanksgiving next Thursday. Such a week early.
408, I'm with Steiny. No overreacting. I don't like to overreact. Hey, and I don't do this a lot, but with this particular 49er team, we're all right.
Okay, so you're the guy that pulls your car in the driveway, and every time you back out, you see the same damn oil spot, but you say it's nothing to see here. Then when you're on 880 and the engine goes out, You don't say, you know what? Had I went and took the car in the shop, we did get a sign. That was a sign. Maybe something was going on. Nothing to see here with the red zone. It suffice as far as you say. Nothing to see here. It's going to bite you their tail in the ass.
How about this? I did this, Goo. If Brandon Ayuk caught that ball, they'd be 11th in the red zone this year.
Is that
yes?
Is that
I did the math.
Well, hey, and I would be, dude.
Yeah. Got to have a tight end who can catch.
Dude, I can't wait for it. I can't wait for the interview.
I'll tell you what. I think they need to get Dwelly and Warner involved more.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Fred?
I also think, and you know what? I know. Listen, I know I've been joking. I've been joking around a lot, but this is what I do mean.
When?
How is It's like my dad said. Hey, Steiny. No, he didn't call me that. Son, if you know you can strip a guy, take the ball from him. Why would you do it in the first quarter? Yeah. So I fully believe that there's a plan here that maybe Kittle's going to have more touches in the second half of the season.
Who did catch that touchdown late third in the NFC Championship game to put him up 10?
He caught one?
Yeah. When they blew the lead.
Did you see when they threw that sideline pass to him? By the way, people are like, you would never say that to George Kittle's face. Yes, I would.
I wish we had him. I'd
say, hey, George, so I said something and people are going nuts. I was rating the athletes on your team, and I put you behind Debo, McCaffrey, and Ayuk. Do you want to punch me in the face?
Dude, he's tall, and he does it all.
Not for this team. Ratto next. George Kittle, 5 o'clock. Seriously. Mm-hmm.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at UniversalStudiosHollywood.com/Coke offer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
In for Damon once again today, Kevin, Michael, Whitey, Gleason. Ray, great to be with you, especially today because, as you know, Ray, coming up 5 o'clock today, we're going to catch up with the great George Kittle. 49ers getting ready to play at Altitude Monday, so they're already in Colorado Springs, training, if you will, adjusting to the altitude. When was the last time you exerted yourself at altitude, Ray? It's not
You could have
easy.
stopped it yourself. The answer to that would be never.
Never.
Exertion is overrated.
Yeah, especially at altitude. It just...
No. Exertion of any kind. Just there's no reason for it.
Well, looking forward to catching up with
It's one of the
George
reasons
Kittle.
why the Russians are as cranky as they are.
Is that
they
what that
exert
is?
themselves all the time, and then they have to fight people because they're angry.
Gotcha. All right. Well, maybe you can mention that to George Kittle, or maybe not. Maybe not. So we'll ask George Kittle about everything from how come he's not getting more catches in the red zone to what happened with he and Jimmy G and the Warrior dancers at the Warrior game this week. That's coming up 5 o'clock. Speaking of the Warriors tonight taking on, oh boy, the Phoenix Suns. The Warriors, of course, still looking for their first road win, Ray, and this is a huge game for Klay. Who's on the spot tonight? Klay's on the spot because, of course, last time the Warriors were in Phoenix, he was ejected after getting into it with Devin Booker.
He's a bad person. Shame on him.
Are you just clinging to the notion that it's a November NBA game, it's no big deal?
It is a November NBA game, and so in a week we'll forget about it.
Draymond Green is, as far as a rivalry, I think Draymond Green, for the most part, at least wants us to think that he's with you, Ray.
Still regular season game. We need wins. So for that reason, we're excited about this game. But I don't know. I feel like it's been like this, a lot of talk about like some rivalry. I feel like it's a regular season game that we need to win because we haven't won on the road. And what's our record, 6-8? So we just need wins.
Interesting. So rivalry, whatever. But
everybody wanted to make this a rivalry because they thought they would meet in the Western Conference Final. But Phoenix puked all over itself on the way.
Almost literally, because if you listen to the official company line from them, it's that everyone got sick, and that's why they lost to Dallas. I don't know. That's true.
Whether it is or not doesn't matter. They were supposed to win, and they didn't.
Well, if you're the Warriors and you won the championship, then you're above the rivalry. It's like rivalry. But if you're the Suns, it's a rivalry.
Well, but that's not true at all because
the
Warriors beat Cleveland 3 times in 4 years in the finals, and that was a hell of a rivalry. And then Cleveland went bad, and it stopped being a rivalry. But the truth is, this is not a rivalry yet because they haven't played each other for something hugely important.
Well, I'm just saying that it's very meaningful for the Suns. And the Warriors know they're big games, but they are in position where they don't have to acknowledge that there's anything extra in this game. But we all know, anybody who saw Klay in the last game, anybody who knows what's going on with Klay realizes he's on the spot tonight after losing his composure the last time the Warriors were there.
I don't think that's why he's on the spot. I think that's it's water well beyond the bridge now.
Okay, you didn't say he's not on the spot. You said that's not why he's on the spot.
No, he's on the spot because he's been struggling, and he's been struggling with the idea of struggling. So this is an opportunity / open window for him to either climb through and regain his sort of equilibrium or jump out of. Because he's not been good so far this year. I mean, at least not shooting-wise. I mean, he's still a better offensive player than anybody coming off the bench.
So Anthony Lamb's on the phone. I don't know how he got my number.
That's fine, but I mean, no, I can't remember where I saw the story today, but that starting unit, including Klay Thompson, is significantly different than anybody playing for anybody else in that unit. Anytime they put somebody else in, it's significantly worse.
Yeah. So
Thompson's not having a bad year, but he's having a bad shooting year. And because the Warriors spent the first 10 games not playing any discernible defense, that made it look worse.
He is shooting, I know I mentioned these numbers to you earlier before the show started. He's shooting by far his worst percentage from the three-point line. He's taking more threes, which is stunning. He's taking more threes so far this year than at any point in his career. That's what concerns me about Klay. If he's playing well, taking good shots, they don't go in, that's one thing. But I disagree with you, if I understood what you said there. Obviously, that unit's playing really well. But I think Klay has at times let the fact that he's not playing well affect the other things he needs to do on the floor.
Well, I'm just going off.
Well, you're right. I mean, the numbers you cited, they're factual. I know that.
I'll just read this. It's from Chris Thompson at Defector. He just said, what's noteworthy is how ill-equipped the Warriors are to remove even one of their core guys from the floor. The defense is 6 points worse per 100 possessions without Green out there. The offense is an appalling, unsurvivable 19.3 points per 100 possessions worse without Curry. They're worse by 11.9 points when Wiggins is not there. They're 12.3 points worse without Thompson, who's had a fairly rotten start to the season. And they are appalling 24.7 points worse when they take Kevon Looney out. So that's basically all the starters. Whenever they come out, the team becomes worse.
Because you have such a drop-off there. Because the team's effectiveness almost drops off a table, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's why I think they are in position now where your best way out of this may be if Wiseman plays well and people look at that and go, hey, wow, look at that, to trade him, because you're going to need help if you want to make a run. The Warriors last year won a championship. This Warrior team is not a championship team, and they're going to have to do something significant between now and January if they want to put themselves back into position to contend for a championship again.
And I think the truth is, if Wiseman doesn't play well, there isn't much of a market for him.
Agreed. Totally
and if
agreed.
he does play well at the things the Warriors want him to do, then he's exactly what the doctor ordered, so they don't want to trade him then.
That's true, but I don't
think
see
if
that
there's a
happening.
trade, well, that's fine. I mean, because I don't know if it's going to happen or not either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying those are your two choices with him. I could see a trade with, Kuminga and Moody and some other stuff for somebody, but I don't know, I don't know if Wiseman is the available piece, not because he's invaluable to them, but because he might not have much value at all if he's not.
I think that he can play well in the G League enough to entice other teams.
But
at the same time, I think the Warriors can say that and go, yes, but you know what? He still doesn't need the things we need him to do. Therefore, if there's interest, may be expendable to us. And we'll just have to wait and see. I think that's clearly on their radar right now, but it's just a matter of taking their time. And they're saying that, we're not there yet, but I think they know that they may very well be there. And that would be a positive outcome for the franchise if they get to that point where they could trade Wiseman for something of value around the deadline.
If it's of value.
Of course.
Because that's the other problem here. It's that you not only have to find somebody who's mesmerized by upside that hasn't been realized, but that they're willing to give up somebody who the Warriors can fit under their cap.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing.
It's really complicated. You're right.
I think any kind of trade for them would be extremely complicated, but they have people who could figure that out. I just don't know who of their tradable assets, unless you're throwing Jordan Poole in there,
and
is going to create the kind of market that gets you a difference maker down the stretch.
I'll have to check the particulars on this.
Oh, he can't be traded anyway.
Yeah, well, it's really difficult now with him signing the new deal.
Yeah,
and the same with Wiggins also. So yeah, it gets really complex.
I think that they may try, but this is the hand they dealt themselves, and this is the one they're going to have to play.
On the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Here we go, Ray. First time going to the text line. You tingly?
Why do you hate it? It's 3:09 and you're already doing this.
From the 310, they gambled and bet the house on the 3 kids. You can't lose 5 vets without consequences. From the 925, actually, pardon me, it's 650. Can we trade?
Can you read numbers?
Well, I can, but I didn't want to read what the 925 said. From the 650, can we trade for KD already? There you go. Did you see the Nets last night? Get destroyed, disemboweled, discombobulated.
They were just unlucky.
By the Kings on national TV? Light the beam!
Okay, they held them to 350s. I mean, it's an extra. I mean, do you know how many offensive rebounds they got? Oh, you know how many total rebounds the Nets got last night?
How many?
29.
Now, did they have a lot of offensive rebounds? Because
they had 3.
Well, okay. Sometimes when a team shoots really poorly, they end up with a lot of offensive rebounds.
Well, they didn't shoot that poorly. They shot 49%.
Okay. Yeah. And they were not at full strength last night. Are they ever? No, they're never at full strength.
They're never at full strength.
Now, Kevin Durant last night, after the game, he talked to Mark Spears. There's a piece, I think, at ESPN.com. And he says, I'm so happy. I don't know why people don't understand how happy I am. Which means he wants out. If he doesn't want out now, I'll take him at his word, he's happy, fine. He's going to want out of there because that thing is a federal disaster area. We'll get more into that coming up. Also, there is a simple solution to the current Klay conundrum. Klay holds the key. That more coming up here. It's Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon today. 95.7 The Game merch store live. Visit 957thegameshop.com. Check out all of our merchandise from show-specific shirts to hoodies. It's all at 957thegameshop.com.
In Palo Alto, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-40s. Weather, brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Hey, it's Dibs, and you know how big of a football fan I am, so naturally, I can't wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog, Tuesday, November 22nd, starting at 7 a.m. until halftime, as Mexico takes on Poland. Then I'll head straight back to the studio for the great Willard and Dibs show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog in the city at 7 a.m. on November 22nd.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run over. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday,
It's begging!
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. What a day it is. We have George Kittle coming up about 5 o'clock. Of course, getting ready for the Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. A juicy, whether you wanted to call it a rivalry or not, it's a juicy matchup. And we're awaiting word on the Major League Cy Young Award winners today. Always great to be with Ray. Learn a lot from Ray, not only about sports, but, you know, Ray, you take the ferry, right? That's got to be the way to go, right? You didn't used to, but now you take the ferry?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only drawback to the ferry is that some nights the bar is not open.
I see.
And that's the fault of the San Francisco Ferry Company.
Yeah.
San Francisco Bay Ferry Company. Get on your gigs, fellas.
We will get to the phones
You have
in just a
thirsty,
moment.
angry alcoholics on those boats.
There
could be mutinies.
Don't mean to complain, but the ferry may be the way to go. This was unusual. You know, it takes a while to get from where we are, Battery Street, to the Bay Bridge to get to cross the bay. Last night, Ray, it took me an hour and a half to get from here down to the bridge, not across the bridge or home, to get from here to the bridge. There were 2 accidents, I guess. So I was thinking, man, Ray knows what he's doing. Taking the ferry.
That's when you definitely have to abort the mission at that point.
I just decided I'm going to stick it out, and then I was I didn't.
Why wouldn't you just go? I mean, wouldn't you just go over the Golden Gate and head over that way?
Hadn't thought of that, and I just figured I didn't know that there were 2 accidents.
They have traffic and weather on KCBS, which is one of our
many
sister
station,
mutant stations.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's a sister, but
yeah, I just figured
some sort of weird, sick.
I figured sometimes it takes a long time. It'll work out. I'll just be patient.
You fool! Nothing ever works out, ever, ever, ever.
Some trade thoughts here on the text line from the 510. Trade Wiseman for Joel Pilatel from San Antonio. I don't know Joel Pilatel. Maybe that's Jakob Pertl and things, No.
He wrote what he meant.
Joel Pilatel?
That's the guy's name.
All right. At this point, I think Wiseman is still going to help me more than Pilatel. But
you have
I'm
no
looking at everything.
You have
at this
no way
point.
of knowing. No way of knowing at all.
Dre has lost his leadership credibility. LeBron wants Dre. They're going to lose Dre anyway. I don't think Draymond Green and whatever happened with the punch and the fallout from that, sure, maybe it's significant, but I don't buy the notion, Ray, that has any bearing on the Warriors' current struggles. I really am not buying that.
Well, not having Pilatel is probably a problem, but no, I don't think this is about anything other than they're not defending and their second unit stinks. And I don't say they're going to stink forever, but the results are pretty stark.
Are you with me that right now it looks, I believe strongly that in order to fix things, they're going to have to add people. I don't see them figuring it out with what they currently have. It could happen, but I don't see it.
Well, it would be. It's not the way to bet right now because there's no evidence to suggest that it will get better on its own.
You could say it's the Warriors. They've figured it out before. I mean, that's what some would say.
I could say that, but I chose not to. No, I mean, this is
You're in the
first
Pilatel
time
camp, aren't you? You're in the Pilatel camp.
Oh, no question. Now the Pilatel's available. No, this is the first time the Warriors have gotten this little help from players. Well, I'll just say, no, I'll include Poole here, 6 through 13. The drop-off is that stark.
Here's another one from the 415. Pick up Mo Bamba from China for instant inside defense. Mo Bamba's with Orlando. Taco Fall he's playing in China, and Dwight Howard, but Mo Bamba actually is playing for the...
I think Dwight Howard is in Taiwan, is he not?
That's not, we don't call that China anymore. I mean...
It's a separate country.
Yeah, well, they used to all be China. I apologize.
Well, he's in
Taiwan.
Okay, well, when Genghis Khan was alive, China went all the way to Bucharest.
And you should have heard sports talk in those days. It was great.
Yeah, okay, better than this.
888-957-9570. Mike in San Pablo joins us, 95.7 The Game. Thanks for hanging on, Mike. What do you got?
Gentlemen, my mind's thrown after that Taiwan comment, I'll be honest. The Warriors' future, I'm really excited about it. While they are in a little bit of a downward spiral because of a championship hangover, I don't think it could be argued that they have maybe some of the best trade chips in the league, and I don't see much of a worry. Enjoying the show. Let's keep geopolitics out of it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mike. I didn't mean to venture into that.
Geopolitics?
Well, we were talking about Taiwan and China, and Dwight Howard.
Well, how is that that's geography?
Yeah. That was my mistake.
No. Yeah, and you know what your mistake was?
What's that?
You pressed that button.
No.
No.
Mike's a very intelligent caller.
Yeah, but he's going to lecture us on something we didn't do?
That's fine.
No, it's not fine.
It's
These
fine
people
with
need
me.
to be called to account.
We move on to this. While Mike says the Warrior future is bright, Steve Kerr said this to Ramona Shelburne, friend of the show, in a fine piece on Klay that was at ESPN.com today. Steve Kerr's talking again, as he did during Kevin Durant's last year here, about how this is going to come to an end. Quote, "It can only last so long. We know this isn't going forever. This could be the last year. Maybe next year is the last year. We're in the final stages. We know that. We want to make the most of it." End quote. Steve Kerr will be with us tomorrow, right, Lucas? So what do you make of that, Ray? I'm not saying, this is hugely significant, but it is interesting to me that is what the coach is thinking and feels that, it's time to be public with these thoughts.
He tends to like to speak in franker terms than most on stuff that, doesn't really matter because it's more of a misdirection than anything else. I don't think anyone views the Warriors as not a championship contender. But I think he's being confronted with a series of problems that he's never been confronted with as a coach before. And the first is no bench. The second is mediocre defense, which only now is starting to get squared away. And I think Kerr is always mindful of the fact that there's still 75% of the season still to play.
Do you think this is part of what's going on? You've got the coach, and he talked about this especially early in the season, a sense of desperation that he needed to see that he wasn't seeing from the team. Do you think the coach is trying to get the team's attention, whereas the team is more, we won the championship last year, things aren't going well, but we'll figure this out? Is the coach feeling the need right now to, hey, this is a real situation we have here. Players, we need to address these things and get better now.
I wouldn't put that past him to try to use somebody in the media to get a message out.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that is necessarily the facts on the ground. I think Kerr is someone who recognizes that when you've only played 14 games, it means you have 68 left to go. There's plenty of time for stuff to change, for the better and for the worse. I mean, that's the thing. Their
margin
margin
just going to change on its own. It ain't just going to change.
Yeah, their
margin
margin for error is thinner as they get older. And I think that's sort of the looming specter in the background.
Steph Curry told your friend Ramona Shelburne, quote, "There's not anything graceful about things ending ever. We understand that, but you can't worry about that when we step on the court because it takes away from it. We wouldn't have won the finals last year had we let that be in our thoughts." So Steph's deal, it's there, but we just have to plow forward. One of the issues that has to do with all that is Klay, he's not playing well. Jordan Poole plays well when he starts, so should Klay be coming off the bench? And I think we broke that down yesterday. It's like, that's not an option right now for the Warriors. And it's not so much a matter of, well, they owe it to him. Klay is in such a, I would say, fragile state right now that if you send him to the bench, there's a chance you're going to lessen the possibility of getting close to full Klay by the end of the year. I will say, though, the solution to this, Ray, in my opinion, and this would be a very strength in numbers like thing, if Klay ever at some point were to say, you know what, I'm not where I want to be, but I know I'll get back there, I'll come off the bench. I don't even know if Steve Kerr would accept that offer, but that would be the solution to this whole issue of whether you start Poole or Klay. If
No, it
Klay
doesn't.
said, I'm willing to come off the bench.
But that's a false issue because the stats we talked about in the last segment indicate that they are a worse team when Thompson's not on the floor, even though he's not shooting well. You know, people are looking at the box score and saying, oh, he's having a terrible year. In fact, he's not having a Thompson year.
He's having a terrible shooting year. I mean, really bad.
But they're still 12 points worse when he's off the floor. That's got to count for something. And I think Kerr is recognizing that.
But I think it's not that, those numbers, plus, minus, and all that, those are not really individual numbers.
No, but
you're talking about him. It's because he's not, it's not like him out there by himself.
Yeah, but when you take him out,
I know
the result is worse.
Mm-hmm.
So until the result is either even or better, you make the team weaker by not starting him. And in fact, Kerr can find ways to get 30 minutes for Jordan Poole, even though he wouldn't be starting. I kind of feel that if Jordan Poole is still hung up on being a starter in his fourth year, I think that's on him. I mean, if there are minutes for him that are sufficient, you know, for him to do whatever it is he needs to do, then that shouldn't be a problem.
It cuts both ways. It's a great point you raised yesterday. Pardon me. I apologize for interrupting. But you said yesterday, hey, he can't be distracted by that. There have been some great sixth men who have been fueled by that. I should be starting. But you're right. If it's something that motivates him, great. But if it's something that's affecting his play when he comes off the bench, you're 100% right. That can't be the case.
No, I mean, at some point, it can't be about the prestige of being a starter. Because the prestige of being on the floor at the end of a game is, whether you like it or not, bigger and more impressive. Because what you're saying then is, we need this guy now. And you don't need really anybody in the first quarter, because very few games get won in the first quarter.
888,
with the single exception of Kings Nets.
888-957-9570. Actually, I think that was the second quarter, because it was like 40-40, and then the Kings just blitzed them. Lamar in San Jose joins us on 95.7 The Game.
No, they're already up 6 then.
How are you, Lamar?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I want to say this about leadership with Stephen Curry. He's such a leader. Remember when he got injured before in the playoffs or whatnot, or before the playoffs, and he came back. And as he came back, he was injured, but he also seen that Poole was doing pretty good. So he took that leadership on going to the bench and letting Poole do his thing and say everything until he felt the need to come back into the starting lineup. I feel like Klay should look in that way, be a leader, be a champion, and take on that role. We're not saying start on the bench forever. We just want to see something different in that starting lineup with Poole, and then you come back once you gain your mojo. Then you come back and you get in that starting lineup. Just the simple fact that you're just coming off an injury. We know you're 100%, but right now you're struggling, man. And Anthony Lamb is outshowing all of them for right now.
He is. Thank you, Lamar. And we talked about that yesterday with Money Poole. That is the real surprise of this season, the way Anthony Lamb, or I think Klay calls him lamb chops, doesn't he, Ray? The way he's playing. Klay said some really interesting things. And by the way, Lamar, you're right. We talked about that yesterday. How last year when Steph was hurt and he said, I'll come off the bench, how he clearly was sending a message to Jordan Poole. And he practically said, I'm doing this to send a message to Jordan Poole. But here's what Klay had to say when he was talking to Ramona Shelburne. He admitted that he felt at his best. Here's the quote. Pardon me. It took me a moment to find it. The best I ever felt was in 2019. I know I can't get back there, but even if I get to 90% of that, still hell of a player, still a hell of a championship team, end quote. That's the first time that publicly I've heard Klay say, I know I can't get back there, Ray. I think that's very significant. I don't know if he can or can't, but just him saying that is very significant.
I think it's, I don't know if saying it is significant. It's believing it that is significant. And I think the evidence, really, when the second injury happened, I think everybody started hedging their bets about what he'd be like when he came back.
Isn't it also true that if he hadn't gotten hurt at all, that he still might not be the same player right now that he was?
I think it's less likely.
But it's possible. I mean,
anything's possible. I mean, Stephen Curry could go 0 for his next 46. I just don't think that's the way to bet.
I'm just saying there is a natural regression.
Okay,
due to
but
age.
One of the things that we've seen with this group is not that they're not getting older, but they're not getting worse when they're together. So I would say the chances of him starting to decay, even if he was healthy, are negligible to the point of being almost invisible. I think he'd still be a tremendous player. He's not a tremendous player today, but I think, had he been healthy, I see no reason why he wouldn't be. But because if nothing else, even if he slowed down by 5%, or let's just take your argument 10%, he's still playing with guys who know what he does, and he's playing with guys who he knows what they do. And there's an advantage to that veterans get to have, because that's historical knowledge that young guys have to build up on their own. So he's, we're talking about a hypothetical here that cannot exist because he did have the second injury. But, again, until Steve Kerr can be convinced that they're somehow worse when he's on the floor rather than off, he's going to start and he's going to play. And I think the argument about should Jordan Poole start has to stop and end at no, because the guy who makes that decision has made it clear that he doesn't start.
Got some names being mentioned by some of the smartest listeners in Radio Ray on the Xfinity mobile text line.
If they don't mention Pilatel, I don't want to hear
He's already been mentioned.
No. If they're not on the Pilatel bandwagon, they don't know basketball.
Joel Pilatel, right?
Joel.
Rabbit 45. Hey guys, great show. Hey, I want them to read my thing. So hey, great show. Appreciate it though.
You're idiots. Keep reading.
How about giving Boogie another go? And then someone mentions, of course, the great Kevin Durant, which, I'm telling you, after the way they played last night, I'm not taking that off my board of possibilities.
You should.
Why?
A, he doesn't want to come back here. And B,
the
Nets don't want to move him. He's their only credible player right now.
But I do think at some point, maybe soon, they're going to look at the reality of the situation and say, this ain't working, and our best case here is to try to recoup some of our losses.
Fine.
They already have a pick swap.
What are the Warriors giving up for Kevin Durant?
Well, because the Nets gave up so much future draft capital, they would be potentially really interested in some young players with upside. They would be like draft picks. Wiseman would be one of those guys. They also have a pick swap already set with Houston. Well,
Houston's keeping that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. There is no match with the Warriors.
I think there could be.
No, that's preposterous.
It's not preposterous if things continue to unravel for them and they're looking for future assets. If they change their course of action completely, if they go from we're all in to oblivion, we need to start a rebuild.
And you think it makes sense for them to build around the Warriors package of young guys?
I didn't say build around. That was your term, but I can see how they'd be interested.
If you're trading your best player, you've got to get something. You've got to get a foundational piece for the future in return. And the Warriors don't have, first round picks to give away. What they've got is the first round picks they've already used.
Just keep an eye on it. Right now, with Durant saying, I'm happy here, it doesn't appear to be on the radar. But if they continue to go the way they're going, and the Warriors continue to go the way they're going, we could potentially have a match down the road. But not yet. Not yet. I'm not willing to. As far as Boogie goes,
No, that's done.
Not interested.
Well, it doesn't matter whether you're interested. I don't think anybody's interested.
He is.
Well, he is, sure.
Although he's already said on Twitter, I want to join the Kings and help them make the playoffs. So that's what he wants to do.
Well,
anytime, Ray, a guy begs to join a team or a coach.
Anytime a guy begs to join the Kings, because even with last night's performance, And
Got a
even
winning
with the
record
fact
now.
that they're 7-6,
Light the beam.
even with you acting like Robin, they're still the Kings until proven otherwise. Now at 4:00 when Sacramento picks us up, I will change my tune. But
okay,
because I'm a hypocrite. Because I don't care what comes out of my face.
Right.
I'm here for the benefits and the donuts.
The Kings have won a road game. The Warriors have not. The Warriors need to take care of that, and it's not going to be easy tonight. Chris Paul, someone mentioned Steph loves to show up Chris Paul.
Well, he can tonight, but Chris Paul will be
day to day.
Street clothes.
Well, I don't know. The last I saw, he was day to day with a heel injury. I'm not saying he's playing, but he's officially, last I saw, listed as day to day. So, yeah.
If he's still listed as day to day, he's not playing tonight.
I think he's a game time decision right now.
Thank you, Lucas. Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Who
you gonna listen to, me or Lucas?
What?
Game time decision. He could play. He hasn't been playing, but it's possible, right?
Well, I'd be surprised if he played tonight. Just because, why? I mean, beating the Warriors might feel like a big deal to fans, but they get it too. They've only played 14 games.
Next injury report comes out in 20 minutes, so keep you posted.
Looking forward to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Lucas just said he was planning to do work in 20 minutes. I think we should stop and consider that for a moment.
After shoot-around today, Kevon Looney had this to say about his message to James Wiseman.
Just go have fun and go dominate. Show them who you are. Just don't lose your confidence. When you getting pulled in and out of rotation and got to go up and down from the G League, and you kind of can mess with your confidence a little bit. It depends on how you look at it. So I know I was in that position. I kind of shook my confidence a little bit. So I was just telling about my experiences down there.
So I guess that's job one for Wiseman. Go down and play and find yourself, right? That's the first thing. Play basketball. I mean, he said that. Jordan Poole said that was his advice. First thing is just get down there and know that you're going to be playing a lot of basketball game to game. Get back your sense of, I'm playing basketball today, and forget about what happens if I make a mistake. So we're back to real basics with James Wiseman.
I mean, well, the truth is he is going to make mistakes. That's simply a given, because this isn't going to all of a sudden be a light switch where all of a sudden, eureka, I've discovered everything. Because they don't want to see a box score that says he had 24 with 3 rebounds. They want to see him defend. They want to see him do the stuff that Warrior big men are asked to do. And that's why when people are watching those games or trying to keep track with them, that's the last thing you want to know is how many points he scored. Because it's not about that. It's about, are you doing the stuff they want you to do, and are you feeling good about doing it? Because that's the part of the confidence that I think they're talking about. Because the Warriors are not going to go, well, he just beat the hell out of the South Bay Lakers the other night. That was very impressive. But, he was still -7. That's not going to fly. And I think that's the thing that everybody needs to remember. He's got to get his confidence in this way, not in the regular old street ball, roll it out and do whatever you want way. Because the Warriors don't want him to be that, and they don't need him to be that.
I think it's a colossal disappointment for the Warriors that here they are with Wiseman at this point of the season when they need what he could give them to have to send him down. And they clearly have to. And you can understand why, because of his injuries and his lack of experience. And he's young, but they were counting on more from him. And he was the second pick in the draft. And for them to have to send him down to the G League, I don't know where it goes from here, but it's a colossal disappointment for them at this point.
It's only a colossal disappointment if it doesn't work. It's not a colossal disappointment yet. Colossal means we're done. I don't think they're done with him.
They may be, and they don't know yet. I'm not saying they've decided.
If they're done with him, they'll know. In fact, they'll know before we will.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they're done with him.
that. I think they would know before we knew.
I mean, look, you could make the logical argument that they could have sent Kuminga down just as well. I mean, the thing is, if they're sending him down to get play, that could be a sign that they still believe in him, whereas Kuminga is still trying to find minutes in meaningful games.
I think they believe more in Kuminga. I
don't think anybody knows.
I think you can tell by the way they handle the players. If one guy is playing with Kuminga, when they keep saying we're going to try to get him out there, try to find him a spot in the rotation going back to last year, and he's in the rotation, then he's out, and they keep putting him back in, and they keep putting him back in, and they keep putting him back in. then that shows you that they believe in him. Somebody, and maybe it's all the way up at the top. He's their guy. And Wiseman at this point they've lost some faith in Wiseman, and it's up to him to restore their faith in him. But right now they believe Kuminga's their guy right now still. Wiseman right now is not. Coming up next, Ray. Who's playing quarterback against the 49ers Monday? Turns out that's a really interesting question. We have the answer coming up for you. And, of course, the Warriors in action tonight in Phoenix. That means Warriors Live with John Dickinson starts at 6 on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco Beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there's no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals November 21st through the 28th. 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White, I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Price so amazingly low.
Love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine and More. Delivery available. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
George Kittle joining us today at 5. Whitey in for Damon. Getting ready, of course, for the Warriors and the Suns this evening. Chris Paul, as we've been discussing, listed as day-to-day. And with the Warriors playing Phoenix, the 49ers, of course, getting ready to play Arizona on Monday night. You know who else is listed as day-to-day, Ray? Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, according to Cliff Kingsbury, coach of the Arizona Cardinals, he said today, Kyler Murray's listed as day-to-day. You know who else is listed as day-to-day for Arizona? Colt McCoy. So Kyler Murray, Colt McCoy, both on the injury list for the Cardinals. Now, it's the NFL, so, almost certainly one of them's going to find a way to play. But Cliff Kingsbury did say today, both quarterbacks are day-to-day as they move towards the game against the 49ers in Mexico City. Kyler Murray dealing with a hamstring injury, kept him out against the Rams. And McCoy bothered by a knee injury he suffered while playing in place of Murray in that game. And Cliff Kingsbury, of course, hopes to have one of those quarterbacks available, at least one, for the game against the 49ers.
Well, he'll have one of them. I mean, if they have to go to like Chris Streveler or somebody like that, then they're probably hosed anyway.
I think Arizona's third-string quarterback is Trace McSorley. Yeah.
But I mean, he may as well be Chris Streveler.
Yes, sixth-round pick out of Penn State. So I'm with you, but it just depends, obviously, on the extent of the injuries. Remember when the Cardinals were undefeated last year and they were just cruising along, and it's all fallen apart since then. They did make it to playoffs last year, I know.
They not only didn't make the playoffs.
Well, they did, but they got knocked out.
I'm drawing the blank. Mike Bidwell came this close to firing Cliff Kingsbury because of it. Because they backed in. And, oh, by the way, Sandy Alcantara won the National League Cy Young.
Marlins.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Who's the best pitcher who never won a Cy Young award?
Cy Young.
I think there were better pitchers than Cy Young who didn't win the Cy Young.
I don't know if they were that good. They'd had an award named after him.
No, they just didn't play at the right time. Cy Young lost more games than anybody in Major League history.
He also won more games than anybody else in Major League
but he also lost more games. The answer, I thought you were going to go Juan Martichal, but I would go, I think I'd say Nolan Ryan.
Oh, please.
What?
Nolan Ryan.
Nolan Ryan. Yeah, the author of 7, 8, 9, not 7, how many no-hitters did he throw? He threw 7, right?
No, he threw 18.
Yeah.
It was 23 no-hitters.
Yeah.
In fact, now that I think of it, it's 57 no-hitters.
Yeah. Nolan Ryan was incredible.
He was a strikeout master, no question.
Yes.
But I'm not even sure he had a 500 record.
Well, he did have a 500 record. But as you said yesterday about quarterbacks, the win-loss record is overvalued. And that we've learned that's the case in baseball, too. If you have a good pitcher on a team that doesn't score much, he's not going to necessarily win a ton of games. And that's what happened to Nolan Ryan when he was with the Angels. He was phenomenal. But your argument, I mean, Juan Marshall's a great guest, too. Great answer.
That was really nice of you to applaud your own guess that way.
But isn't that how you would say, honestly?
I told you what I said. I'm not trying to fool you with anything. I said Cy Young.
Cy Young, that's a ridiculous answer.
It's not why is it a ridiculous answer?
Because he probably, when he played, and he was one of the best of the guys who played then, Denton True Cy Young, right, was his name. His name was Denton, and he was Cy because, like a cyclone, they played with like a dirty sock that you could square it up and it might reach the shortstop. And
what's wrong with you?
He probably hurried that thing up there like 88, 89 miles an hour. Whoa, the cyclone. He was great in his day, but to say he's the greatest never to win a...
You asked me a question.
Madison Bumgarner. Mike Mussina.
Oh, God. Cease. You name anybody.
Dylan Cease.
Early win.
Cease could still win today. Yeah. You're right.
Anybody. It doesn't matter. It's a question that can't be answered.
Well, I'm just wondering your opinion. And
I gave you my opinion, and you proceeded to vomit all over it. It's why I don't like to give opinions.
Matthew Thomas Kane from the 650.
All right. Once again, you've lowered the tone of the show by going to that.
No,
Matt Cain was the best pitcher never to win a Cy Young.
I don't know.
Even he doesn't believe
I'm just giving my opinion, and then when the smartest listeners on radio just give us their opinion, that's no good. When I say I don't like yours, what do you know?
No, make the case for Matt Cain being the best pitcher ever.
Well, I'm not going to do that because...
No, because you're a coward.
Because I'm not making the argument, but the 650 is.
But the fact...
He pitched arguably the single greatest, most dominant game in Major League history.
Oh, cut it out.
No, the perfect game he threw. I mean, you look at the numbers, and that was arguably one of the most dominant single performance of any perfect game ever. It was amazing. So I don't know. I'm not sure if that's
you do. You're
Nolan
just
Ryan
poking the cage, and I took the bait, and I'm ashamed of myself.
I failed again. Gets a mention. There's somebody who said, and I'm not going to read this, but from the 510, Ratto must have watched Cy Young live back in the day, LOL. I'm not even going to read that, Ray.
Really? You're not going to read that?
No, I won't go there.
That's sporty
I wanted
of you not
to know
to
it's
read
there,
it.
But I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thanks, Morty. You're a swell guy.
Then things get maybe a little off the beaten path with Tim Hudson, A.J. Burnett, and Steven Strasburg getting votes.
No, keep reading them.
I appreciate it.
They're geniuses. Every one of them.
Yeah, I mean, those are thought-provoking, if nothing else. The answer is,
Jesus.
It's either Marichal or Nolan Ryan. It has to be, doesn't it? Larry in Lafayette joins us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Larry, tell Ray what's going on here, would you? Help him out with his answer.
The best pitcher that never won a Cy Young is Babe Ruth.
Thank you, Larry. How about that, Ray? The old lefty, the Bambino.
I don't think he was ever the best pitcher in any year that he pitched.
Really?
He was a superb pitcher. He would have made the Hall of Fame probably as a pitcher if he had stayed with it. But I don't know that he ever was in position to do that. And he didn't pitch that long anyway.
But he was masterful. Masterful. Kirk Reeder getting a mention?
Yeah, Kirk Reeder, absolutely. No question.
It would only be a matter of time. So Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins wins the National League Cy Young Award, and then it sounded like you were picking Cease to win the American League, right? Because you were going, Cease. So
that was it.
Yeah. All right. You look like you're reading something for...
I'm looking at Baseball Reference to see where the Matt Cain perfect game comes up.
You were bringing us something. You look at the strikeouts and...
No, game score.
Okay. And what goes into game score?
It takes your entire body of work for that game.
Okay.
And it applies. I cannot tell you the exact algorithm.
Huh. And yet you're going to hold it up as an example of this is the go-to. What does it mean? I don't know. It's interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Well, you go with Kirk Reeder.
My answer was Lynn Nolan Ryan.
Well, I haven't seen his name here either.
Yeah. Best pitcher never to win a Cy Young. So doesn't mean what it used to, does it? Because there was a time way back when you have guys winning 27 games and throwing 300 innings and aces of the Safs, and pitching's just changed now because. Yes,
I can help you, Ray. So the game score formula: you start with 50 points, add 1 point for each out recorded, add 2 points for each inning completed after the fourth, add 1 point for each strikeout, subtract 2 points for each hit allowed, subtract 4 points for each earned run allowed, subtract 2 points for each unearned run allowed, and subtract 1 point for each walk. That is game score.
It's fantasy baseball.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do you have any numbers for us yet, Ray, that you want to share?
Yeah, Matt Cain's game was listed as 103rd
in game
baseball
score
history.
Okay,
so it's not the most dominant game in history.
And what is? I don't know. I just want to knock down what you say. I don't have anything constructive to offer.
It's either Joe Eschger in 1920. Oh, it's the same game. Joe Eschger and Leon Cador. They They both went 26 innings.
Okay.
They both pitched a 26 inning complete game.
Right. So we're talking.
And they gave up
something. What year?
1912.
1920. Okay. I was at least going live ball era. I guess I should have.
That is the live ball era.
1912?
Yeah, 1920. I said.
Oh. Okay.
No, but hey, Kirk Reeder, you go.
Not my answer. I appreciated the nomination, and he's a great guest, but that wasn't actually my answer. So anyway, we should get word here before long of the American League. American League, thank you. American League Cy Young winner. Kerry Wood game, modern day. Now these are people talking about the most dominant game. Kerry Wood had how many strikeouts that day? Had 20? Yeah. So thank you. Anyway, we were talking about the 49ers. So the 49ers getting ready for Arizona. Arizona isn't sure who their quarterback is going to be. And we have, as I've mentioned, we're going to talk to George Kittle today at 5 o'clock. The 49ers are getting ready for altitude, Ray, by practicing for a couple days here at Colorado Springs. But it's possible they miscalculated or didn't take into account something. It's like me when I say Matt Cain had the most dominant game and I didn't take into account Joe Ehringer in 1920. They have altitude Colorado Springs, sure, and they have facilities, but it's supposed to snow there the next couple of days, and I'm not sure the 49ers, as odd as it sounds, I'm not sure they were aware that it's supposed to snow there, and that could put a crimp in their efforts to prepare for the Monday night game. We have more on that coming up in just a moment, but right now, I just want to welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
This is Damon and Ratto, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Damon. And yeah, George Kittle going to join us at 5. And we're just talking about the fact that Sandy Alcantara is the National League Cy Young Award winner. We're awaiting word on the American League winner. And we're breaking down the fact that the 49ers get ready to play Arizona on Monday night in Mexico City. And right now, Arizona's two quarterbacks, Kyler Murray, Colt McCoy, they're both day to day. But there are different ways to prepare for altitude. I'm not sure how much you've studied this, Ray. Some say just go there the day of and get it over with. So the 49ers are going to practice at altitude for a couple of days in Colorado Springs, weather permitting, and then they're going to go into it's even higher once they get into Mexico City, and hopefully that'll take care of the altitude issues.
Yeah, if you could just show up on game day, 49ers probably would have done it. I think they have people who paid attention to that. And the fact that they went to Colorado Springs 5 days ahead of time is kind of an indication that they don't believe that you just walk into altitude and do fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also worth noting that Mexico City is about 3,000 feet higher than Denver is.
Well, let's see. They're at Colorado Springs, though. They're not at Denver. But to your point,
I don't think there's a lot of difference.
Mexico City, according to my information, is at 7,200 feet above sea level. And the academy where they're practicing, the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, is at about 6,000 feet. So we're talking 1,200 feet difference, according to my.
So they actually went higher than Denver for this. That's why they went to Colorado Springs.
Yeah. And Kyle Shanahan says, talking to a few other teams who've done it before, having all our guys here, starting with the head of player health and performance, just research the science of it. Give us a recommendation of what they thought helped the most. They thought getting there earlier, getting acclimated to it earlier would help us on Monday night. So that's why we made that decision for a huge game.
So
against the short-handed,
if they lose, they're not going to get to use altitude as the reason, unless Jimmy Garoppolo throws a ball that never comes down. And if he does that, put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. All right.
Most dominant quarterbacking performance ever. He threw a ball off the planet.
Do you have anything as far as your most dominant performances that anyone would maybe even have heard of?
Sandy Koufax perfect.
Is that on there?
Yeah, way higher than Matt Cain.
Okay. How much?
Kerry Wood one is much higher than Matt Cain. I mean,
But Kerry Wood wasn't a perfect game.
No, but it was 20 strikeouts.
Okay,
and
so the game score was higher.
But you get,
Okay,
you get rewarded for strikeouts.
If you're, I don't accept that.
I'm sorry. Well, then
game score says Kerry Wood's 21 strikeout game or 20 strikeout game was a better game than Matt Cain's perfect game. That's garbage.
Oh,
well, that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
does it? It's a perfect game.
Well, take it up with them.
Kerry Wood is actually the highest rated game score 9-inning game. Kerry Wood is.
Yeah. And I know that was a fine game, but I don't know. Maybe it's old school, but I'm going to give the nod to the guy who pitched the perfect game, no matter what the game score says.
Well, that's fine then. Do your own baseball reference.
It's fantasy baseball. Pitchers get more fantasy points for strikeouts. That's all game score is. I've figured it out.
Thank you, Lucas.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The idea that Lucas has figured anything out just amuses me.
Yeah, between Lucas and Grandy. They're going to get everything
two
settled in
hamsters
there.
running in opposite directions on the same wheel.
From the 408, first game in the stadium, that would be Stadio Azteca. Pardon me if I'm mispronouncing that. Stadio, thank you. First game was played in front of an audience of 107,494 spectators. It's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere there, especially given the fact that it looks like, Ray, the 49ers are going to have, it's supposed to be a road game for them, and it looks like there are going to be a lot more 49er fans there than Arizona Cardinal fans.
Yeah, but it's going to be a road game because they're playing it about 7,200 feet higher than they would normally do that.
But so is the other team.
Yeah, but the other team is the Cardinals, and they've got Trace McSorley.
All right, yeah.
Who the hell knows? I mean, if the 49ers were a mortal lock, they wouldn't be 5-4 right now. They're still a goofy team in a bunch of ways. The one thing they've got going.
What's the goof of those many ways in which they're goofy? What's the goofiest?
Oh, I think the Denver game jumps out at you. The Chicago game's a throwaway just because they played in a lake.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I tend to throw those games out because as early in the year they were still figuring things out, and I compare it to last year when they got off to such a terrible start, then they righted the ship. And they obviously were a much better and different team by the end of the year. I'm assuming that's happening now. Maybe I shouldn't assume that.
Well, you shouldn't assume it because nothing's happened to back up your claim yet.
I just think they're definitely trending in the right direction.
Well, they failed to fail, if that's what you're saying.
They hammered the Rams and they beat the Chargers.
They hammered the Rams, who have only one wide receiver and no running backs, and then beat the Chargers, who have no wide receivers and no offensive or defensive line.
Okay, I understand what you're saying there, but you go back to what happened against teams like the Bears and Denver, to your point earlier in the year, and there's definitely improvement shown there. Well, despite the fact that the opponent doesn't scare you.
But you're in love with words like trending. Like you could just say, oh, they just won their last game. That means they're doing great. They're not doing great yet. They're 5-4. You are what your record says you are.
Okay, they're playing better. Clearly, you look at the game against the Bears and the game against Denver, and you look at the last two games they played, and I know, as you said, there are a lot of things going on.
Well, but they're not playing as well as they did when they beat Carolina. We can play that game all day long. Whitey, I love you, but you're a lunatic.
Why? What am I saying they're not playing better right now? The last two games they haven't played better? It just, they went into the bye, they destroyed the Rams, went into the bye, and they came out and they got McCaffrey now, and they beat the Chargers. And I know the Chargers look like a good team, but they're really
No, they're
hobbled by
not a
injury.
good team.
No, they're. I know. I understand.
That's
that.
the point. That's why this is not the game that measures who they are, and it's not next week against New Orleans either. It's the 3 games after that. You know, the one game they've played against a Super Bowl contender, they got their hats blocked, and so when they start playing good teams again, then you'll get an idea of what they are. You don't get an idea of who they are by beating 2 teams that have been injury ravaged.
Just in the NFL today, where there's less of a margin for error game to game than I think there's ever been at any point in NFL history. Wins are nice. Wins are good. And I'm not saying they beat the Chargers and the Rams, so look out. They should be the favorites in the NFC. But I'm saying, given the fact that McCaffrey's there now, they're getting healthier. They have more players coming back from injury. I think the 49ers have an opportunity here to be in a really good position, and they've got an opponent in front of them here that looks pretty vulnerable, and I just think those are positive trends. I know you love that word for the 49ers right now. They're in a good spot.
They're 5-4.
Yeah.
They're 7th in the conference.
Uh-huh.
Relax. You know who else is 5-4? You know who's right behind them in the standings?
Well, right behind them is the Washington Commanders, but they're 5-5,
and they're dreadful.
They're not 5-4.
Yeah,
5-4.
I mean, they're trying to fool people with Taylor Heineke,
who, by the way, they announced. I think they heard you yesterday. He's starting.
Well, what's the alternative? I mean, Carson Wentz is not going to see the field ever again unless Heineke explodes.
He can sling it.
He's awful.
He is.
In fact, one of the most predictable things is find out who replaces Carson Wentz in any of the places he's gone, and you'll get a better quarterback.
So let me get this straight. You're saying that the 49ers right now should not be considered a much better team than the Washington Commanders. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying their records are similar, and until I start seeing,
they're not even saying the 49ers have a better record.
I'm saying I don't have to evaluate anything until they play more good teams.
Okay,
because that's the bar they've set for themselves.
So when I say the 49ers are a better team than Washington, you're saying no, they're not. They're only 5-4 compared to 5-5. So
they're in the same. They're essentially the same team right now.
You
don't tell me what your projections are.
Yeah.
You're a fanboy.
You don't even believe that.
No, I mean, I don't have to believe it. It's, Washington's playing in a much tougher division. And while I don't believe they're very good offensively, because they're not, they're very good defensively. Who's that remind you of?
I don't know.
I'll give you an hour and a half to figure this out.
The 0-1 Ravens, right? Washington is, you're right. What a great juggernaut we've got looming in the NFC East. The 49er red zone issues. Do you think that people are making too much of that? Kyle Shanahan even addressed it. He got a little prickly. He said, we moved the ball well, and we had some opportunities, and we dropped a pass. Are people getting a little carried away with the inefficiency in the red zone for the 49ers?
People get carried away about whatever they want to get carried away about. That's why I never want to know what fans think. I mean, it's
the media, too, because he had to address it because the media was asking him, too.
Well, okay. And the fact that he got annoyed about it can mean one of two things. He hates the impertinence of the media, and 2, he hates the fact that they're not doing better in the red zone. But that's one of the reasons I got Christian McCaffrey to fix that. So, fix it.
Jeff Wilson Jr. played pretty well for the Dolphins, didn't he?
Yeah, well, Miami's probably a better team than the 49ers right now.
What's their record?
6-3.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
In the better conference? In the much better conference.
6-3 is way better than 5-4, but 5-4 and 5-5 are pretty much the same.
Actually, I'm wrong. They're 7-3.
7-3.
I misspoke.
Okay. No, they are. You're right, though. I mean, I agree with you. They're having a fine
tell
season.
Me who tell me who the 49ers Tyreek Hill is. Tell me who their Jalen Waddle is.
Well, it'd be
tell me who their
Debo.
Tell me who their Tua Tagovailoa is.
Who is the Dolphins' Christian McCaffrey?
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Really? The guy the 49ers said, you're expendable now because we have Christian McCaffrey?
I didn't say they're like for like. The best running back they have against the best running back the 49ers have.
I just can't
If
tell
I had to
you're-
take the two, I'd
Yeah.
take McCaffrey. No
I
question.
can't tell if you're just trying to.
I'm just trying to
tear down an argument, or if you actually believe any of this nonsense.
No, what I believe is Miami right now is a better team. I don't think there's any argument about it.
I don't argue with that.
Okay.
But I think to say that Washington and the 49ers, they're the same, I think that's preposterous.
Well, I don't know what they are. I mean, I want to see the 49ers play better teams because that's how you evaluate who they are. And beating two teams in a row that are essentially crippled does not tell me much about who the 49ers are or how good they can be.
Yeah.
That's going to happen in 2 weeks. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry.
If you are, and the record says you are, and you win 2 games.
And the thing that I'm most adamant about is that I'm not going to take a straw poll of people who can't get out of their cars at rush hour, to see what they think.
Coming up next here, back to the Warriors. The Warriors taking on the Suns tonight. Tell you what an ex-NBA executive says about the Warriors and the fact that he puts their panic meter at 6.4 out of 10. 6.4. That's coming up next here. Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon today. Don't forget, we got George Kittle coming up at 5, and we are presented by, what I meant to say is we are sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
It's time to savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Take your decor to the next level and save on yard art and select pre-lit artificial trees. Plus get deals on Big Green Egg, Traeger, Carhartt, fountains, pottery, and more. Stop by for all your needs and get help from Osh. Home, hardware, and happiness.
Hey, it's Dibs, and you know how big of a football fan I am, so naturally I can't wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog, Tuesday, November 22nd, starting at 7 a.m. until halftime, as Mexico takes on Poland. Then I'll head straight back to the studio for the great Willard and Dibs show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog in the city at 7 a.m. on November 22nd.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Dell Technologies' Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
At Target, you can shop with confidence knowing that if you spot a better Target price, we'll match it with our Holiday Price Match Guarantee. Pick up the hottest gifts of the season, holiday hosting essentials, and so much more right now. If you spot a better Target price, we'll match it on items purchased between October 6th and December 24th. Get the gifts you want at prices you love all season long with Target's Holiday Price Match Guarantee. Get price match policy details on Target.com. Some exclusions apply.
In Palo Alto, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Get ready for Warrior basketball tonight. This is Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Kind of a snotty tone in your voice.
I'm sorry?
You said, get ready for Warriors basketball tonight.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I love Warrior basketball. I'm very excited about the Warriors and the Suns tonight. I did want to mention once again George Kittle coming up at 5 o'clock, and I
did I discombobulate you?
I just didn't realize, and certainly didn't intend to say it in a snotty voice. I'm excited.
Saying, you're the one who likes the audience. You should respect them.
Yeah, Warriors and the Suns tonight. The Warriors have won 3 of their last 4, but they haven't won a road game yet, as you know, and they're 6-8 on the season. So, Ray, is it too early for anybody to panic?
Oh, I think they should panic if they want to, but I don't see the point in it.
John Hollinger. Can you tell us who John Hollinger is? He, of course, writes for The Athletic. He's been in the
writes for The Athletic. He used to be in the Memphis front office and was hired because he was a skilled analytics guy.
And I think he invented per or player efficiency rating. He's actually
he's created stats. I guess in some ways you could say he was the Bill James of.
In some ways, man. I think there are more than one.
There are now.
Yeah. Anyway, he writes for The Athletic, does John Hollinger, and he wrote today about NBA teams off to rough starts and where they are 0 to 10 on his panic meter. He has Philly at 3.5. Again, this is John Hollinger. He knows what he's talking about. Philly 3.5. The Clippers at 5.1. Miami 5.9. Golden State Warriors on John Hollinger's panic meter 6.4.
Is that the highest number?
It's not the highest number. Okay. Minnesota's at 7.1. Sorry, Steiny and his buddy, Coach Finch. Things ain't going well there. And you got to know when your team has only 4 players on the court, not 5. Also, we got...
That's probably why their number is as high as it is. Counting is a basic skill, I think.
Brooklyn 8.8 and the Lakers at 9.8. But for the Warriors, the defending champs, to be sitting there with a 6.4, alarming. And here's why, according to Hollinger. He says there is a way for the Warriors to pivot out of this. He says if they may be able to bolster the roster to strengthen the bench, but he says there's 2 other key issues. One, the awfulness has not just been with the kids. Klay Thompson, according to John Hollinger, Klay Thompson turning into Russell Westbrook was not on my bingo card. He's shooting 35.1% for the season, and he's shooting a lot, chucking the Warriors right out of games, end quote. Again, that's John Hollinger, which contradicts something you said earlier, Ray, about how, Klay's not playing badly, he's just not shooting well. John Hollinger says he is shooting the Warriors right out of games. The second reason John Hollinger gives the Warriors a 6.4 panic meter rating. Warriors have an insanely expensive roster, and the only real way to address the roster in season is to trade some of those precious lottery picks right now. So it's one man's opinion. Where are you with the Warriors? Are you even panicking at all? 0 to 10. Are you at a 0? Where are you?
I don't panic. I don't hold stock in the team. I don't care if they win or lose. So panic is foreign to me.
I was wondering about
Hollinger raises the most salient point, is that there's no easy path to changing this team because they are cap strapped and they've done it to themselves. And at some point the bill was going to come due. I don't think they thought it would come this year, but their way out, and I think their only way out, is for James Wiseman and Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga to become night in and night out contributors at whatever rate the Warriors entrust them with. I mean, when they get 7 minutes, they don't do anything with them. When they get 14, they do very little with them. I mean, the only time Kuminga's gotten any real run was, against a bad team.
So he played well against New Orleans on the night when the regulars didn't play, and then he played well against the Spurs.
When they benched the entire team, and somebody had to take those minutes. But the truth is, that's their path out because they can't spend their way out, and I don't think they can trade their way out. I think this is the bed they made for themselves, and if Warrior fans want to panic about that there's no easy path out of where they are now, have at it. Go ahead. It's just, they've made a plan. It had flaws in it, and they're stuck with it now. There's no way to back out of this cul-de-sac. They're going to have to plow through the end of the street and drive through the woods for a while.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like my Avalon. My Avalon has a sunscreen, and it's stuck. So now every time I go in reverse, it sounds like I'm having an MRI. It goes backwards because it gets stuck. So there's no backing out of that cul-de-sac without... Yeah, I see what you're saying exactly. I see exactly what you're saying. 888-957-9570.
You're good with phlegm-based sound effects.
It's not a pleasant sound. Xfinity Mobile text line. Are you anywhere close to panicking? I will say this about Hollinger and about where he is right now. I think there's a real chance that over the last few games, things have started to get better for the Warriors. As I said, they've won 3 of 4, and you look at the way they've won. The Cleveland win was a narrow win, and Steph had to rescue them, and he rescued them in the fourth quarter against the Kings. And even Steve Kerr said, that's not sustainable. Okay, but they did win those games. So you compare the way they played the last 4 games to the way they played on that road trip, they're playing better. So I think that's a positive sign. They're not playing as well as they need to play, but they're playing better. There's also this on the text line here from the 510. Text of the day nominee here, Ray. Hollinger knows little. Last year, he predicted them out of the playoffs. I seem to remember that as well. I think last year, Hollinger said they were going to win fewer games than they had the year before. He had them winning 39 games, something like that. So, and that's what we do in media. We throw these things out there. We're not always right. But 6.4 to me, I think, is really high, and I think if any Warrior fans even lower themselves to responding to this, I don't think we're going to get many numbers, if any, that are that high.
No, but, hot off the press, another story. Lucas, say hello to the people.
Hey, people.
What a moron.
Oh, this is from Sam's story? Yeah. Sam Amick did an interview with Draymond Green.
And that's not hard to get, by the way.
Okay.
Let's be fair.
Question. You know who is hard to get for some reason is Sam. I've known Sam a long time. I used to be on a basketball team with Sam. But anyway, he's very busy.
That might be the reason.
Maybe. Sam asked Draymond Green, and this is in The Athletic, you can check it out. How real are the struggles or how fixable are they, and what's the spirit of the group is the question for Draymond. Draymond Green, this was this week, right? I think the struggles are real. I don't think our struggles are just like something we can ignore. They're real struggles. They're very fixable struggles. I don't want to say they can be easily fixed because to say something is easy in this profession is a lie in itself, but they are very fixable. So even Draymond admitting that, yeah, we have some issues right now that we need to address and we need to fix them or we ain't going to get close to the things we want to accomplish this year.
The one thing that is at least not a lie, it's at least a bending of the truth, is when he says, we've been in this position before. In fact, they haven't.
That's a great point. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, because they have never had so little help from players 6 through 15 before. It's, they always had veterans who could bridge a gap, and help keep the gears greased. But they don't have that this year. And I think they're paying for it. Now, that doesn't mean that in 20 games, 2 of those 3 young guys can't figure it out, or that Jordan Poole can be a more consistent offensive performer, because he has really high highs, but right after some really low lows. So, he's right that they're fixable, but the problem the Warriors have is they can't fix them by fiat. They can't just go, okay, we'll go out and get somebody else. Or, we'll go out and we'll give you more minutes. They don't have more minutes to give. So those guys are going to have to figure out how to get better, more reliable, and more trustworthy in the minutes they can carve out now.
I know,
and that's one of the reasons why Weissman got sent down.
You're saying Pilato ain't walking through that door.
That's exactly it. That's brilliant. That's the best thing I think I've ever heard you say.
Somebody earlier suggested
that should be merch.
Yeah.
That should be merch.
I like the way Hollinger framed this. I don't think things are quite as grim as he paints them right now, but I love the way he frames this. Says the idea of the Warriors' 2 tracks leaned on the idea that at least one of their 3 recent lottery picks could turn into their version of Kawhi Leonard. I don't think they ever thought that Moses Moody would be that. They love Moses Moody, and he has a bright future, but I don't think they ever thought he was going to be Kawhi Leonard. But they clearly were thinking on some level that Wiseman and or Kuminga could have a Kawhi-like impact. They still could have, but right now it looks like very unlikely for Wiseman, in my opinion, at any point. Certainly at any point this year, my opinion at any point. But I do think that's what they were thinking and hoping for. They took a chance, and if they missed, it's too early to say, but that happens sometimes when you roll the dice trying to land a prospect who is high risk but potentially high reward. Sometimes you don't end up with the high reward.
They didn't think they'd have to negotiate with all 3 of them still not getting it in the second year. And I'm going to exempt Poole from this because I think, we can say that he's not part of that group anymore.
I think, if I may interject quickly, I think when they drafted him, the thinking was he was eventually going to replace Klay when they got him in 2019. So I'm agreeing.
He was also picked 28th, so I don't know what they thought of him at the time. Most 28th picks, don't survive. So
do you know the guy that was picked, I think, after him is really good too, Keldon Johnson? But anyway, yeah, it's rare, but yeah, there you go.
I think they thought that one of these guys would get it by now. And so far, they haven't.
Monty Poole was with us yesterday, talked about why some people may be here second-guessing the 2-timeline plan.
Yes. The answer to your question is yes. but they have what they have. I mean, not everybody is unanimous with this being the approach, but the powers that be dictated that this is what we're going to do. So, yeah, the other guys that are thinking, okay, this is going to be really difficult and probably won't work, they got to roll with it because it is what they have right now, and it's not going to change. I mean, the closest person on the team that came out and said that was Draymond Green. He said it last year. He didn't think it was going to work last year. And so now he definitely doesn't think it's going to work. But it's what they have. They got to try and see what they can make with what they have because they've committed to it. There's no backing down now unless you say, well, let's fire the development staff, trade all the young guys, and let's just go with guys that are 30 years and over. That doesn't work either.
But I don't agree that this is it. There's nothing they can do. I do think they have the opportunity to pivot from their reliance on the young players and still go out and get some veterans. As Hollinger says, the upside here is you look at how poorly some of the players have played off the bench, not just the young guys, but some of the players off the bench. It's not that hard to find people who can play better than people who are playing very poorly, Ray. If you follow my point, if a guy's playing terribly, it's not hard to find somebody who can play better and therefore make you a somewhat better team. That's not that tricky.
But then what you're suggesting is that you can find a trade partner who will take the guy who's playing better and give him to you while you return to him someone who's not playing as well. And that's why I have significant doubts about this trade your way out of it plan. And I don't even think it's a plan. It's just a concept.
Right. It just, as far as we know, it is not their plan. Their plan is, as Monty said, their plan. Yeah. This is their plan. They're sticking with it.
And I think, again, that if Wiseman doesn't get it, he doesn't have much value on the open market. If he does get it, the Warriors need him. And I think the same is for Kuminga. I mean, I think that given what the Warriors want from their centers, Wiseman doesn't have to be a big scorer. He doesn't have to be the dynamic,
I
my
agree.
God, the offense.
But I think he wants to be. But you're right.
What he's got to be, though, is a rebounder, a rim protector, screen setter, and a defender. Those are not the glamorous parts of the game. And he's got to reorient himself to that, or he's going to end up as part of some sort of cat and dog trade in which the Warriors don't get help in exchange for him. And the whole point of trading him, if you're going to do that, is so that you get help. I mean, right now, I can't imagine he has much value at all.
No, and you'll go down there, and if he plays well, he'll have more value. But I think it's possible also that if James Wiseman may never be a very good defender. I know if he can rebound better, that's defensive rebounds a big part of defense and blocking shots. It's possible he will never be able to defend well enough to be the center the Warriors want him to be. It's also possible that he could still be good enough at other things to make him more attractive to other teams, Ray. That's where I think this is headed. He's not a fit for us, but he can still be a good fit for other teams. 888-957-9570. Jake in Orinda joins us. 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Jake?
Pretty good, but I believe we do need some veterans. And I think somebody wrote this yesterday. I'm sorry, I don't remember who wrote it. I think it might have been in The Athletic, about a possible trade partner would be Portland, where we could ship Wiseman off for GP2, who hasn't played for them yet because of a surgery before the season. And now the cap hit isn't so bad because he kind of matches up with Wiseman. And he doesn't have to be paid after this year any more money. So, that
hey,
makes
Jake?
sense because to me...
Jake? Yeah, I just wanted to ask, that was Tim Kawakami suggested that, but I wanted to ask you, Jake, is your panic meter registering at all right now? Are you at 1 or 2, or are you just flat out zeros on your panic meter right now?
I'm at Kelly Oubre 2020 panic, pretty high.
Wow. Thank you. I didn't expect that. Talk about a guy who's a bad fit. See, to me, thank you, Jake, for the call. Appreciate it. And yeah, that I'm glad you mentioned that. I saw that too. That's an interesting concept from Tim Kawakami. Maybe Portland would want a guy like Wiseman for GP2. But you remember when the Oubre, when his run here was gone, Joe Lacob said, we learned fit matters here. And I think that may also apply to James Wiseman, Ray. It's too early to say for sure, but I think that may be where this is all headed.
No, fit always matters. That's not a unique thought that Joe Lacob just had. Fit always matters. You can have LeBron James and Anthony Davis, but the other parts have to A, fit, and B, contribute. The problem that the Warriors have right now is...
You almost called them the 49ers.
Yeah, I did, and I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah.
I'm having a bad day.
No, you're having a great day.
Yeah. I don't believe that anybody's going to trade for somebody else's failed upside. I don't think Portland, under any circumstances, is going to do anything with the chemistry that they have so far.
Well, but Peyton doesn't address that because he hasn't played
No,
yet.
but when he does play, there is no indication, based on what he did in Golden State, that he's going to be a guy who decides to cop attitude. I mean, Portland has never been more cohesive, and this is including the fact that, Damian Lillard is the hands-down leader in that room.
Well, Tim actually mentioned 3 names, and they've all been mentioned here by fans I know because I've dealt with some of these calls and texts, and we've talked about this. He mentioned GP2.
God love you for dealing with those.
Well, I shouldn't say dealing with it but we've talked about it. GP2, which is interesting, I hadn't thought of. Pirtle, which we've talked about today.
Who?
Jakob Pirtle. Yeah.
I'm sorry. No. I never heard of that.
Joel Pilatel.
Okay, thank you. No, don't ever refer to him as Jakob Pirtle ever again.
And then the other one would be Crowder. And it's interesting with the Warriors playing the Suns tonight. I don't think the Suns, because they still have the rights to him, they'd say, well, we'll work out a trade for you, but he's not a free agent. I don't see the Suns wanting to trade Jay Crowder to the Warriors. Do you, Ray?
I don't see anybody wanting to trade anybody to the Warriors for anybody.
Yeah. I mean,
certainly nobody in the conference.
How is it that, okay, he doesn't want to be there because he's not starting anymore because he's behind Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson gets hurt. And this is a good team in need. And then so, hey, you could start now. You're under contract, and we don't have the guy you were playing behind. But still, there's like, so is he playing now? Nope. They're still figuring out. All right, yeah, we.
I don't think. No. They're not figuring it out. They figured it out. You can judge a situation like that by whether you get playing time or not.
No, I mean,
when
they're figuring out where he's going to go. They're not trying to figure out how to get it. It's just there was a time when, we need a guy, and you were paying you, so you're going to play. And today's NBA is like, no, I don't want to play there. And you agreed that you would trade me. Okay, even though there's this gaping hole there, and he's had success with them, it's just it's mind-boggling to me. It's like, okay, that's not an option for him right now. Isn't that incredible?
Incredible? No. By the definition of the word incredible, it's not. It's incredibly credible.
Wow.
But it's not.
There was a time when it would have been incredible.
Well, yeah, it was a time when players didn't have any say. If you didn't play, you didn't play anywhere in the league. Now, being disgruntled is not a disqualifier. I mean, the same thing is going on weirdly with Cristiano Ronaldo, who's one of the maybe.
Was he on Orlando?
Yeah.
Okay. One of their
plays with Pilatel.
Yeah.
No, he's one of the 2 greatest soccer players of all time by most people's estimation.
The other one is Preki.
But right. But he ripped the club he's on now, Manchester United, in a 90-minute interview with, of all people, Piers Morgan. And he took off after the owner, after the manager, bunch of his teammates, bunch of former Manchester United players. I mean, he ripped them all new ones. And so far, Manchester United hasn't gotten rid of him. They just go, we don't have to do anything.
See, that's like Durant, his trade demand when he said, I can't play for this GM and this coach. And they're like, you can.
Yeah, Joe Tsai.
They did fire Nash, I know, but it had nothing to do with that.
Joe Tsai, in a very subtle way, struck a blow for owners as dictators again. Just, you've made a demand.
Governors. We call them governors now.
You can call them whatever you want. They own franchises. They don't own people. They own franchises. He just said, you've made a demand, have you? Well, I don't recognize it.
Yes.
Because the funny thing is, you saying you demand something doesn't compel me to do that.
Right.
And I think that's kind of the new management backlash.
Well, it's clearly not the case with Jay Crowder.
You may want to get out.
Yeah.
But your only way out right now, until we decide to find a new team for you, is for you not to play at all. And maybe not to get paid while you're not playing.
Oh, so you think the Suns are not working on a trade? They're just going to let them sit?
No, I think they probably are working on a trade.
I do too.
But they're not going to trade him for nothing.
I just don't think they're going to trade him to the Warriors. Unless the Warriors, there's 20
why would you give a competitor a potential cure to their own problems.
Why would you turn around when you're climbing a tree and hand an axe to the guys chasing you?
Very, very Sylvan, very clever, very rustic of you.
Yeah, somebody on the Angels said that when Ken Brett got traded to him way back. Somebody on the other team. Anyway, here we go, Ray, on the text line, 888-957-9570. Miles Turner would be a good fit. Well, actually, the text says he'd be a great fit. Depending on what I have to give up, I think he'd be a really good fit. Maybe borderline great fit. I don't know, Indiana. Some of these teams that were supposed to be tanking, they're actually playing pretty well. And people aren't sure if, wow, they're better than we thought, or there is a school of thought that some of these teams, they do want to tank. They just don't want to be obvious about it. Indiana is one of those teams to keep an eye on. Miles Turner, I think, would fit very well here. From the 408, Ray, panic meter of 5 for me. Steve should start Poole for 20-plus games. See how the team performs overall. It's really about winning for Klay. Does he not have any ego and great characters? Everyone says he should gladly offer the starting spot. That's from Gil. If Klay is really about team, he should gladly offer up his starting spot.
Oh, cheerfully.
Gil suggests.
Yeah, well, Gil's not looking at the end of his career. And most athletes are incredibly proud people. And they back down only very reluctantly.
We are looking sadly at the end of the break, though. Coming up next.
That's not sad.
Yeah, it is.
It means we shut up for 5 minutes and people can get some peace and quiet from this idiocy.
Yeah, if you want to share, 0 to 10 where you are on your Warrior Panic meter.
Yeah, keep it to yourself.
957-9570.
We don't want to know.
John Hollinger says, 6.4. Also coming up, if Aaron Judge stays in New York, how do the Giants save this offseason? That's coming up next year. Damon and Ratto. And don't forget, George Kittle at 5. It's Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. And we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. Ray, we have a winner. We have an American League Cy Young Award winner. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's a free agent. Maybe he'll be wearing the orange and black this year, huh? Justin Verlander is your 2022 American League Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah, the Giants need to get a little older.
You sign him for a short-term deal. You don't want Justin Verlander?
I would, but how much money is he going to cost? And would they spend for him?
Yes.
I don't think so.
They got to spend for something now that it looks like Aaron Judge may be staying in New York.
Why does it look like that? I haven't heard anything about that, one way or another.
Well, that's why I say it looks that way with what one of the various Steinbrenners was saying yesterday. I'm taking him at his word. We love him. We want him. We've had positive meetings. He wants to be here.
We
want to keep him.
Where have you heard that before?
Some of the way he said it, I could be wrong. What I read there is, wow, this is very close. And he hasn't, as far as we know, Judge hasn't even met with anybody else. So that's why I say, to me, it looks like he's staying there. And there are some in the know that have said all along that he's probably going to stay there.
Well, I think that was the logical inference throughout, is that the Yankees cannot afford to let him go, and the Yankees will spend because the Yankees have historically spent. And after a few years where they were spending less than they normally do, they've built up yet another war chest that they want to tap into. And even the Steinbrenner children are more likely to spend than the Johnson children. And that's the point.
Back to baseball in just a moment. I just want to address some of the texts coming in here on the Warriors and Suns tonight. Xfinity mobile text line 888-957-9570 from the 330. Where's that 330? Pardon me for not knowing that.
Mars.
Okay. Klay needs to be benched meter at 7 only because we ignore how old school Kerr can be and is reluctant to try new things. From the 831, we should trade for better fans, ones that believe and cheer louder when the team needs us to support them rather than for a half-court 3 or a dunk. From the 510, it's still too early to panic. I'm at a 4.9. Si se puede from Oreo Cookie. I mean, just we can, right, Ray? Si se puede?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. And what do you think of this? From the 408, Miles Turner for 2 out of the 3. Kuminga Wiseman, 2023 first-round pick. Thoughts? That's an awful lot to give up for Miles Turner. I like Miles Turner a lot, but that's a lot.
I think the Warriors would be willing to do it for either of the two guys. I don't know that they'd be willing to do it for the draft pick.
Yeah, I think I could get somebody nearly as good or comparable for less than that. That right now is a little too rich for me, but understand your point. And one more here. From the 510, Klay, Poole, Green, Curry, Wiggins. Let's try it. Klay, Poole, Green, Curry, Wiggins. I can tell you this, that those 5 have been on the floor together for, let's see, about 31 minutes. You can go to basketballreference.com and check. How is that lineup done? Curry, Green, Looney, Poole, Wiggins. 30 minutes and 58 seconds. That combo is a plus 10.1 points. All right, so that's good. It's a small sample size because the starters, as you mentioned, Ray, they're doing so well in 151 minutes. They're plus 27. But yeah, Curry, Green, Looney, Poole, and Wiggins, which would be the lineup with Poole in instead of Klay, they're plus 10 in 31 minutes. So early indications are, how would that look? There's a chance it would look pretty good because so far it has.
Yeah, it's just, and the guy you were dealing with there does, or at least one of them said, Kerr relies on veterans, and Jordan Poole isn't a veteran yet. And I think the flaws in his game irk Kerr almost as much as his offensive prowess.
Are you saying Jordan Poole is a Kerr-irker? Is that what I just want to make sure I got that straight. Jordan Poole is a Kerr-irker. Okay. We'll ask him about that tomorrow if I'm back tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be fired by then.
Yeah.
No, I think he doesn't like the fact that Poole is not very attuned to playing defense.
He's not a good. That's I think the biggest problem with starting Steph and Jordan Poole, and they did it last year a lot. But you're giving up a lot defensively.
Yeah,
with those two as your starting guards.
Yeah,
at the point of attack. Steph's a lot better. We know, much improved. Poole's not a good defender.
No, and he is entering the stage of his career where he might never be one.
I would agree with that.
And I don't know if it's because he doesn't want to be, that he doesn't, just that's not important to him, or maybe he can't be. But I think that is an issue that Steve Kerr will grapple with for as long as he is coaching Jordan Poole. It's just, you can't rely on him to either get stops or help somebody else get a stop.
It's interesting because as quick as he is, when he's in, triple threat position, Jordan Poole, and if he fakes one way and comes the other way, it's lightning quick. But at the same time, it looks like he has a hard time keeping up with other players who are quick. His lateral movement as a defender, it doesn't look like he's very good at that. I think we overstate this, Ray. We say defense is all about attitude, like rebound's all about attitude. Well, it's not all about that. Sometimes you got to have quickness and strength, and some of it is know-how and savvy, but Jordan Poole, I think, may be lacking some of that lateral quickness that you need to be a good defender.
That might be. I mean, I've never broken it down to that extent. I see a guy who isn't very attentive on that end. And maybe it is simply a physical limitation, but he seems to be quick enough when he's got the ball in his hand.
He does.
I don't see this, inability to move laterally when he's either going to accept the ball.
I understand that. Yeah,
so
but it is.
If he could do it at one end,
there's
logic would indicate he could do it at the
subtle difference, but I think it's significant. But anyway, yeah, the Warriors and the Suns tonight. Juicy ball game. I know we heard from Draymond earlier. Draymond downplaying the whole idea of this being any kind of, we're the Warriors. We're above a rivalry with them.
It's a regular season game. We need wins. So for that reason, we're excited about this game. But I don't know. I feel like it's been like this, a lot of talk about like some rivalry. I feel like it's a regular season game that we need to win because we haven't won on the road. And what's our record, 6-8? So we just need wins.
And hopefully they'll get their first road win tonight. That's the plan. As I mentioned, our plan is to go to George Kittle about 5 o'clock. George Kittle coming up from Colorado Springs, where the 49ers are hopefully getting acclimated to the altitude, Ray. But they've run into some spotty weather in Colorado Springs. Cold, and I think tomorrow it's supposed to snow.
They'll deal with it. No sympathy. I mean, one, it's not like it's 2 and there's wind blowing from hell at 400 miles an hour.
I think tomorrow's supposed to be 20-something or in the 20s, but I'd have to double check that.
It might be, but if they can't practice, they'd go inside and practice. Because it's more important that they get acclimated to the thin air than it is the temperature of said air.
All right. So we got that coming up top of the hour. Real quick here, wanted to touch on where the Giants are here with free agency. We mentioned Justin Verlander, who is a free agent, was just named the National League Cy Young Award winner. Do you disagree with me, Ray? Do you disagree with my view that it looks like Aaron Judge is staying?
I don't know what anything looks like. I mean, that's the point, is all we've heard is 2 guys who said they will not be outbid. That's Hank Steinbrenner and Farhan Zaidi. Well, one of them is going to get outbid, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've always thought that Judge has no compelling reason to come out here and a number of compelling reasons to look anywhere else. I mean, I'd say the odds favor the Yankees, but I don't know that automatically means if he doesn't stay in New York that he's suddenly excited about coming here.
Okay.
I mean, there's never been any indication. Other than, oh, yeah, I grew up, I like the Giants. Help me here.
Yeah.
Even if he said, I'll take less money than I could to go to San Francisco, his agent would set him on fire.
And that would probably limit his productivity for you.
I think it would, at least for the first half of the year.
So what do you tell
Speaking of which, Bryce Harper.
Oh, yeah. But he can't throw. Is it UCL?
It's UCL.
Okay.
And they're thinking that, the Phillies have said it will impact his ability to play in 2023, which a lot of people have read into by thinking he's not going to play in 2023. So the best player on the team that won the National League pennant may be out for all of 2023.
I'd be surprised by that because I remember Shohei Ohtani, when he had the Tommy John, he was still able to hit.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know they're not.
People were surprised by that, but it depends on
every injury is different.
Yeah, but just because if it's a UCL and he's got an elbow injury, he can't play the field, but he could still hit.
Maybe, but the Phillies didn't seem terribly optimistic about that option, so they must know more about this than
They're couching it. If you don't have the medical background of a Whitey Gleason, then he's done. But my mom used to work at a hospital, and my wife does now, so I know about some of these things.
Well, then why don't we get Mrs. Gleason on the phone and ask her?
You can't afford her. Come on, Ray. That's ridiculous.
No, what you've said all along is that you can't afford her. That's your issue. I can afford her.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, get her on the phone. Let's find out.
No, she's kind of busy. And I don't think she really has been following. She's following the Warriors very closely and Kuminga, but she's not following Bryce Harper.
There is no Mrs. Whitey Gleason, is there? That's just fictional.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a woman in my life that you can't talk to about medical stuff. She's just too busy, right. And besides,
Ray's thinking he won't let me talk to her, therefore she must not exist. I think that might be flawed logic.
It might be, but that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
You're going to have to prove that she lives.
On that note, we welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. damn well better be free.
And we are just minutes away from George Kittle. We're going to be talking to George Kittle in just a few moments here. Ray, George Kittle in Colorado Springs, getting ready for the 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. Text line now is requesting that we call my wife. And it's not going to
happen. Now you're going to ignore him.
She can call in if she wants, and if she doesn't, then she doesn't want to, and she's very busy. So that's fine.
No, you'll jolly along these people all day long with their Kirk Readers and Matt Canes, but
right. I just read the text.
But the one time they ask you to actually do something of service for them, you just spit on them.
No, I'm not spitting on them. I call Miss.
No, you clearly are.
I will call her at the conclusion of the broadcast.
Well, that doesn't help any of the audience, does it? Doesn't help the audience in any way, shape, or form. You're worse than I am. And when I say that, I mean, I don't know if there is a worse insult.
Speaking of calls, Ray, how about the calls that we've seen from Kyle Shanahan in the red zone? Is it his fault? Is he too conservative? Kyle Shanahan now, he's too conservative. It's his fault that this high-powered 49er offensive machine with all this talent, McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, George Kittle, what do they have, 2 targets? And they got Mitchell back, and they are not scoring, and they're not scoring in the red zone. Well, it must be Shanahan's fault. He's too conservative.
Yeah, that's it. God. Every time you channel the text line or callers or any of the other weirdos you see in your daily jaunt through life, it just makes my teeth bleed.
Why is that wrong? Some people feel that way. Some people
the fact that they feel that way doesn't give it any validity.
Okay, but why is it wrong? If it's wrong,
because I don't want to hear from them.
That doesn't make it wrong.
I mean, I don't think Kyle Shanahan is too conservative. He has a philosophy. People don't like that philosophy because it's not.
You're right.
And that's all that is. Right. And if all you've got is, I don't like his philosophy, well, then either stop being a fan or just come out and say, I want him fired.
Well, people don't like it because they think winning football is a more aggressive style. It's a more Kansas City Chiefs. You got to throw the ball more.
Well, they don't have those guys to do that, do they?
I don't know whether they do or not. They probably don't. They don't have Mahomes, but they do have.
They also don't have, their collection of wide receivers.
Yeah, as Steiny was saying today, the 49ers want to run the ball.
Yes, that's the philosophy.
And it's a little more ponderous. But if you win, you win.
That would be my stance. If you are a 49er fan, the first and most important thing is winning the game. Now, it might be at some point that they run into a team like they did with Kansas City where they can't be in a track meet. But that's roster construction. And if you want to pin that on Kyle Shanahan, I'm good with that too, because he's the guy who makes all these calls.
Remember yesterday we were talking about what's the greatest game ever?
I try not to remember yet.
And you mentioned that that game between, you mentioned the Saints and the 49ers. And back then, that was when Harbaugh was a coach. A lot of people remember that year. The 49ers had that great year, the 2011 season. Oh, what if they have to get into a shootout with somebody? Can they do it? Well, they did it. We heard the same type of thing in 2019, remember? Hey, this 49ers off to a great start. What if they have to get into a shootout with somebody? And remember, in New Orleans, they did. So just because that they are a run-oriented offense doesn't mean that they're not capable of keeping up with a team that scores more points. And the way they play defense, it's unlikely they will be in that type of game.
Yeah, the New Orleans game was not in the Harbaugh era. It was 2019.
No. The Harbaugh game.
I was talking about the game 3 years ago.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the playoff game with Alex Smith. I thought that's what we were talking about yesterday.
That's a million years
ago. The same thing applies in both cases.
Yeah.
Where people said, in a shootout, what are they going to do? And in both cases against the Saints, 49ers won games, one of them a playoff game.
Yeah, but, this is not that team.
But they've got George Kittle who's going to join us in just a moment, Ray. Why can't they score more points?
Well, I think it's probably because Kyle Shanahan hates all of his players. Right? He believes in grinding out clock, preserving his defense for as much as he can, because his defense is the better unit. And if you have to have them play 36 minutes a game, they're going to wear down. So
Kyle Shanahan was asked if he sees his offense improving if they're headed in the right direction. Yeah, I see it every week. I saw we had the opportunity to do that. He said yesterday, was the day after the Charger game. Not clicking. We got inside the 10-yard line 5 times, scored touchdowns on 2 of them. So I believe if we did on those other 3, I feel we would have been clicking huge. We would have had more than 30 points. Things are going pretty good. So if you go to that game, I think we need to be better inside the 10, but there's lots of things. I thought we were moving it great. I thought guys did a good job. So I think he's a little irritated by this. You're not scoring enough points in the red zone. And he feels like things are definitely, to use your favorite term, trending in the right direction, right?
No, why he was irritated, the question is, I mean, who knows? But it's not an illegitimate question. Because I don't think the plan for the 49ers is to philosophically not score touchdowns when they get inside the other team's 10. But I think he's trying to say, without actually saying it, we had the ball for 37 minutes. We ran up and down the field on them. We dominated this game. We didn't put up a lot of points, yes, but you're still unhappy that we didn't win 42-36. And I think he knows what his team's limitations are because he built some of those limitations himself.
Yeah, but I do think he also is still finding out with different combinations what some of those limitations are. He's learning, how can I fit all these pieces together now that they have McCaffrey and they have Mitchell, and he is figuring out how to make it all fit together.
Well, I mean, that's, it is week 10. So, however he wants to make things fit together, he's running out of time to do this.
Let's see what their tight end thinks. It's time to go inside the 49ers locker room. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs. And our special guest, the founder of Tight End U, George Kittle. George, thanks for your time. How are you? Understand you're in Colorado adjusting to the altitude. So how's the weather out there?
Wow. Thanks for having me, guys. Happy to be here. It's 39 degrees outside. I'm sitting in an outdoor hot tub right now, just relaxing. You guys missed out. We had a nice little cold plunge. Me, Bosa, and Dwelly got in the lake. It was nice and chilly.
Yeah.
Just getting right for this week.
As a general rule, though, cold plunges are probably not part of something you would do. You'd only do it during the football season, or is this something you would do all year round?
Oh, I'm almost daily in a cold bath. If I don't have like a body of water available, I usually do the showers.
Wow, cold plunger.
I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, maybe we should look into cold plunging.
Now you look into it.
Yeah, we'll get one for the studio, and you guys can hop in it while you interview people.
That would be terrific, just for the anti-inflammatory properties alone, Ray. That'd be great. Before we get to all the serious football stuff, George, you guys at the Warrior game this week looked like you had a good time. The dancers were saying hi to you, right? I know everyone says, oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Weren't they there saying hi to, hey, you're George Kittle, you're the tight end you guy?
Hey, you know what? I will say this. Besides, like, the very first woman that came up to say hi to Jimmy, they all said hi to all of us. Besides Christian. They all left Christian out to dry, which I don't know why. But, the best part about that, too, is that wasn't, that wasn't the Golden State dancers. That was, I'm not going to say elderly. I'm going to say the older dancers.
Oh.
That came up to say hi to us, which just made it even 10 times better because they were all just the biggest fans. I will say they were all very, very infatuated with Jimmy G.
Sure. Who's not? Can I ask you?
Right, G?
Yeah, it looked like the official was doing almost a globetrotter thing with you where he held the ball out and then you were going to take it and they said, no. What was that about?
It was awesome. That ref was actually pretty funny. He was chirping us a lot of the game. We reminded him, he had to stay locked in. He was repping an actual NBA game. But him and Juice had some nice banter. Yeah, I think he teased me a little bit with the ball, but it is what it is. It happens. I'm glad I didn't fall for it too bad, but it could have looked a lot worse. So I'm happy with my performance there.
Is that the best relationship you've ever had with an official?
No, there's plenty of officials in the NFL that I'm pretty big fans of. I have disagreements with some of them once in a while, but I think overall they do a very good job. But it was fun because the NBA refs it's a lot more personable because it's not as many guys that those refs get to know and they interact with them on a much closer level. So it's kind of fun to see those interactions.
Toward the football.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Well, no. It's not going to be football. But as a general rule, are games overseas or in foreign countries more of a pain in the ass than they are fun, or the other way around?
Well, this is my first one, so I'm not sure yet. I know the scene in Germany last week with Seattle and the Buccaneers, that looked incredible. I mean, that just looked really fun. The atmosphere. I think it's a combo. I think like the travel is definitely difficult. Being in a completely different time zone, that's hours different, especially if we're coming from California and being that Pacific Coast. I think that's tough. But I think in the end, I think it could be worth it. Now, I might bite those words later if we ever play in London and see how that works. But I'm excited to go to Mexico because it's only 1 hour time difference, and while it's kind of a long flight, I think it'll be really fun and good to get to interact with fans that might never have another opportunity to go to a game.
George Kittle with us on 95.7 The Game. George, I'm no stranger to performing in front of big crowds. I've done radio remotes with 12 to 15 people. So you guys are going to have maybe 105,000 fans at Stadia Azteca. You have any idea what that's what that could feel like?
Well, I played at a couple big stadiums in college. That house I think Memorial Stadium in Nebraska is like 80 to 90,000, but nothing like that. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I think I just saw something on Twitter today that said Niners fans have 82% of the ticket purchases. So that's going to be pretty fun. It's going to be a lot of faithful red.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really looking forward to it. That atmosphere is just going to be absolutely electric, especially for Monday Night Football.
How many games a year would you guess that 49er fans can't turn out because the tickets are already gone and never sold? Because it looks like they show up in just about any place you play.
If you give our fans an opportunity, we're going to get all those tickets, and they're going to be there. That's why I love them so much. No matter where we play, Carolina, they were great. Jacksonville last year, they were fantastic. They were great in Atlanta. I remember my rookie season. Like the first time I really noticed it, my rookie season, we played in Tech at the Houstons, and it was so loud. 2017, and like ever since then, it's just been like they travel so well, and they're just. I mean, you can tell they're some of the best fans in the world, and how much Niner football means to them.
George Kittle with us on 95.7 The Game. And George, speaking of fans, a lot of fans, seriously, they look at the fact that in some ways there's some perceived underproduction in the red zone from this offense. Those fans who feel that way, 80% of them say, you got to give it to George Kittle more. What does George Kittle say to the notion that the idea for more production in the red zone is to throw the ball to George Kittle more?
Hey, I love touchdowns, so I'll take them if, as they come. If you want to throw me the ball every time in the red zone, I'll take it. We definitely do. We have to be better in the red zone. I think it would have been a lot better for us to score a touchdown there at the end of the game than having to rely on Huff for another interception at the end of a game like he did versus the Rams. But, our offense, I think we're doing a good job. We only had one turnover. We're moving the ball well. First half was a little gunky. We weren't clicking fully smooth, but we definitely got into a rhythm in that second half, and I thought we were moving the ball really well. And I think the more that we're in the red zone, the better we're going to get at it. And I think we're better than we were early on in the year. But I think, I'll take the ball if you want to throw it to me. But you could also throw it to Devo or Ayuk. I think we had a touchdown in the red zone. Ayuk had a drop, and he'll be the first to say that was a bad one. But, he came back and made a hell of a third down conversion for us later in the game. So, it is what it is, but it is something that we definitely have to get better at because the more teams that we play later on the season are going to score more touchdowns, and we got to, outscore those boys.
How much, if any, of that gunkiness you referred to is trying to absorb a new impact player like Christian McCaffrey, and how much of it is just, that's football?
I don't think Christian is a cause for any of, maybe some of our slower play in the start of that game. He came out against the Rams, I thought played at a very high level, and I thought we were clicking really well there. I think it's just, getting him and Elijah back. You're trying to get the ball in their hands in the run game because when our run game is going, it's very hard for other teams to stop us or keep up with us. But it's something that we're still learning, the best way to put the best, we're still learning how to get guys in the best positions possible. And, when you bring Elijah and Christian back, it's, there's going to be a little give and take. But I think, like I said, I think we figured that out in the second half. And I know that with the extra day this week, our coaches are going to do a great job of giving us a game plan that, spreads the ball around and gets into all of our impact players. And I think it's just going to look very smooth. And, Arizona is a good team, and they're going to, get a stop here or there, or, do something, that, stops our offense. But I think our offense has a very good mindset of just, hey, let's just get the next one and just, punish them for it.
What are you doing out of the ordinary to prepare for a game at much higher altitude than Denver? Is there more acclimation you have to do, or do you just get there when you get there and figure it out from there?
Well, like I said, this is my first out of the country game. This is my first high altitude game besides Denver. There's a helicopter. Excuse me. I didn't play the first 2 weeks. My first game was Denver, and while I felt like I was tired and that was my first week back, I definitely wasn't in football shape. It wasn't the worst thing ever, and I think being here for this week in Colorado Springs and practicing at altitude, I think that's going to be very helpful for our team. I know Arizona's staying in Arizona. They didn't want to, go out to Colorado. So, if that helps us out in the long run, that'd be awesome. If not, hey, we just got to go out there and play football. You can't really use altitude as an excuse. So it's definitely going to make it a little bit more challenging, but we're going to get it done.
We're talking to the founder of Tight End U and renowned cold plunger George Kittle on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned McCaffrey and how rude the Warrior dancers were to him, and more importantly, what he adds potentially to the offense. Can you share with us, George, what your reaction was when you first found out, wow, we're adding Christian McCaffrey to our team?
I've been speaking this into existence for about 2 years. Me and Christian have been pretty good friends for a while, but I've been just convinced, hey, we just got to get you into our run game, and I promise you, you're going to have a really good time. And so when it finally happened, I was actually in the middle of playing some video games with some of my buddies that are on other teams, and one of them was like, hey, did you just traded for Christian McCaffrey? And about threw my controller through my screen. Called him up right away. It's very exciting. Christian's a hell of a football player. Two-time All-Pro at All-Pro at two different positions in 1 year. It's pretty awesome. He's a phenomenal football player. He's a great human being. He's great for our locker room. And I think the longer he's in our system, the more he's going to figure it out, the more it's going to click for him. And I think he's going to be able to produce at a very, very high rate for us.
What other things have you willed into existence, and have you willed enough things into existence that we need to worry about whether you might be a warlock?
That's a great question.
Well, I watch a lot of superhero movies, so I might have some powers. You never know.
No radioactive spiders in your background?
I convinced my wife to marry me. I willed that one into existence the first time I saw her when I was 18 years old. So I'm doing a pretty good job there. We just had our 3rd anniversary and been together for over 10 years, so I willed that one in. I'd say, I willed myself, I just spoke into existence, the NFL, but, other crazy stuff, I'll have to get back to you guys on that, but the Chris McCaffrey thing was definitely one of my better achievements, I will say. So you guys are welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
What a hero you are.
George, there seems to be a sense here amongst, some people in the organization and fans in the media that the 49ers are in a position here where things are coming together. Kyle talked about it this week. We had Trent Williams on last week, and he didn't want to go there. He just said, we're just going week to week. But what do you have that sense now with the team getting healthier, and it's similar to where you were last year when you started playing well? Do you have a sense now that things, I know you just got to win the games, but is there a sense now that things do seem to be set up for you guys to make a deep run and things are coming together for the 49ers at this point?
You know what? I'm gonna kind of piggyback off of Trent. We are very focused week to week. What I will say is that I just feel like our last 2 to 3 weeks of practice, I think we've just looked so much cleaner. I think guys have understood what their role is, what we need to get done in the run game, the sense of urgency. I think that's just really picked up, and I'm not going to attribute that to losing another game or anything like that. I think it's just guys we're in the season, we've got a little bit of a rhythm, and our sense of urgency has just increased, and I think that's what you really need. And it takes a while for young guys to figure that out. It takes a while for guys who have come in on different teams to see that, because I think the way that we practice and the way that we do things as 49ers in our organization is a little bit different than most other places. I'm not going to say it's different than everybody, because I know other teams practice really hard and they're very physical and they do stuff, but our team just does things a little bit different all the time, and I think that sense of urgency has clicked for, I would say, a majority of our team, and you just see everyone flying around at practice, getting off the ball in the right snap count, being targeted right in the run game, running crisp routes, catching the ball, making plays. Our defense is flying around, and so we're just going to continue to try to build on that daily. We have a this altitude practice tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. It's currently 39 degrees, so I can't wait to practice in that. It'll be a little chilly, but I'll get through it. I am an Iowa guy after all. But I think just, these small, consistent steps in the right direction, they're going to lead to great results. And while I know our goal is obviously to win a Super Bowl, our entire focus is on this week, being in Colorado, and then getting to perform on Monday Night Football in front of the best fans in the world as those 49ers fans against Arizona Cardinals.
Was there a similar sort of phenomenon happening last year in the second half of the year? I mean, I know a lot of people have credited, giving the ball to Deebo Samuel more as a running back as the catalyst for turning around what looked like a pretty flatline season. But did you experience the same sort of, renewed vigor last year that you're experiencing now?
I think in the majority of my years in the NFL, besides like 2019 when the ball bounced our way every single time when we started the season off 8 or 9-0. Besides that, I think it takes a week or 2 or 3 weeks for you to finally to really get in that rhythm. And I think that's all over the NFL. I think Tom Brady said it a couple weeks ago, when everybody in the NFL was 2-2 or 2-3, and he was like, everyone's not playing very good football. And I think that's just kind of was that's been the league the last 2 years. Everyone's been very at the same spot at the early stages of the season, and just who is going to figure it out quicker and who's going to get on the roll quicker. And I think that, yes, it took us a couple weeks. I think we have figured out, like I said, we've gotten into a rhythm. Guys have figured out what their roles are, and guys are starting to perform, and they're not thinking as much, and they're just going out there and performing at a high level.
George Kittle, our guest on 95.7 The Game. As you said, you guys are focused on what you're doing week to week. That said, the NFC race is as wide open as it's been since you've been a professional. What do you think of that? And to what extent now, it's mid-November, are you guys scoreboard watching at all in terms of potential playoff seedings?
Not too much. I will say, I am very aware of that it is open, and that just makes it more apparent that we have to focus on ourselves and just take care of our business, because if we do what we need to do and what we're supposed to do, we'll be right where we want to be come playoff time. And that's all we're really focused on now. We're not really in a position where, if we were sitting at 2-6 right now, yeah, we'd probably be in a little tougher position, but we're at a good spot. Do I wish our record was a little bit better? Yes, but we're still in position to, kind of control our own destiny. And so that's all we're really focused on. We're just going to go out there and, like I said, it's going to focus one day at a time, take one game at a time, and just be excited to play, because there's only 9 opportunities left that are guaranteed, and we're going to enjoy those.
Hey, George, one more. We'll let you go. We appreciate your time. You mentioned this is your first game in another country. If they came to you and said, we'll schedule a game in any country for you or on any planet, I mean, which way would you go? If 49ers could play a game in any country or on any planet, what's your choice?
The planet question, that's out there. That's fun, though. I kind of like that. I felt like we played in Pluto last year in the playoffs in Green Bay, so I'm going to avoid that one.
Yeah, good cold pool
stuff. Any country? Wow. Ooh, I think Australia would be really fun. I think that travel would be brutal, but I think that'd be an absolutely enjoyable trip, especially if you're there for the whole week. But, honestly, Mexico has been one. I've been very excited about that. Oh, my gosh, that is a large deer that just walked by. But I'm very excited about playing in Mexico. And I think that would be the one I'd pick. I would love to play in Cabo. I'm a big fan of that place, too.
Nice. Hey, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Best of luck this week.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. You guys have a good one.
And one more thing, George. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are giving you a 10-pound package of prime porterhouse steak. So how about that?
Woo! I love prime porterhouse steak, baby. Tell them thank you for me.
You got it. Thank you, George.
See you guys.
I'm surprised you didn't mention, Ray, that you guys are really no better than the Washington Commanders right now. I thought you were going to drop that on them, but it was fun catching up with George Kittle, who talked about, the offense, we're still figuring a few things out. It's interesting how neither he nor Trent Williams last week wants to buy into this. Oh, yeah, we got it going, baby. Now it's coming together. Week to week, man, week to week.
Well, that's kind of the anal retentive attitude football players have to have, especially in the modern NFL where nobody can predict what they're going to do from week to week. I mean, who'd have thought that Washington would beat Philadelphia Monday night because Philadelphia was on a roll?
I think Grandy had that one, but...
Yeah, well, Grandy's a genius. I mean, even though he went to a junior college.
Your daughter went to the same college.
Yeah, well, she hasn't turned out well either.
By the way, did you go to Oregon?
This MAC game is great.
Yeah?
Western Michigan, Central Michigan, literally in a blizzard. So,
and there are people there, aren't there?
Of course there are. It's football, it's Michigan, it's a Wednesday night.
Football in the snow is great fun. Football at altitude is not great fun.
Football in the snow at altitude, though, is hilarious.
Yeah, that's a little more fun.
Yeah, it needs to be windy and just dumping
I don't think
snow.
they're going to have to worry about snow in Mexico City.
Oh, they
will
could. It
tomorrow.
snows at that altitude.
Does it?
I mean, I don't know what the weather report is for Monday, and I'm surely not going to bother to look. But
Steph Curry's he's the most well-liked Bay Area athlete, right? Is George Kittle in the top 5? If we were, and I know they actually have metrics for this in Q ratings, but what's your sense? Buster Posey obviously was very high on the list. Klay's been way up there. Is George Kittle the most popular of all the 49ers, you think? Just your sense.
I suspect because most people are trained to look this way, I think it's probably Garoppolo. Just because, he's the quarterback and they've won 2 games in a row, therefore he must be Johnny Unitas.
I just think he still has so many detractors. Whether he should or shouldn't, we're not getting into that now, but I think Kittle is just seen as a beacon of character, good football character.
Well, you're just a sucker for Iowa athletes.
Not really.
I think you are.
I don't even know if Garoppolo would he be top 5? I just think there are so many people. I have no problem with it. I just think there are so many people that are just, he's not good enough.
Hey, he won the hearts of those non-elderly cheerleaders last night.
Yes, I know he did. I know that. 888-957-9570. David in Brentwood joins us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, David, do you think George Kittle's the most popular 49er?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Ray, I wanted to ask you a question on your opinion. I'm looking at the way Jimmy is playing the past few games, and he's starting to remind me again of the Jimmy that we first got during the first 5 games. Because it seems to me that after he got injured against the Chiefs, he was never the same. He regressed. He would not move around. He would stay in the pocket and get sacked or just throw the ball for interception. He seems to be moving more, running around more, and taking more chances down the field. Could it be maybe that he's finally getting more trust in himself and he's getting better acquainted with the receivers? Because when you look at the way the team is set up, he really hasn't had a number 1 receiver, that he actually trusts until now when he's getting very comfortable with Ayuk. So I don't know if, like I said, if it's just me or is that a fact?
I don't know if it's a fact or not, but he looked pretty comfortable 3 years ago. And he didn't.
Not that whole year he didn't. There was talk early in the year.
There's always talk doesn't matter.
There was, I remember hearing a scout saying, he's got the yips. I mean, early in the season.
In 2019?
Yes, sir. Yes.
They won their first 8 games.
Yes, they did. And there was talk of, Jimmy, I think they beat Tampa in the opener. And then, by the end of the year, you had Jimmy not throwing, they wouldn't let him throw passes against Minnesota after he threw an interception. He had some bad interceptions. Yes, that was when I think that Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy. That was the year, as great as that year was for the 49ers. That's the year that talk started, Ray.
Well,
that's why the caller went back to the previous year and not that 2019 season.
Well, I'm just looking at the points they put up in the second half of that year. And it's just from week 10 on, week 9 on, 28-24, 36-37, 17 against the Ravens in a terrible, terrible weather night. Then 48-22, 34-26. So
Yes.
I'm not sure what the complaint would be and what people would have an educated opinion about what I believe turned out to be the 40th highest scoring offense in the history of the sport.
There were grumblings about Garoppolo going back to that preseason when I think didn't he throw like 5 interceptions in a preseason game? So I know I think it was David, where David's going. I will say this, according to reports, Jimmy, he's rehabbing his shoulder, worked a lot on his lower body this offseason. And I don't know, but maybe he is, he injured his knee, the game you're referencing, and maybe he's, his lower body is stronger this year, and maybe he's a little more mobile and playing with a little more confidence. He does seem, I said yesterday, I think it seems like Kyle has more confidence in Jimmy this year That's what I seem to notice.
I think the argument about confidence is kind of irrelevant based on the fact that A, he doesn't have a choice. This is his quarterback, and there is no other option.
That's not the point. You missed the point.
But it is the point.
No.
Is he throwing an unusually high number of times? No.
I think
this
he's
looks
taking
like
more
the
shots.
offense. This looks like the offense of the second half of last year, in that they don't ask Jimmy Garoppolo to throw a bunch of deep balls. They don't ask him to throw 40 times. This looks a lot like last year. So I don't think that confidence is an issue.
Do you think Jimmy's confidence is an issue? To the caller's point, I see where he's going. It's just so hard; it's impossible to pinpoint. But I understand what he thinks he sees.
Well, I think the problem with trying to gauge confidence is that when your team is winning, you're really confident, and when your team's not winning, people have decided you don't have confidence, and there's no way of determining that. I mean, it might be that you're not winning because the defense isn't very good, or because the running backs aren't very good.
What's his interception percentage this year? Isn't it for him? Isn't it among his lowest, if not his lowest?
He's thrown 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 1.7. But he's having a better year than he did last year. There's no question about that.
And he's making fewer mistakes.
Well, but okay, how many times has he thrown a ton of balls? Twice all year that he's reached 30. So if you measure confidence by the number of times Kyle Shanahan asks him to throw the ball downfield, I don't see any change at all. And frankly, the only 2 games in which he did throw a bunch of balls were when they were getting their hats blocked by Atlanta, and when they got their hats blocked the week after by Kansas City.
You got to throw because you're behind. Sure.
Yeah.
That's
so
not the 49er way.
Yeah, I don't get the confidence thing. I mean, he's playing better, but Kyle Shanahan has not suddenly decided, I'm so confident in you, I'm going to give you the keys to the car. The keys to the car are in Kyle Shanahan's pocket, and they're going to stay there.
I think we'll find out. I think if it ends up where in this offseason and into next year, we find out that the Niners and Kyle Shanahan have decided, you know what, we want Jimmy to be the guy, then that's the answer. Then yes, he does have a lot more confidence in him. That could be going on now. We don't know. Today was interesting listening to Willard and Dibs, and they were talking about what Peter King told us yesterday about how, the 49ers and a lot of teams are going to end up regretting the fact that they didn't get Justin Fields.
I think every team of that draft is going to be saying that in 3 or 4 years. Like somebody asked me today, do you believe that Trent Baalke and the Jacksonville Jaguars right now, knowing what they know, would have picked Justin Fields with the first pick in the draft? What I feel pretty confident in saying is if they knew what we know now, they would have traded down and gotten a lot of value for somebody wanting to trade up, for Trevor Lawrence, and they would have taken Justin Fields. And again, I don't think there's any need or any reason whatever to trash Trevor Lawrence. I just think in the last month, the best player in the NFL has been Justin Fields.
I will just say this, to the caller's point, if there's something there, I think this may be the first time for Jimmy in 3 or 4 years where the 49ers, and some of this is forced on them because of the injury situation with Trey Lance, they're not looking to replace him. And so maybe that is reflected in a little more balance in his step. I don't know. Maybe we'll know when the season's over. We'll see where it goes if he continues to play this well. But when the caller suggests that, hard to pinpoint, but that's what I see too. 888-957-9570. By the way, a couple of updates on the Warriors tonight, Ray. As you suggested, we said Chris Paul tonight, he's day-to-day. He has officially been ruled out, so Chris Paul, CP3 will not be playing tonight. Pardon me, I got my GP2, my CP3 mixed up. So no Chris Paul tonight. R2-D2 is also questionable. Jonathan Kuminga, he's sick. He will not play tonight. That will disappoint my wife and disappoint a lot of Warrior fans and disappoints me because I like to watch him play.
Well, since your wife's free now, maybe she gives that call she owes us.
Who said she's free?
Well, she doesn't have to worry about Kuminga anymore.
Well, she's still going to watch the game.
Well, the game's not on
watch
yet.
The game. Well, she's probably watching who's somebody's playing.
Central Michigan, Western Michigan?
No, she's probably watching basketball, right?
I don't believe she exists. I think she's a rumor.
I
think you made her up.
I don't care. If you're trying to, I'll show Ray. I'll get my wife on the show. It's not going to happen that way.
It's not going to happen at all because she doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Ooh, a field goal in the snow. This will be good.
All right. Why is it that we have so many teams in the Bay Area? The Warriors with the great culture, which now is being tested a little bit. 49ers, excellent culture, I think, has helped them through some difficult situations involving the quarterbacks. And then even the Giants. Now, last year was difficult and people were questioning the way things went. But the year before, Brandon Bell had said, this is better culture than we had when we were winning World Series. Why do we have such a unique collection of organizations in town right now that have such exemplary culture?
Who says they have culture? We don't know what kind of cultures they have.
You can see it. I think you can.
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah. Teams talk about it, and then that's one thing to talk about it, but you can see it. I think the fact that the Warriors overcame all that they overcame last year to win the championship. I'm not saying it's all culture. Talent has a lot to do with that, but I think that was an example of how, wow, they had, as an organization, everyone on the same page to the extent that they won a championship, and to me, that's what culture is.
Everybody has a great culture when they win. The Giants had great culture in 2021. Giants didn't have culture in 2022.
Because people, it's when you lose.
Because people don't look for culture when you're losing. The
culture wasn't as good. You had more people grumbling and more people unhappy with a lack of playing time.
So then the culture was lousy.
Yes, but yeah.
Okay, well, that's my point. When you're losing, you have a lousy culture. When you're winning, you have a great culture. That's how this works. And nobody can perceive what your culture is because I remember to this day when the Warriors won their championship in 2018 and somebody asked David West about this very subject. He just said, you guys don't know the half of it, intimating that there's a lot of crap that goes on that we never know about. So we don't know what anybody's culture is unless you see a fist fight in the dugout.
To me,
and even then, some people will say, well, that's proof of good culture because they really care about winning. You can make that up any way you want to, and you can twist it any way you want to. Nobody knows what the culture of any team is ever unless you're inside that team.
Players talk about it. I don't think they lie about it.
Oh, I think
do. If you have
Are
a
you
team,
kidding? Players lie all the time. They are better at lying to us than we are at ferreting the truth from them.
But you can
That's
tell.
Just a fact.
You have to be.
Tell.
You have to discern if you hear the same things from different people over a course of time. There's probably some truth to it. And I think what David West said, when David West says, I remember exactly what you're talking about. You guys don't have any idea. The fact that a team overcomes that, to me, speaks to not that they had bad culture and they were lucky, but wow, they were able to hold things together. I think the fact that the Warriors are where they are right now, things didn't splinter after Draymond punched Jordan Poole, speaks to the fact that they've got a winning culture. They've been able to establish a way of doing things as an organization where the good of the team and winning comes first.
On the other hand, I can make up a narrative in which, well, if their culture was so good, why did one of their veteran leaders punch one of their future stars in the face? Is that good culture? I mean, you can make it up any way you want to. The Warriors are 6.
It's two different things. It's one person.
It's not two different things. It's whatever you want it to be. It's a smorgasbord. You pick whatever you want. And that's the point. Nobody knows what the culture of any of these teams are. They don't have a clue, and it doesn't matter what player says what.
You honestly don't think the Warriors have a strong culture that is something that's been a positive force in their success?
I have a conjecture, but I don't have it based on any tangible fact.
What is your conjecture?
My conjecture is they're probably have a pretty good culture because they've won a hell of a lot more than they haven't.
You're right.
But that's the only thing I have to go on.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I don't sit there and worry about culture because I can't prove any of that.
888.
I mean, I remember the A's of the early 70s won 3 World Series and they hated each other.
But they all wanted to win. They pulled together to win because they had a common enemy. They hated each other, but they hated Finley more, and they wanted to win.
Is that good culture or not?
It's
because if it's good culture, you just proved what I said, which is if you win, you have a good culture.
No, not necessarily.
You can't have a losing record and have a good culture.
888-957-9570. Do the Washington Commanders, your beloved Commanders, have a good culture?
They have a great culture.
I think organizationally, they don't have much of culture. Ron Rivera's doing what he can, but that's an uphill climb.
But it's a great culture in the room.
Matt in San Francisco.
They give jewelry to Taylor Heineke, and they give him massive amounts of beer on flights home. Flights that take about 30 minutes from Washington to Philadelphia.
Matt, you're on with Damon Ratto. Whitey in for Damon. What's up?
How's it going? Quick note on culture. I guess I'm so glad I'm not a Lakers fan. I don't like their culture. I don't like anything with LA culture.
Yeah.
But I'm a little late. I just wanted to talk about Jimmy G. First of all, if he can go down and win, a Super Bowl for us, regardless of who hates him and who loves him right now, he would be a hometown hero at that point. So I hope number 10 can do that. And then, next, I see what that one caller was talking about when he kind of looks like he has, an extra pep in his step like he did when we first recruited him to the team. I'll believe that when we're in the dog days of the winter, in December, and see how he's playing then, because that'll really prove it to really see if he's, quote unquote, back to those good old days. But that was just my only thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Good to hear from you. Coming up next, 3 things we've seen this NBA season that I have never seen before. How about you? That is coming up next year. Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon, and we are sponsored by ChooseChange.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Were you abused by a priest or clergy member? You're not alone, and we can help you hold the church accountable, regardless of your age, and even if your abuser is no longer working or even living. Thousands of victims have filed claims and been awarded significant compensation, but the deadline is quickly approaching, so call Stop Clergy Abuse right now. Your call is free, private, and confidential. Even if you don't remember the abuser's name, we may be able to help, but time is limited, so call now. Catholic dioceses have paid more than $3 billion to victims, with the average national settlement at $268,000. In parts of California, the settlements are much higher. Call 800-230-5678 now, or soon you may forever lose your chance to file a claim. You can't change the past, but you can be compensated for it. Call 800-230-5678. A representative is standing by to help. Call 800-230-5678. That's 800-230-5678.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco Beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs. But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Festivals, football, flannels. Some say fall is their favorite time of year. And this fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against COVID-19 variants. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster shot appointment as soon as you're eligible. And don't forget to enjoy the foliage. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I just look at Steph Curry and I'm like, his rival is LeBron James. You can't talk about the history of the NBA without those two colliding however many times in the finals.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
We play Monday, right? Against Wales?
Yeah, I know it's we now.
Oh, we?
It's
well,
all
come on.
baby.
It's always, right? I'm an American.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
We don't need to talk too much about Moody because he's not that big of a factor. The big factor tonight is Klay Thompson. Frank Klay, sorry, but this is a Klay game.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Your best way out of this may be if Wiseman plays well and people look at that and go, hey, wow, look at that, to trade him. Because you're going to need help if you want to make a run to contend for a championship.
Best of the Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, what's coming up on The Game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Live with John Dickinson. He gets you ready for Warriors Suns. JD's in Phoenix? You're in Phoenix? Wow, I can see him here on Zoom. JD's in Phoenix? Wow, how about that? Warriors Live, John Dickinson gets you ready for the Warriors Suns in Phoenix before handing it off to kind of a DHO to Tim Roy at 6:30. It's Warriors Live. That's the Warriors Live coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. Ray, I've seen a handful of things so far this NBA season that I don't think I've ever seen before. And I wanted to see, have you ever seen these things before? Am I overreacting? One was something you guys probably talked about a week ago or so. JD was the one who told me that this happened. Did you see when Minnesota was playing Phoenix and D'Angelo Russell didn't know he was supposed to be on the floor and they were defending with 4 guys and he was on the sideline or he's on the sitting down and he ran in realizing, oh, I'm in the game right now. And Phoenix, they eventually scored a 3. They made a 3 when they're 5-on-4.
Well, I've seen teams not have 5 on the floor, but I've never seen the guy just run into the game and nothing happened. Because normally, if you're playing with 4, you're playing with 4. But the question I had was, well, where's the referee here? Because they're supposed to count how many players are on the floor after every stoppage.
Are they really? See,
Yes.
I didn't think it was
so that nobody's
officiated.
Slipping out 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
But see, you've officiated, I haven't. Officials, I remember one time coaching a game and the clock was wrong or the scoreboard was wrong. And I'm telling the official, the scoreboard's wrong. And he's like, okay. It's like, that's not his deal. So if it's not the official.
Then he's lazy. Or he didn't believe you.
It definitely was wrong.
He had bad culture.
Yeah. And there's like 20 seconds left and, it's
What
like
was
the
the
score
score?
said we're tied and we're actually behind by 1 or something. And the scoreboard's wrong.
Then
he's like, he put his hands out like, okay. But if for an NBA official, if a team has 4, that's not up to him to go, hey, you need another guy, is it? That's not his problem. It's not his fault.
It's not his problem, but it's his job.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, I think clearly someone was drunk.
Yeah. Well, I think the Warriors got a lot for D'Angelo Russell. When you look at God, no matter what becomes of Kuminga, what he becomes, wow, did they get a lot for D'Angelo Russell, who's like, he's talented. I would never want him running my basketball team.
Well, I mean, don't forget the other thing they got.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Andy.
Yeah.
Andy Wiggins.
Yeah, I think he will go down in Warrior history, thought of far more fondly than any other piece of that trade.
Yeah, well, we will see. Still a lot of Kuminga believers. But that was a great trade, D'Angelo Russell.
I think you just like to say the name.
Jonathan Kuminga?
Yes, I believe you really enjoy saying the name.
Guru's whole thing is Hakuna Kuminga. Don't worry about it. He's going to be great.
Well, I think Guru has a problem, too.
Have you ever seen this? Now, you've officiated, so you've probably seen just about all you can see. I was watching, I think it was Monday this week, Boston's playing OKC. Another great game. OKC had a big lead, and then Boston finally caught him and won at the end. But Josh Giddey, who is a bit up and down in this game, had a ton of turnovers, made some big threes, but had a ton of turnovers, and he's 20 now. So, and you could see towards the end of the game, Boston starts ratcheting up the pressure, and OKC's lead is shrinking, maybe got a little tight. Boston scores, and Josh Giddey inbounds after a made basket, and he throws it off the back of the backboard. As he's inbounding, and it's out of bounds, like, dude, that's a turnover. And they weren't being pressed or anything. He just flipped it to a teammate, and he flipped it in the air, and it went off the back of the backboard, and he grabbed it and tried to inbound it again, and the official goes, no, that's a turnover. I've
seen that.
Really?
I've absolutely seen that. Oh, yeah.
I've seen that, it's like, and Steiny was telling me there was a time when you had to stand under the backboard, and, if you're being pressed or something, and it's tough to, but he was just flipping it. The guy was right there. It was uncontested, and he threw it into the back of the backboard.
But the backboard was open, so he had to hit it.
Maybe in Australia, that's how they play it.
No? Let me assure you, that's not how they do that.
Finally, last night, Mavericks Clippers, I'd never seen this before. This is Mark Fallowell with the call for the Mavs TV network. Fallowell. Derek Harper is the color analyst. I'd never seen this before. How about you?
And hold the phone because there is debris on the floor. Where'd that come from? The guys in the truck confirmed what I thought that was. Somebody somewhere launched a paper airplane and it made it down on the floor. Oh, wow.
Somebody threw a paper airplane and it hit Dorian Finney-Smith, I think, in the leg as he's defending. Yeah. And Luka looked like he knew where it came from, and he turned around like, hey, what are you doing throwing a paper airplane? Well, you ever seen that before?
I have not seen that before.
Okay.
I'd be curious to know how far back the guy was who threw it, because that's a pretty prodigious throw.
Right.
Especially in an air-conditioned arena where there can be wind currents.
I wondered that, too. If somebody threw it, you could see somebody in the upper deck going, watch this. You'll never make it to the floor. But from the trajectory and the way Luka was looking, it looked like maybe it was closer to the floor. Thank goodness nobody was hurt. But I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody hurt by a paper airplane.
It could happen. Those things are very,
you're
very,
right. Anything,
yeah,
in a place
pointy.
with better culture, that would be true.
Why are you so upset about the culture conversation we had?
Because you were just so profoundly wrong about it.
Okay, well, I don't think I was, but that's fine. But you seem
it's not fine.
irritated by the conversation.
You
on some
need to
level.
acknowledge the error of your ways.
Which is what? That culture is not, it's an
That
illusion?
it can't be perceived accurately by anybody outside the team.
Okay, but people on the team can describe it and tell us what it's like.
Yes, but you can't trust that they'll tell you the truth.
I think it's especially relevant for Bay Area teams because according to Michael Lombardi's book, the first organization in sports that introduced or took the notion of culture from business and applied it to a sports franchise was Bill Walsh and the 49ers.
Well, Mike Lombardi also worked for the Raiders, so what he knows about culture is, I believe, by definition, somewhat limited.
But he worked for Walsh too, and he worked for I think he worked for Belichick too.
Again, nobody talked about Bill Walsh's culture until they won something. They didn't talk about his culture when he went back to Stanford later. Winning is how people define that. That's all I'm saying. Because they don't know what it is, because they don't know how it manifests itself.
What it is having everyone in your organization, to the extent that is humanly possible, mindful of what you're trying to achieve as an organization and pulling together to achieve that. That's what culture is.
Yes, but it's only credited to people who win.
Well, because if you're not winning, you're not doing it right.
Because when you win, everybody says what a great culture you have.
Yeah.
But if you have a great culture and you don't win, or you lose in the conference final, nobody says anything about your culture. That's the point.
All right. Well, at this point, we will say goodbye.
Yeah, we don't have good culture.
Yeah, and we will see this Warrior culture being tested tonight against the Phoenix Suns. Thank you for listening. Stick around. The great John Dickinson with Warriors Live is next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Big O Tires Black Friday sale is here. Get great savings on auto care services and buy 3 tires, get 1 free on select in-stock Mesa tires with installation purchase. Visit BigOTires.com for other Black Friday saving offers through December 4th. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nah, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is Warriors Live, and it is John Dickinson from Footprint Center in Phoenix, Arizona, as the Warriors and the Suns going at it for the second time in 4 regular season meetings. Second time here in the last 22 days as the Warriors fell to the Suns back on October 25th in blowout fashion. Warriors come in at 6-8 on the season as the Phoenix Suns come into this one losing in their most recent contest against the Miami Heat as the Warriors trying still to get that first road victory of the NBA season. Warriors come in 6-8 overall, but 0-7 away from Chase Center and Golden State, currently sitting at 11th in the Western Conference. So they'd be on the outside looking in at 6-8 of the play-in tournament. The Suns are 8-5, 6-1 on the home floor, 2-4 away from this building, the Footprint Center, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. And the Suns are going to be without Chris Paul in this game as we get right off the top to our injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Tonight's injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And a quick couple of injuries on both sides of the ball as the Phoenix Suns are going to be without Chris Paul in this game, as he has missed the last handful of games for the Suns, as Chris Paul dealing with some right heel soreness. Officially had been questionable earlier this afternoon, but Monty Williams, the head coach of the Suns, ruled him out just about 45 minutes to an hour ago. The Suns also going to be without Cameron Johnson due to a right meniscus tear, so he's going to be out for some time. Landry Shamet who contributed in a positive fashion when the Suns were able to handle the Warriors here 3 weeks ago in the NBA's concussion protocol. So he's going to be out as well, in addition to Jay Crowder, the 3-and-D wing, who is not with the team as the Suns and Crowder attempt to work out some kind of a trade. Crowder not going to be a starter anymore after a couple of really productive seasons for the Suns, but he finds himself on the outside looking into the Phoenix rotation and both sides in the offseason. We talked a lot about this 3 weeks ago as I sat here in Footprint Center in downtown Phoenix. The Suns and Jay Crowder trying to figure out what the next step is going to be as he now no longer being a member of the rotation as the Suns try and go younger a little bit with their rotation, coming off of the best record last year in the 1 seed in the Western Conference and getting to the finals in the pandemic-shortened season a couple of years ago. Crowder finds himself on the outside looking in and looking for another team. So Jay Crowder is going to be headed somewhere at some point during this NBA season, but he's not going to be playing for the Suns tonight. And so Phoenix comes into this one shorthanded. The Warriors are shorthanded themselves here on our injury report as Jonathan Kuminga, it was revealed at the end of Steve Kerr's pregame press conference, he will be out for the Warriors in what is deemed to be a non-COVID illness. So Kuminga falling ill, non-COVID illness for the youngster, second-year man, out of the G League, and he will sit out in this one, which is unfortunate because the Warriors had turned back to Kuminga over the course of these last couple of games, back in the rotation and trying to see if he could stick in the rotation for the Warriors. So Kuminga finds his way out of the rotation. Andre Iguodala continuing to remain out. Again, the Warriors calling Kuminga's injury general illness. Left hip injury management for Andre Iguodala. Patrick Baldwin Jr., the rookie, out with lower back soreness as well. And so the Warriors, they do get Klay Thompson back off of resting on the second end of a back-to-back in Sacramento, or after playing in Sacramento, but against the Spurs at Chase Center on Monday night. So Klay Thompson back into the fold tonight. And Andre Iguodala, who appeared to go through a pretty rigorous workout earlier today. I was at shoot-around here in Phoenix at the arena this morning, and Iguodala all iced up after going through at least a shooting workout and some of the individual drills for the Warriors as he finds his way out of the equation for Golden State tonight, continuing that ramp-up from the injury management of the left hip. So no Patrick Baldwin, no Andre Iguodala, no Jonathan Kuminga. The Suns without Cam Johnson, Chris Paul, and Landry Shamet, in addition to Jay Crowder, who is looking for another team at this point. It is Warriors Live with John Dickinson from Phoenix. We are sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with their Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium. That is all available at no extra cost, no strings attached, as the Warriors and the Suns set to go at it for the second time here in 4 games on 95.7 The Game, as they'll play each other a couple of more times between now and the end of the regular season coming up in the middle of April. Warriors trying to continue to bounce back. One of their better games, if not the Dubs' most complete game of the regular season, against the San Antonio Spurs on Monday in Chase Center. And you look at the Warriors, Jordan Poole flipping into the starting lineup with Klay Thompson out, and Jordan Poole went off in that one. 36 points for Poole on 13 to 25 of 10. He was confident, he was decisive, and that's been a prolonged positive for Jordan Poole here over the last 3 games, as Poole went for 18 over the weekend against Cleveland, 18 in Sacramento. Although the Warriors didn't win that game, he was much more efficient than he had been in the lead-up. First 10, 11 games of the regular season, had 18 against the Kings, and then doubled up both of those games that he had against Cleveland and Sacramento. 36 for Jordan Poole against San Antonio, dominant from start to finish, really, in what was 29 minutes with Klay Thompson out of the fold. And Jordan Poole trying to build on that performance on Monday inside Chase Center. And that was a topic of discussion at Warriors shoot-around this morning as we hear a little bit from Warriors shoot-around to Draymond Green addressing the media and asked what he's seen from Jordan Poole as far as being more aggressive, and here's what Draymond had to say about the youngster.
He's just being a lot more aggressive and decisive with his decisions, not second-guessing, taking that extra pause with the ball and allowing the defense to get set on him. He's making quick decisions, and when he's making quick decisions, it's tough to guard.
Yeah, tough to guard indeed. Quick decisions. He's either taking the shot or he's moving the rock or he's looking to put it on the deck and get to the basket. Not a lot of fiddle-faddling with the basketball for Jordan Poole over the course of the last couple of games, and he looked locked in. It looked like the Jordan Poole that we saw a lot last year as the Warriors ended up 18-2 to begin that season. And really all the way up until January 9th when Klay Thompson returned. So the key for Jordan Poole is going to be, all right, he's heading back to the bench. And, yes, he's had 18 in his last 2 bench outings, but he's heading back to the bench after scoring 36 against San Antonio. How does he manifest a similar set of really efficiency more than anything? The total numbers don't necessarily have to be there, but can Jordan Poole get to a similar level of efficiency is that by which we've seen over these last handful of games, and in particular in the game against San Antonio, even though he's coming off the bench. And, man, Jordan Poole was just terrific in the game on Monday. The headliner for Golden State, a plus 33, 36 points, and really the first night of the season where Steph Curry didn't have to dominate for the Golden State Warriors to not only win a game, but hell, just have a chance to win a game against San Antonio. We're rolling on here with John Dickinson inside Footprint Center, downtown Phoenix. Warriors and the Suns coming up here on 95.7 The Game as Tim and Jim will have the call for you as a tip-off set for just after 7 o'clock Pacific time here on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with their Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost. No strings attached as the Warriors go at it here against the Phoenix Suns on 95.7 The Game. A couple of things here, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, just the fact that Warriors and Suns is viewed in some circles as one of maybe the better rivalries in the NBA's Western Conference, and I find a little chuckle that comes with that, and it's no disrespect to the Suns, who have gone to an NBA Finals within the last 2 years, and a team that lost last year in a Game 7 in the conference semifinals, a game away from playing the Warriors in the conference finals. And the Suns really had a 2-year window where they were the cream of the crop at the top of the Western Conference, with the Warriors mired in injuries and trying to develop and at the bottom of that playoff fringe where they were a team that was in the play-in tournament conversation, and ultimately a couple of years ago lost to the Lakers, wound up losing to Memphis. Memphis and the Lakers took those final 2 playoff spots in the pandemic-shortened 2020-2021 season, which saw the Suns get to the finals and build that 2-0 lead over the Bucks before the Bucks came back and won 4 straight and went with the reverse sweep. But there has been a sense, and I think in part it goes back to maybe the last game in this building where you had Devin Booker really giving it to Klay Thompson, and things got heated, and it was an edgy crowd. And Booker, I don't know what he said to Klay, but that combined with a 1 for 7 from Klay Thompson really had Klay frustrated and looking to call it a night and heading for the showers relatively early. But you look at maybe a little bit of that, and that game with the Warriors showing their first semblance of some early season issues or conflict, but also the fact that the Suns made it to those finals while the Warriors were down and 15-50 and then not ultimately making the playoffs in that pandemic-shortened season where the Warriors lost to the Bucks. So there's been a lot of discussion about the rivalry. Is it a rivalry? Well, Draymond Green was asked at shoot-around this morning here about just this being a big game with the Warriors still looking for that first road win and maybe a semblance of a Suns-Warriors rivalry. And Draymond didn't hold back. Here's what he said.
It's a regular season game. We need wins. So for that reason, we're excited about this game. But I don't know. I feel like it's been like this, a lot of talk about like some rivalry. I feel like or something. regular season game that we need to win because we haven't won on the road. And what's our record? 6-8. So we just need wins.
Yeah, 6-8 on the road, Draymond. It's 0-7 away from Chase Center, which is hard to believe when you look at this early season and the Warriors dropping their first road game of the season in this building back on October 25th. And then, of course, they go 0-5 on that road trip to the East where they took on Charlotte and Detroit, Miami and Orlando. The New Orleans Pelicans were the fifth game of that trip where the Warriors treated it as a developmental game. And then the Dubs, of course, losing on Sunday night in Sacramento, and Sacramento playing much better basketball than they did after their 0-4 start. They've won 7-9 to get all the way not only to 500 but above 500 and dropping 153 on Brooklyn last night in front of the national television audience. But you look at Draymond bristling. I wouldn't say bristling, but just kind of, it was more of the Draymond eye roll, I think, as opposed to maybe the bristle when it comes to this. And look, it did feel a little bit like a rivalry last year. I'm not going to lie. I mean, anytime Chris Paul's involved in the conversation, although he won't be involved in this conversation, as he's going to sit this night out with the heel soreness, which has kept him out the last handful of games for the Suns. But anytime Chris Paul is involved in the Warriors conversation, it does feel a little edgier, a little bit more like a rivalry, that Steph-Chris Paul rivalry. But throw him out of the mix. I guess you insert Devin Booker back into the mix, given the smack talk that was going. And Booker and Klay Thompson in this building 3 weeks and a day ago were really having at it. And it wasn't just in the moment where Klay kind of lost his cool and got himself tossed out of that game, but Booker was letting him have it really throughout the course of the entire evening. And the Suns were getting the better of the Warriors at that point throughout the entirety of the evening. But you go back through it, and these two teams really have not, other than, the Warriors came in here at 18-2 last year, and the Suns handed them loss number 3 when Golden State was playing terrific basketball, and then the Warriors handed it back to them at Chase Center a couple of nights later. There really hasn't been the high-stakes, big-time games that would constitute a rivalry between these two teams. And I think it's unfortunate because, of course, the Warriors had the Clippers rivalry and the Chris Paul-Steph rivalry and Lob City and everything that went along with that. But as much as the Suns, other than the Warriors, have probably been the best team in the Western Conference over the last 2-3 seasons, top to bottom, and they played pretty well up until the point where Chris Paul has started battling this heel soreness within the last week and a half. But it really hasn't felt like a rivalry because they didn't play in the Western Conference Finals last year because the Suns couldn't hold up. Unfortunately, I still say, their end of the bargain by handling the Dallas Mavericks in a series where they had the lead and were up 2-0 and up 3-2 in that series. And I know there was the reporting about some of the health and safety protocols with respect to the Suns and all of that. But I think if those two teams had played in May in the conference finals, that would have been something. And I still maintain that the Warriors probably would have beat the Suns in that series, but that would have been a 6-7 game series, and then maybe we'd be able to be talking a little bit more about some semblance of a rivalry. At this point, we can't really talk about any semblance of a rivalry because the games just haven't felt all that big. The Warriors were down when the Suns were up, and of course when the Warriors were up, going back to 2015, 16, really all the way through 2019, the Suns were among the dregs of the NBA. Warriors Live, rolling on from Phoenix. JD here with you. We're sponsored by Xfinity. Xfinity Internet, better streaming, Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Let's get to our Warriors Advantage for this one, which is brought to you by United Healthcare, offering Medicare Advantage plans. Go to UHC.com for more information, and the Warriors have the advantage, plain and simple, in terms of depth in this game. And yeah, I said it. The Warriors' depth has been pretty porous to this point, and Jonathan Kuminga's not going to play. But if Chris Paul is out of the lineup, that means Cam Payne's going to be in the starting lineup for the Phoenix Suns. Cam Johnson's out. Cam Johnson was already starting for the Suns because Jay Crowder, as we mentioned at the top of the show, a mutual parting of ways pending between the Suns organization and Jay Crowder. And then you look at Landry Shamet, who would be in the Phoenix Suns rotation against the Warriors tonight, especially with a couple of wings or guards out. And the Warriors, at this point, because they have their top 7 all healthy and available, whether it's Steph Curry to Klay Thompson to Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, Jordan Poole, and I'm even going to throw Dante DiVincenzo in there, who's played pretty effectively over the course of the last couple of games as he's returned to the Warriors rotation. I'm giving the Warriors advantage tonight to depth. That's right. I said it right here on YouTube and Twitch. Depth in favor of the Warriors. When have we been able to say that at any point here in the first 14 games of the season? But I think you can say it tonight. Chris Paul not playing for the Suns, that is a huge deal. Warriors advantage. Where do the Warriors have the advantage? It's brought to you by United Healthcare. It's offering Medicare Advantage plans. Go to UHC.com for more information. JD here for a couple of more minutes on 95.7 The Game before we hand it off to Tim Roy, before we hand it off to Jim Barnett as the Warriors and Suns play for the second time in 4 regular season meetings. Warriors trying to prove, I think, not only to themselves but to everybody that these last 3 of 4 games coming off of that 0-5 trip, things are really trending in the right direction. And, the Warriors a little bit better defensively. I asked Steve Kerr, I asked a couple of players in the pregame press conference, what have you liked about the last 4 games? The defense has been something that's been put on display as far as, just a little more conscientious effort defensively. The Warriors on the road have been probably a little bit too content on trading baskets and trying to coast and win games more predominantly on the offensive end as far as playing, the two-way style of play that has led the Warriors to be so effective during not only their championship run, but really over the course of the last 5-6 years. Defense, though, I think during this stretch, really with the exception of a couple of quarters in Sacramento on Sunday, has been more up to par, at least closer to up to par. Dante DiVincenzo's reinsertion into the Warriors rotation coming off of the injury. He's been somebody that's put a little bit more ball pressure on things. And Klay Thompson trying to work his way back in. I think DiVincenzo's reemergence from the injury also puts Klay, that has helped Jordan Poole, I think, as much as anything. We talk about Klay Thompson being out and the 36 that Poole put up against San Antonio, but I think really it's been somewhat about DiVincenzo taking maybe some of the ball handling pressure off of Poole. Poole can read and react and is, as Draymond Green mentioned, can be a little bit more decisive. Want to hit one more cut here before we call it a show and hand it off to Tim and Jim. And this was Kevon Looney. I asked Kevon Looney at shoot-around here in Phoenix this morning as James Wiseman gets sent to the G League for the weekend and for an extended stretch after getting pulled from the Warriors rotation following the first 3-4 games of the season. I asked Kevon Looney what was his message to Wiseman as he heads to Santa Cruz as far as trying to battle back. Here's what Loon had to say.
Just go have fun and go dominate. Show them who you are. Just don't lose your confidence. When you getting pulled in and out of rotation and got to go up and down from the G League, and you kind of can mess with your confidence a little bit. It depends on how you look at it. So I know I was in that position. I kind of shook my confidence a little bit. So I was just telling about my experiences down there.
Yeah, Kevon Looney had a little chat. I think Jordan Poole said he had a little chat with James Wiseman a couple of nights ago as the news broke that Wiseman was going to head to Santa Cruz and play for an extended stretch. Really try to go down there and dominate and regain confidence, which at times I think has been questioned by those in the Warriors organization. I think it's really been questioned by the fan base, certainly by the media as well. And Kevon Looney owning up and really being honest with the fact that he's been in that position going back, 5-6 years ago, to where he was in and out of the rotation, up and down between the NBA club and the G League Warriors, and really trying to find himself and not lose confidence. And Looney, like Wiseman, has the tendency to be a thinker. So take it to the bank prediction. Who's going to take it to the bank tonight? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Real quickly, I'm going to hand this off to Wiseman tonight, believe it or not, as he heads to Santa Cruz. Ability to go down, dominate, get himself right, get his head right, get in that Jordan Poole mentality, and then come back and try to fit in. My take it to the bank prediction is James Wiseman going down, coming back, and being productive. Warriors and Suns, it's coming up next right here. 95.7 The Game.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch.